this postseason, they win the series.
They always stayed in contact with Oklahoma City. They never let Oklahoma City run away with the game. They were always like an arm's length away where they could make a run in the final minute.
Well, and it felt like the crowd wanted to like will them to a blowout. Like there were moments where that crowd felt like it was like they're on the edge of euphoria for most of that game.
Yeah.
And the Pacers do a good job not dying.
Yeah, I did watch. I didn't watch the beginning of it because I have a softball player in my family, so we were watching the Women's College World Series, which was dramatic, and which probably not a lot of people that we're talking to right now saw, but it was fun, and it forced a Game 3, which is it's a best-of-3 series. That will be tonight, and then as soon as that was done, I flipped over to watch a little bit of the NBA, and I got to be honest with you, it just drew me in.
Yeah,
I could not watch because of the history that the recent history that this team has had of being able to come back. And it's kind of one of those, do we want to see Halliburton hit that shot at the end? I'm like, I didn't want to witness it, but then I didn't want to miss it. We are in the midst right now. Both game ones, Stanley Cup final and NBA finals, has been as dramatic as you would ever want these two finals to be.
There's nothing more you could ask for.
No. And it is, I didn't think Indiana, I thought maybe they would win one, and obviously they just won one. I don't know that they win another one. I think they will probably. I think winning game one probably forces this to at least 6, maybe 7 games.
And 6 would be in Indianapolis. Yeah, that's the thing, too. Maybe I just got to learn my lesson here because clearly Indiana is not a team to count out. They have trailed 15 or more 8 times in the playoffs. They've won the majority of those games.
Yeah, I think they're 7-1 in those games.
5-3.
5-3. Okay, my stats are off.
It's okay. 5-3 when down 15 or more. It should be 0-8. 1-7 maybe. You get one miraculous comeback in a postseason. They've done 5 miraculous comebacks in the postseason. They led for 0.3 seconds in last night's game.
Yeah, the last
0.3 seconds of the game.
And that's what I did too. I instantly looked at the time left on the clock after Halliburton hit that, and it's like 0.3. I'm like, this game's over. There's nothing they could do. It just was remarkable. It was so much fun, and it was exactly what we thought it would be. It was fast. It was up and down the floor. It was just, it was exciting, and that's what you want the finals to be, between two teams that are exciting to watch play.
Go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say just one note about specifically NBA basketball. You got to keep scoring. There's no sitting on the lead. There's no running the football. You got to keep scoring, with especially how fast today's game is.
Well, and I thought SGA super aggressive early. They needed one more bucket from him late. Siakam had the block. He had a missed jumper. You're right. You are never done. You have to keep scoring. You have to finish.
And it wasn't even Halliburton's. I mean, he actually did not play a really good game.
No, but they looked for him with about 5 seconds to go. You could see everybody's looking around. Where is he? Get on the ball.
Yeah. 14 points.
So here's the thing. We have a Scooble start tonight. We have a lot of Tiger talk on the show. Last night was a thrilling finals. But, John, when I read through the things that you want to talk about on the show, I can get a sense of your excitement. And there is nothing that I got more excitement through the screen from than your discussion of what today is.
Yes, it is.
Heather, you know what I'm talking about. Can you read the same thing I do? Like, John gushes when discussing.
Well, it's when I discuss food, I know people... There are some that really enjoy the discussion. And today, if you're looking for, maybe there's a powdered donut, maybe it's a jelly donut with a little icing on top, maybe it's that maple glazed donut. You have your Bismarcks, your Long Johns, maybe you want cream, and maybe you want something else. Maybe you like filling, but it is National Donut Day. And I could not be more excited about all of the donut shops that are around. Whether or not they're giving away free donuts, they are giving away donuts at a discount. So you might be able to get 6 for the price of 12. You might be able to get a baker's dozen.
No, you wouldn't want 6 for the price of 12. You'd want 12 for the price of 6.
12 for the price of 6, yes. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm saying that's how excited I am. I might actually, if they're that good, I'll pay for
I'll pay double
6,
for a donut today, damn it.
But today is National Donut Day. And I am looking forward to a raspberry-filled icing donut. Maybe even a dozen or so. Because why not celebrate? I haven't had a donut since, and I know they're not donuts, since Punchki Day. And so I pick and choose. I celebrate when it's time to celebrate. But when you celebrate, you have to go all in. It's not just one foot in the door. You have to go both feet. You have to go head first and just dive right in. And National Donut Day is one of those days.
I have something.
Just love that it falls on Friday this year.
It's perfect. I have something with it in the cookie jar today too. So I was right there with you. Heather, are you celebrating National Donut Day?
No, I'm not celebrating. I don't celebrate donuts, but I'll celebrate. I mean, like you can celebrate and I'll clap along.
It surprises me because you.
Why?
Because you like the sweets.
I don't want to eat donuts.
You like the sweets.
Yeah, if it was National like Swedish Fish Day, I'd be all in. National like any candy day, I'm all in. I
had a donut one time where actually it was stuffed with Swedish fish.
Well, did you eat them together? Or did you pour them out and have them separately?
I ate them together and it was magnificent.
Was it?
How do they?
The textures are so different.
They are, which kind of I raised an eyebrow, and they also had it was a donut shop. I don't remember what it was. It was some special day. Like they don't do it all the time, but they had one that was stuffed with Skittles. I didn't particularly care for that one. That was too big of a texture gap.
Yeah, that's the crunch versus.
Were they the large Swedish fish or the little mini ones?
The little ones.
They'd have to.
Yeah,
be.
The little ones. Yes. No, they don't have to.
Why would they have
how
to
big
be?
a donut would this be? If you're
you can make the donut any size you want. There's no limit. It's only your imagination.
A standard donut, you'd want the smaller Swedish fish.
Well, you could put more of the smaller ones, but you could just do a couple of the big ones. They would still fit.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't get, I think what they were going for is you take a bite and it kind of spills out effect, right? I would imagine stuffed full of Skittles or Swedish fish. Or...
No. I mean, I didn't count, but there were probably 3 or 4 Swedish fish in there.
Mm-hmm.
And the best stuffed donuts are the ones with little dough and more stuffing. Oh. That's, if you get to if we're going standard jelly filled donut.
Too.
I do too.
What?
I don't feel that's a bad.
That's the point of having a jelly-filled donut.
Your answer was, I want less donut. We're celebrating the donut. I want more donut.
Yeah, but
you just want the jelly.
The jelly inside is part of that donut.
Go celebrate National Jelly Day. I'm celebrating National Donut Day.
I would celebrate that as well. But if you get a jelly-filled donut, you don't want to eat the dough. You want to have the jelly inside.
On National Donut Day, I'm not going with the jelly-filled donut. But we'll get more of that in the cookie jar later. We got phone calls, ticket texts, open lines, 248-539-9797. It's a Friday. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Oh, my gosh. This is what the Pacers do. They're never out. They can score in bunches, and they came back. They were down big. As many as, I think, 25 points in that fourth quarter or second half.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. They end up coming back in the final couple minutes, Tyrese Halliburton's buzzer beater, and the Pacers steal game one. Unbelievable. John, you brought up that it's Doughnut Day. National Doughnut Day. Texter says, I've been doing keto for months. Eat a donut for me, John. Apple fritter preferably.
Ooh, apple fritters are good too.
Have you ever had the one with the bacon on it?
Oh, yeah, maple glaze with a little bacon on it. Yeah, maple and bacon obviously go. It's like peanut butter and jelly. You just go together. And, yeah, those are wonderful.
Glazed donut with fruity pebbles. James in a car.
I've tried that. Not a fan.
No.
Not a fan at all.
Crunch doesn't compliment it?
Well, does the crunch last? Because wouldn't they kind of get soggy? I've never had one.
I've had one with the icing on top, and they've had like Frosted Flakes. I'm just not a big fan of the cereal on top. You would think it would be because you put one thing you like on top of another thing you like. I just didn't particularly care for it.
How can you go wrong?
I did have, and I was going to wait till Heather's news, but I'm going to go ahead and share this now. It is one of the most indulgent things I've done. And we used to have rookies go get us on Fridays, Thursdays or Fridays. I think it was Fridays. Krispy Kreme donuts. We had one near Redskin Park. I don't know if they call it Commander Park now. Redskin Park in Ashburn, Virginia. And we had one in Allen Park, not far from Lions facility. So we would have them bring in dozens and dozens of donuts, right? So after the end of the day, there'd be some left over. I'd take it home. And my, Friday night ritual was to use the leftover donuts for two things. One, you could make a bread pudding with them. That was amazing.
Okay.
Some chocolate chips, some heavy cream. It was unbelievable. The other one was to use the Krispy Kremes as the buns
I knew
for
I did too.
your cheeseburger.
I knew it.
I knew you were going there.
Was divine. Oh.
Hearing John talk about food, man, it's something. 6 for the price of 12. Now I see why John couldn't land that job in promotions. LOL. Have a great donut day, guys.
Yeah. Math on air again.
Speaking of math on air, I screwed up. There was 15, not 25 points. Got to carry the one.
That's okay.
15 points. The Pacers came back in the final quarter of play.
Doesn't feel like it would really matter.
No, it could have been 100 points with the way that they can heat up. I usually remember June 6th as the day the bravest men in the world ever knew. Let me try that again. I usually remember June 6th as the day the bravest men in the world ever stormed a beach in France. But donuts are good too, John, in Lake Orion.
I know. Well, you know what? Thank you for your sacrifice, because their sacrifice has allowed us to do so many things, play professional sports, do what we do on the radio, and enjoy National Donut Day.
And with that, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, thankfully, nobody was hurt after a fire broke out in a Detroit school on Thursday. The fire started in a classroom. This was at Nolan Elementary Middle School. Happened just after 10:30 a.m. While smoke was seen coming from all of the windows in the front part of the school. Everyone was evacuated, so the building was clear and safe. The kids, the teachers, the staff were all safe. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. Something scary happened at Detroit Metro Airport. A bomb threat forced passengers to evacuate a Spirit Airlines flight headed to Los Angeles at Detroit Airport on Thursday. It was first reported, the incident, around 7 a.m. The Wayne County Airport Authority and the Transportation Security Administration responded, and they say as a precaution, all passengers were safely deplaned and transported by bus to the terminal. How scary. Also, I thought, man, if I was on this flight with my two kids.
Right. At that point, and you're on the bus back to the terminal, and they're probably telling you, oh, we're going to rebook you on the next available flight. We'll get a different plane.
Yes.
At that point, you're like, you know what? I'm not going today.
It just would have been too much for me.
Yeah.
And
especially looking at a 5-hour flight ahead of you.
And all the waiting and the delaying and everything with two little toddlers. Sounds like a nightmare. Anyway, they say that the plane was taxied to a remote location, inspected and cleared by law enforcement, and then the passengers had to be rescreened as well. 2 construction workers are in critical condition after being electrocuted at a work site in Livingston County. Police say the employees were pouring concrete when part of the concrete truck came into contact with the primary power line, which of course then broke it off. It fell to the ground. And as it was falling, the 2 employees were struck by this power line. So they were transported to the hospital in critical condition.
Oof.
Yeah.
You guys ever been zapped before?
Never. Well, no. Maybe at home, like when doing like some of our own electrical work.
Yeah.
But not
like that. No, not like that. No. My grandpa used to have a farm in southern Indiana. Would spend the summers down there, and I would get zapped every summer by the electric fence that kept the cows in the field. And
you didn't learn your lesson?
Every summer it would happen over and over again.
Yeah.
Testing it for weaknesses.
Explains a lot, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh. Hey, this is pretty cool. In response to Michigan's air quality, Planet Fitness is offering free access to all of their gyms in the state to all residents. Oh. So anyone can go and work out for free of charge. This is awesome. So you probably noticed it. I definitely noticed it yesterday. I mean, I could almost smell it in the air. It was so hazy, very, very foggy outside due to the wildfire smoke in Canada. Anyway, so because of that, the state is under an air quality advisory right now. I think it goes through today till noon. But Planet Fitness said, you know what? We want to make sure everyone can work out safely. If those of you who normally work out outside, you can now come in and work out here for free. So the offer is good through Sunday, June 8th. So it's just for this weekend. And it will give visitors 100% free access to the club.
Yeah.
To avoid exercising outside. How cool is that? Yeah, great gesture. And then hopefully, people will be like, this gym is awesome.
Like this gym.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, little free plug, since I'm going to have that one later. $1 down will get you a Black Card membership.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Judgment-free zone.
We've been talking about this all morning. If you need a reason to start your day with some sugar, this is it. It is National Donut Day.
Yes!
And America's 2 biggest donut chains do have ways to score free donuts. So Krispy Kreme is giving everyone a free donut, any kind, no purchase necessary. So there you go. Just go on in, pick your donut, and get out of there. They're also doing a buy one, get one glazed deal where your second dozen is only $2. So you buy your first dozen and then 2 dozen for the second. Dunkin' as well is giving away free donuts to anyone who buys basically any beverage. They say a coffee, but you can buy anything.
Yeah.
Any beverage and get a free donut. So
the one in Allen Park is actually just far enough away. So if I do the 2 dozen, I can eat 1 dozen on the way home. And then I could just tell the family, they only had a dozen.
It's all they had left. Yeah. So you might want to rethink charging your phone at an airport. So the TSA is warning passengers of this new airport security risk, right? So according to officials, you shouldn't plug your phone directly into a USB port. At those, they've got the tables
or even at the seats. They've got them kind of right next to the headrest or right by your head.
So they say you shouldn't do that. You should not directly use the USB port because hackers can install malware into the USB ports, and the trend is known as juice or port jacking. So they basically will steal your information. They can get all of your passwords. They can, whatever you have on your device, they can take it all. So instead, security officials recommend bringing your own TSA compliant power brick or battery pack and plugging it in there.
That usually starts when you're about 14.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it could be a risk.
They also say don't use the free public Wi-Fi, especially when you're using it to make like purchases where you're putting in credit card information and things like that.
Yeah, check your bank accounts, all that stuff.
Yep.
I've always kind of wondered, like, why would you, because that's what you plug it into your computer, you plug it into things that it's a data port. Why would you do that and risk that your data could be stolen?
Because people don't think.
No, they're not thinking about that at all. Most people don't even realize that it can happen because it doesn't seem like it. No, it doesn't. It seems like an innocent act because that's what you do all the time. Right. You do it at home.
That's an outlet. It's meant to charge my phone. I got my boarding pass on my phone. I'm traveling all day. I need to get some juice. It's the easiest thing. Just plug in.
Yeah. Cost is always low on charge anyway.
And that's Heather with the news. Coming up next.
Not going to ever let that go.
I know you're not. That's why I didn't want to bring it up, but we did for the sake of radio. Speaking for the sake of radio, we want you to help your fellow Tiger fans out. We'll get to that at 6:50. Coming up next, if you have any gripes, concerns that you want to vent after dropping 2 of the 4 and splitting with the White Sox, we'll do that next. It's 97.1. The donut also signifies the number of wins the Axis countries had in World Wars. Dickerson on the call. We're going to talk about turning the page. End of the hour, 6:50. Cubs in town, packed ballpark. Looking for your ballpark hacks. Before we turn the page, splitting with the White Sox, not good.
No.
Not the end of the world, but not good. So we would like to offer you the chance to vent any concerns that you may have with this team. Nobody's going to disown you. You can speak freely and still be a Tiger fan. Is there anything that's concerning you right now about this baseball team? 248-539-9797. John, want to clear the air? Anything that's bugging you?
Yeah, I've got 3 things.
Oh, wow. They only lost 2 games.
Yeah, well, okay, this is very nitpicky because we're talking about a team that has the best record. I'm not going to say they're the best team, but they have the best record in Major League Baseball, and they remain there. They're consistently there.
I want to help people out. We're going to rebrand. The Tigers are good, but we just said it so you don't have to. We all know they're good. The Tigers are very good, but what's the but?
And it's all a lead up to, I know we're still 6-7 weeks away from the trade deadline, but as we approach it, all of these things will be continue to be highlighted. One is Casey Mize. It's been a couple of starts that they just haven't been what we thought Casey Mize had become at the start of the season. And yesterday, that game, they were lucky that it was 2-2 going into the 10th because you load the bases up in the first inning and you think, okay, you flirted with danger, you played with fire, and you got away with it. And then the second inning comes, and again, he plays with fire and gets away from it, or gets away with it. And it was, 31 pitches in the first inning? And then he gets to the third, and you think, okay, a 6-pitch inning. He's back on track.
Settle in.
No. It just, that game could have got out of hand quickly. And I know, it's his last 2 starts. You're not going to be perfect all the time. We even see it with Derek Skubal, right? We expect more from him, but perfection is that's not the key. Consistency is. And consistency is where I'm at with Casey Mize. I need to see a more consistent pitcher. So I have concerns there. The bullpen, and we've talked about this for a while. It is one of the better bullpens in Major League Baseball. Yep. But if our goal is a World Series, our goal is more series wins in the postseason, you're going to have a deeper and more threatening bullpen. And that's very nitpicking. And then the other one, and this is true throughout baseball, hitting really good pitching. In the last dozen games, I'll even go back to the start of the Cleveland series when they faced, Tanner Bybee. They didn't score any runs. They didn't get many hits. And it feels like since then, against the top pitchers that they will face in the postseason, and I don't know if it's necessarily these individual pitchers because it was Kansas City and certainly, Chicago's not going to be in the postseason. But against really good pitching, they've really struggled. And again, that's not rocket science.
No.
Good pitching is going to be hard to hit. And in the postseason, you're going to get a lot of 2-1 games, 3-2 games. You're not going to have a lot of those, you start the Sox series with the 13-1 win. That's not going to happen very often in the postseason. You're going to have to be more consistent at hitting good pitching.
I also had 3 things, and there's some overlap. One of them was the offense. The last 2 weeks, they ranked 25th in OPS, bottom 10 in runs scored. And yeah, you can say they played Kansas City and the Giants and Cleveland, good pitching. Playoff baseball is good pitching. I still want to bat before the deadline, and I think the last couple weeks reinforced the need for that. The number 2 starter question. Like if you're concerned about Mize, Flaherty's perked up, but someone needs to solidify as the number 2. Reese Olson's not healthy. If the playoffs started and everyone was healthy, their 4 would be Skubal, Mize, Flaherty, and Reese Olson in some order. Right. I don't know who the number 2 is, and that's why it's a question. Yeah. So I also had that. And then the third thing is AJ pulling carp for Ibanez in both of the losses this week when that spot would come up in the lineup later in the game, meaning he went all in on the Ibanez at bat, and then they got burned by it. Like Ibanez comes in as a pinch hitter yesterday in the 8th. No one's in scoring position. And then Ibanez comes up in the 10th against a righty.
Yeah.
Nobody left on the bench. How about on Tuesday, the first loss in this series? They pinch hit for Carpenter in the 6th inning. Andy Ibanez is not hitting lefties. He's not hitting anybody consistently right now. I know Carp lefty-lefty isn't a great matchup, but knowing that there's a lot of baseball left, I'm keeping Carp in the game. If it's the 9th, if there's a runner in scoring position, if AJ wants to say it's now or never, fine. But pulling a guy in the 6th or the 8th of a tie game with no one in scoring position, it's incredibly minor because AJ does a great job managing this team. I don't get forcing Andy Ibanez in while there's still a lot of outs left in a ball game and taking Carpenter out.
I agree with that. When that happened, I was listening. I was in the garage and I was listening, and I thought, oh boy, 2-2. We get to extra. I'd rather have Carp's bat in the lineup, no matter if it's a lefty or righty. And come to find out, Ibanez gets up against a righty. I don't know that I'm in a position right now, or my mind is in a position to question AJ Hinch, because it feels like, and I have no numbers to actually back this up, but the perception is that 95% of the time the matchup works out. How many times have we talked about the wizardry of whether it's who you're putting in on the mound, how you're using your bullpen, how you're using, whether it's, Javi Baez or Torque or Carp or, the pitch hitters. It seems the perception is that it's always worked out.
I could hear AJ in my ear because he's done this with us and he's done this in media scrums. Don't blame me if the result doesn't work as long as the process is good.
Right.
And I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of his thought is, well, if it had worked, you wouldn't be criticizing me today. But I want to question the process. Andy Ibanez's OPS is under 700. It's like 100 points lower than it is for his career against lefties. It's not like he's a no-doubter, no-brainer, has to play against the lefty. I mean, they dropped this guy in the cleanup spot, and he's not hitting lefties this season the way he has for his career. When does that become a story? If it's no longer early in the season for the team, it's no longer early for Andy's splits. He has not been a productive enough hitter against lefties to where I'm taking Carpenter out with a lot of baseball left.
Yeah.
Let's get to Jim in Canton. Jim, again, no one's disowning anybody. You're free to vent. Everybody knows the team's good. Do you have any concerns? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. Happy Donut Day.
Hey,
Happy Donut Day.
So my concern is kind of what John was saying. We have a lot of good hitters. We don't have any great hitters. I don't think we have anybody hitting 300 off the top of my head. But at least we don't have many holes in the lineup except maybe Trey Sweeney. But till you get to Jake Rogers in the 9-hole, right? And he's hitting maybe 120, I think. Why do you even keep him in there? And why not bring Thomas Vito back? I mean, I know he wasn't a power hitter, but at least he was hitting for average pretty well. That's my question. That's my concern.
I would tell you this. They value Jake's defense a lot. Now, your point is he's not hitting. I agree with you. But I think they're gonna lean on the defense at the catcher position especially and want Jake to have a role. Now, the answer might be play him less.
Which is what has happened.
Which is what they've done.
Yeah, and AJ Hinch even said, hey, at a 3-game series, Dylan Dingler's going to get 2 of the 3.
Right.
On a 4-game series, he's going to get 3 of the 4.
But he's not going to get 4 of 4 or 3 of 3. It's just not how you manage catchers over 162. Jake's going to play some, and he'll hit near the bottom of the order. He'll hit in the 9 spot or the 8 spot most days. To his point, the lineup does not have a lot of glaring, easy outs, dead spots. They're a deeper ball club than they were a year ago, and that's helped their offense that does not have a couple elite bats.
Okay, to be fair to the caller and what he said about the 300 hitter, there's 10 in the American League.
Yes.
Okay, so it's hitting 300 right now in baseball is a very difficult thing. I would say concern with Torque 2 weeks now since Cleveland came to town.
Yeah.
6 for 43.
Yeah.
16 strikeouts, 3 RBI. That is becoming concerning because of his track record.
Right.
And 227 average, which I've got a line right now kind of with baseball where it's at. Look, his OPS is still above 800, so that's good. But with average, 230, please. And now he's below that. I believe you start in a team like this that's built with no 300 hitters, and you've got a lot of guys sitting in the 270, 260 range, you're good hitters, that you can't afford to have a guy hitting where Torque hits at 230.
Yes, but
I mean,
and again, I hear AJ Hinch in my ear talking about it's a long season. There's going to be ups. There's going to be downs. I agree that's not been a great 2 weeks. Not been a great 3 weeks for Torque. He does need to pull out of it. There needs to be some of those doubles that we saw early in the season, especially with runners on base. We need to see better contact. And I mean, last night in the driveway, right? I'm talking to one of the neighbors, and he mentioned, "Hey, we were 5 feet away from that being a completely different story." We were, but whether it was an infield fly out or it's a long fly ball, it didn't get it done.
Right, and with Torque, when he was getting that double, it was winning you a game.
Right.
You get the double yesterday, you win a game.
Yeah, I really don't think I'm going to sweat Torque's batting average. It's
No,
2025. It's OPS. His OPS is over 800. The last couple weeks are concerning, but that's the true measure is can he keep his OPS over 800?
Right, but his OPS is horrible the last 2 weeks.
No, I know, but I'm not sweating. 230, he's hitting 220. Yeah, are there doubles? Are there homers? The power is what he's going to be judged by as an everyday first baseman. The Tigers don't have a star bat. They have 3 guys with an OPS over 800. It's Green, it's Torque, and Carpenter.
Yeah.
I'd like to get more guys in that mix because you're going to have to hit really good pitching late in the season. All right, we'll take some more thoughts, phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. The Tigers are good, very good. Splitting with the White Sox, not fun. You can vent any concern you have, and then we're going to turn the page. Cubs in town. It's 97-1. Ticket Texter says, hey, you guys are going to be in trouble with Wojo today. Last night he claimed the complaining about the Tigers was closed at the end of his show. Good luck dealing with him, Dave and Grand Blanc. Convenient. We're actually not making a big deal about losing a couple games against the White Sox. It's not fun. It's also not like an indictment on who they are as a baseball team. Detroit's in first place. They're a very good baseball team. But if you have any concerns, feel free to vent them.
Yeah.
And it's okay. No one's going to judge you as a bad fan. Doesn't mean you've given up on this team. There have been a couple things that have come up the last couple weeks, and if you'd like to discuss them, 248-539-9797. John, we both brought up offense against higher-level pitching has come crashing down, 25th in baseball in OPS, bottom 10 in runs scored. Casey Mize, a couple starts in a row. Ticket Texter points out he's lost some movement on his pitches. That splitter's not flirting with 90 mile an hour, and it's not fooling people. Well, then it raises a question, who's your number two? Flaherty's perked up, but he struggled early. It's a question of starting pitching. A texter says starting pitching after Skubal is their big concern. Reports that Cobb may not throw a pitch in the majors this year, and Mize may have lost his feel for the moment. He says Flaherty's fastball doesn't have the velo, and Job's hurt. So these things have come up. I brought up the pinch hitting Carpenter for Andy Ibanez, and I get it. He's better against lefties, but when it's not runners in scoring position, last inning of the game, you risk losing Carp for bigger at-bats later, and that directly happened in both losses against the White Sox.
Yeah, we get the morning crew on Twitch, and the first one this morning is, it's Panic Friday. Tigers didn't win a series. No, it's not Panic Friday, but then they also follow it up with, I'm not concerned it's one series. Chicago may be a bad team, but they are still a division rival, and the city overall has a rivalry with Detroit in general. All of those things are true, but I don't expect you to sweep every series against the White Sox, but I would expect that a 4-game series would be a 3-1. And again, we're talking one game.
Well, and in some cases, we're using a couple weeks worth of data here.
Yeah.
And at the same time, nobody is panicking. I'm sure people will hear what they want to hear, but nobody is panicking. Ticket Texters, concerned that they are so determined to pinch Andy Ibanez, who flat out sucks this year. He should never pinch it for Carp unless he's in a slump. I don't care if it's lefty on lefty. It cost them dearly in the 10th. Carp would have been up with runners on first and second and a righty on the mound. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Carp, by the way, is not hitting lefties this season. I know early he had a couple moments. Carpenter this year is hitting 200 against left-handed pitching.
Still better than Ibanez.
Ibanez is hitting 238 against lefties. Only slightly better. The point is, you're only going to do it if it's the at-bat to decide the game, not in the 6th inning like they did on Tuesday or the 8th inning of a tie game with no one in scoring position yesterday.
A.J. Hinch wins again. Stats, numbers.
Yes and no. It's not about... He's right about the one at-bat, and that one at-bat would mean a lot if it was do or die to win the game. In the 6th inning, it's not about the one at-bat, I would say to AJ. It's about the rest of the game where you no longer have Kerry Carpenter.
If it was only J-Hen.
Let's get to Alex in Lake Orion. Alex, good morning, buddy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it. What a fun topic to have. You know, in the previous years, we talk about macro problems. Now we're talking about micro problems with a good baseball team. But that's all to say this team doesn't have some warts. For me, it's the high-octane stuff missing in the back of the bullpen. I really like the way that Vest has looked this year, really liked how Canely has looked this year. But after that, it's kind of fallen off. Holton is not himself. Brisky is not himself. Brebbia looks like another Maeda signing. And I just keep going back to usage between Vest and Canely. So let's look ahead. Maybe if they make it to the ALCS, they got 2 guys on, Aaron Judge at the plate. Those guys aren't available. Who are you going to? So I think they need to swing a trade here. I'd love to bring a guy who can throw up to 100 with some movement. But for me, you know, don't let lightning strike twice, because this is what doomed those teams in the 2000s, just any kind of a lack of bullpen consistency.
Yeah, the two things that people point to when you look back at that, like 2006 to 2014 era Tiger baseball, and really the later years especially, bats that didn't get it done late in the postseason, and this never-ending need for yet another bullpen arm. Mm-hmm. It's a tale as old as time. I mean, it's what postseason baseball comes down to, a leverage reliever and a leverage at-bat. And Detroit's a really good baseball team, and they should absolutely try to add both of those things by the end of July.
Yeah, and it wasn't a series loss. And nobody here is panicking. We labeled it. This is nitpicking. And I like the way the caller put that one. Last year we're talking about macro problems. This year we're talking about micro problems. It's like talking about the Lions going into last season, where we were having a debate over who the backup quarterback and the kicker is going to be.
And they won 15 games. I mean, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, and so that's where we are with both of those teams. Like, we're talking about high-level stuff that it's not about – we believe this team is a postseason team, correct?
Yeah, oh, come on, yes.
Yeah, and so it's not about getting to the postseason, but you're talking about things that are a deciding factor in an ALCS or in a World Series. And just look at the history, though, in the recent history. I know we're talking about the batting and we're talking about the being able to hit good pitching. They lost the series at Cleveland, and it wasn't a great series, right? It was very frustrating because it was a head-to-head matchup against a division opponent that could be a threat to you. Now, Chicago's not a threat, but they don't lose the series. They split the series. What happened after that Cleveland series? They played at home a 3-game series against a really good San Francisco Giants team.
Broomed them.
All right. Now what's going to happen after the Sox series?
Cubs in town.
Cubs are in town.
Good matchups.
And so history tells us that they respond. They've responded in other ways. They've responded in a lot of different opportunities. This is just the next opportunity.
Oh, look, I mean, if you ask me to predict the upcoming series, I tell you, I think they're going to win 2 or 3 because that's what they do. And Skubal on the mound tonight gives them a great chance to start off on the right foot. Let's turn the page. Let's look ahead to the series coming up this weekend at Comerica Park. We're talking about sellout crowds expected Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Over 120,000 fans.
Throwing it back to that era of Tiger baseball the caller was referencing. I have some numbers in front of me, and it's attendance increase in baseball for the first 2 months of this season compared to the first 2 months of last season. And John, the Tigers have seen one of the largest increases in all of baseball, up 39%. First 2 months of the season from a year ago. The only teams with a bigger percentage jump, the Sacramento Athletics, which kind of feels like you're cheating. They're in a completely different city.
Right.
And no one wanted to go to the games last year in
Oakland. Because
they were leaving. And then the other one is a team with a massive payroll that added Juan Soto and also had a magic run at the end of last season, the Mets. So the Tigers have this surge of fans who are coming to the ballpark for the first time in a year, in 2 years, in 5 years, maybe 10 years. What we want to know are your ballpark hacks.
Give away the secrets.
Help your fellow fan out. It could be parking, food. It could be ways to enjoy the game better. You guys let us know. We'll provide some too, but we want to canvass the audience and have us help our fellow fans who may be making their way to the ballpark this weekend for the first time in some time. 248-539-9797.
So I'll lead it off.
Okay.
Just give you one before the break. Mine is you have that exit strategy in mind. We heard, was it 2 weekends ago, where there was like 4 different events on a Saturday night that were all getting out at the same time. This one is you go down to the ballpark, if it's tonight, and we know tonight's going to be a huge one because it's a Skubal start. Everybody wants to see Tarek Skubal play. And you go down, game, first pitch at 7:10. Plan on being town if you can. I know people still work on Fridays. Around 4:30. There are numerous restaurants downtown that you can go have dinner. They're probably a little cheaper. Maybe that's another hack too. You have dinner before you go into the ballpark.
Yeah.
You find yourself a spot to park on the street, or at least 3 or 4 blocks from the stadium. You have yourself a nice dinner. You walk over to the ballpark. You decide when it is that you want to leave. If you stay for all 9 innings, you stay to the final pitch, you get a chance to walk away from the stadium a little bit, remove yourself from that traffic so that when you go to leave, you can hop on the lodge. You can hop on a lot of different ways to get out of town instead of being in the mix of just a mash of people trying to leave at the same time.
Yeah, if you're willing to walk a little bit to get in, it can make the exit that much cleaner on the way out. We got an update to hit. We got phone calls. We're all going to go around the room. We want to hear from you guys as well. Your hacks, ways to save time, money, make the ballpark experience better. People are going for the first time in a while. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. 3 sellouts expected at Comerica Park this weekend. Tigers take on the other team from Chicago, the Cubs, after splitting a 4-game series at the White Sox. Heartbreak yesterday, a 3-2 loss, bottom 10. Rookie Tim Elko at the dish against Bo Brisky. Both Tiger runs came in the 7th, a home run off the bat of Wencio Perez, RBI single from Dylan Dingler. Casey Mize gave up 2 over 4 2/3. Tarek Skubal starts tonight against the Cubs, who've got the best record in the National League at 39-23. Lions head coach Dan Campbell reacting for the first time to Frank Ragnow's retirement. Campbell says the 29-year-old's, quote, done it all and will be sorely missed in the locker room, but adds it is next man up for the Lions. Pistons Vice Chairman Arn Tellem says the team wants to host the All-Star Game at LCA in either 2029 or 2030. That would align with the height of Detroit's Bad Boys era. Michigan State President Kevin Guskowitz says Tom Izzo refused to take a pay hike during his time as co-interim athletic director. New AD Jay Batt officially takes over June 16th. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final in Edmonton tonight. Oilers lead the series 1-0 after a 4-3 win in Game 1. Leon Draisaitl scored the game-winning goal in overtime. Preakness Stakes winner Journalism, the favorite in tomorrow's Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby winners, got the second best odds. Post time 7:04 tomorrow. And ESPN's ranked the NFL teams most likely to go worst to first. They say the 49ers have got the best chance than the Bears and the Patriots. The least likely, the Cleveland Browns. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Park should be packed this weekend. Cubs in town. Could be a World Series preview. We want to know your ballpark hacks, ways to save time, money, add some enjoyment, help your fellow fan out, because we have seen a huge spike in attendance for the Tigers this season, one of the biggest increases year over year in all of baseball. John, you thought, hey, think about how you're going to leave the ballpark.
Get down early. Get yourself a parking spot on the street somewhere. And first of all, then you don't have to pay for parking. Then you get a chance to go to one of the many great restaurants that are down there. It's going to be a beautiful night. You walk over to the ballpark. You enjoy the game. You walk back to your car, and then you're out. You're not in the rush of everybody getting out of the, whether it's the lots that are right around the park or those parking structures that are right there as well.
So when we go to Wings games, we park in the MGM lot. It's free. It's a little bit of a walk if you're going there all the way to Comerica, but it's going to depend. Are you with young kids? Are you there with your buddies? Is it just you and your partner? Whatever the case may be, if you're going to park, in this case, a little further away, you can still get the garage. You can get a little easier in, a little easier out, and save money that way. When you get into the ballpark, I wonder for fans that are standing room only, I know the section of where you can stand, but I think the move might be to go up to that right field bar, where I think you get a little more freedom of movement up there. You can grab a couple drinks. That way you're not just standing in this row of people trying to peek over and see the ballpark.
Yeah. I'm wondering what is the etiquette in the standing room only? If you're there with a buddy and you've got yourself a good spot, is one of them allowed to go and get a couple of beers, come back, and still have their spot?
I think so. But if you both leave...
oh, you're done. You're toast.
Heather?
I know nothing about parking because every game I have went to, usually I have been an employee, so I've always been able to park close. So I don't know those hacks, but I do know you can bring a water. Bring a water with you, especially on these hot summer days. You are allowed to bring an unopened bottle of water. I believe it has to be under 20 ounces. You'd have to go and look at all of those fine details, but you can bring that with you so you don't have to buy a water. You can stay hydrated because it does get hot. But also it does depend where you're sitting. If you're in the Tiger's Den, it gets cold. So make sure, depending on where your seats are, you might need to layer up. It's so crazy. There's sometimes when I would be dripping in sweat out there in the stands and I walk up to the Tiger's Den where you get this huge breeze and it's shaded and there's people wearing almost like winter coats, because it does get really cold in the Tiger's Den. I would say get there early, like you said. Go watch batting practice. Bring a Sharpie with you because you can get autographs during that time. Usually if you go down by the dugouts, it's a pretty cool time. I believe over by the K-Line corner is where you can find like some of the cheapest beer. Oh. There is a small like market back there.
Oh, yeah.
That I believe has, it used to, I don't know if this is all the same, but would have the cheapest bottles of beer.
You're talking like the self-checkout area they have?
Yeah, well, now it's all, it's cashless.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like a little, like, I call it a market. A small little store.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I believe those are the cheapest beer in the park.
Yeah, cashless. Make sure you have your phone charged.
Oh, that's what someone
or your
says.
car.
Reminder, yes, cashless at Comerica Park if you haven't been in a few years. Now, they do have spots in the ballpark if you, like, you can get, like, the cards. I believe they have converters, right? They have to.
I don't know.
You can put cash into, like, a temporary card to use at the...
Oh.
I'm pretty sure they do.
I would imagine
quote
they
me on
probably
that.
do
I
have
think you
something
have
like
to.
that, but
Yeah.
I'm not aware, so.
Okay. Derek in Ann Arbor, you got some tips for people? You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I just want to let you know, if you partake in cigarette smoking, there's absolutely no cigarettes allowed in the park, so make sure you bring some Zins so you're not out of that nicotine craving.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I had no idea about that. I mean, I knew you can't smoke in the park.
Right. Yeah.
You can't even bring them in.
Well, I'm sure you could bring them in.
Well, no, you can bring them in, but they
Yeah.
used to have a smoking
I know
section.
nothing
they're not
about
going to
that.
confiscate your
Sorry,
smokes.
sir, you can't bring those in.
You can put
Just
one
can't
in,
light
just
'em up.
can't light it.
Yep.
So what do you have to do? You have to leave the ballpark?
Well, you can't leave the
Well,
ballpark.
if you do,
Well, where
you're
do you
not allowed
smoke
back
then?
in.
Well, you
You just
don't.
can't.
That's what he's saying. You got to take
nicotine
some.
pouches.
Yeah.
Oh,
Make sure you have a
Zins.
full tin.
got it. I don't know what those are, you
Yep.
guys.
The Zins?
No.
Yeah, make sure you got some Zins.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
super popular.
Oh, yeah. It's basically straight nicotine in a pouch.
Not a smoker. I have no idea.
I'm not either. I don't chew
No,
either,
but I thought maybe it
know
was
'em.
something that maybe Colin had used because he partakes of the tobacco products every once in a while.
He does. But he doesn't. I don't
He
know
would,
them.
I'm going to guess Colin would know what Zins
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
He would know, but
whether he
he-
uses them or not, I know he
Yeah.
probably knows.
So I got one in terms of actually getting close to the park without waiting in much traffic.
Okay.
I'm going to give away my secret.
Uh-oh.
I've been doing this for probably about 20 years now. No matter what you do, if you're coming on main, you want to go on main roads, okay? You don't want to go off the beaten path, and you want to get into the downtown Woodward, Comerica, LCA area quick. No matter what you do, get off at Forest on the Lodge. Turn left, go to Woodward. A little bit of traffic down the street, just a little,
But not
you're
that
there.
bad.
It's so easy. The people who wait for the Grand River exit off of 75 going north,
Yeah.
I just don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, because that feels like 90% of anybody that's going downtown for an event, that's where they get off.
Now the other one's Mac, right? Coming off 75.
always
Yeah,
get
that's
off
the way
on
I
Mac.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you wait more that way than you do Forest. I have actually come up from 75, going north on 75, gotten off at the Lodge and gone north, which seems stupid.
You think you're going backwards, but
No,
you're
I
going
get
against
off at Forest,
Yes.
and then I cut back.
Yeah.
It's so quick. I do it for every sporting event.
Especially for those runners. You get off there and you can run, Forrest, run.
We're going to do Dad Joke Friday.
Texter says, why are you guys acting like no one's been to a Tigers game before? Well, I don't know if you noticed, the last few years attendance was down.
It's been a long time since this many people have been to a Tiger game, and I don't think they're all former season ticket holders.
No. Texter says, my wife works at the DAC. Need I say more?
There you go.
Got that rooftop access. That's Dave in Clinton Township. Texter says, park at MGM, eat at the casino, go to the casino before the game, then go to the ballpark.
Yeah, and if you're at the DAC or in that area, as you walk to the ballpark, you're going to walk past a number of really good bars.
Yeah.
Restaurants and bars. So you could stop in for a drink here. Maybe you want to move down here and stop in for a drink there. You could just drink your way to the ballpark.
Although you're not really saving that much on drinks. You can on food. You're not saving that much on drinks. I mean,
no, probably not. I mean, it depends what you're getting. I
Yeah.
mean, if you're getting your umbrella drink like I know you do, you're probably not saving
I suppose if you're just getting like a domestic beer. Yeah, you can save some money that way. Texter says, a couple weeks ago, we went downtown by 5 p.m. It was a 2 to 3 hour wait for some of the restaurants down there. If it's sellout crowd and there's other events, 4:30 is not going to be enough. Well, you're going to need a reservation.
Yeah, you need a reservation always, I feel like now. Maybe
Yeah,
not walking into a bar. Maybe you could go up and grab a drink.
Like
But if you wanna
Friday
sit
night in
down-
Detroit, yeah, you're going to need a reservation, whether the Tigers are playing or not. Throw in the fact that the Tigers are playing, yeah.
Yeah, but there's also a handful of not sit down restaurants, but more delis or a quick taco shop that you can
Look,
you
want to
jump
get
into and
the M&M deal, the mom spaghetti. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's all kinds of stuff.
I'm sure
that you
there's a
can do.
line for that.
Well, there is, but
Yeah.
it's not like you're going to be 2 hours. You're going to get fed, and you're going to. It's right it's at the Fox, basically. It's right
Yeah,
across from the
just
ballpark.
Don't wear white. if you eat spaghetti like I do.
248-539-9797.
Take your donuts.
There you go. My hack is that I actually watch the game and don't disrupt a whole row during the middle of the inning so I can go grab nachos. Success has its cost. Mike in Lake Orion.
Yeah, there's always that guy or girl.
Heather, is your advice to wear a shirt?
Yes, wear a shirt. Please wear a hat, wear sunscreen. But yeah, keep your shirts on, everyone.
Texter says, I'm going to my first Tigers game since 2013. Signed Jack and Coke Jerry.
There you go.
And that crowd's making their way over. Drink cheap in the outlying bars. Prices go up in the ballpark for premium games, especially liquor.
Yeah.
Yes. There are cash-to-card converters at Comerica Park if you find yourself in a spot where you have a bunch of cash, but they're not accepting it at the counters. Trumbull's the way to go on the way in. And another one says, why are you guys giving out driving tips? Because it gets congested.
Yeah. I think a little thought will save you some angst getting out. And it's just about, hey, if you're going to stay for the entire game, and tonight, I think is, all three of them may be, I've got to stay for all 9 innings. And maybe even then some. But if you're going to stay to the final pitch, just put a little thought into it.
Exactly. Now, we got a text that just came in and says use shuttles. And one of the places they said was Nemo's. I have this thing about the Nemo's and the shuttle. If you haven't done that, you're not a Detroiter. One time, experience the Nemo's thing. It's just so Detroit. You're in Corktown.
Yeah, Corktown.
You're where the old stadium was. You're with a big group of Tiger fans. Shuttles are cool.
Yeah.
I'm not as big with them with the kids, but that's what we used to do.
Shuttles are awesome after a win, too.
Yeah.
Because they could get a little rambunctious.
So I used to do downtown when the Wings were at the Joe Woodbridge Tavern and take the shuttle. That was an awesome experience.
So it's one thing that's the closest we get, but it's one thing we don't really do here. We're the Motor City. We don't do the public transit routine. The Cubs, who we're going to play this week, those L trains going in and out of Wrigley before and after games, like that's getting hyped. That's celebrating after a win. We don't really have that element. The closest we have is what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's very cool. If you haven't done it, just do it once. It's cool.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Some hacks to help your fellow Tiger fans out this weekend. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's First Inning Friday on FanDuel, where every single week FanDuel is hooking all customers up with a special offer you can use on any early game Major League Baseball action. Put your baseball knowledge to the test from the very first swing with no runs or yes runs first inning bets. Will anyone score in the game's first frame? Check each team's season stats right inside the app and make the call. Every first inning Friday, you can expect a special reward like a profit boost, a no-sweat bet, or more. So make sure you come back every single week to take another swing. And maybe it's Parker Meadows. He came out swinging, obviously, when he made the return. Maybe it's Carp. We know he loves hit home runs in that first inning. All of those will be on the app. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to join. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. America's #1 sportsbook, and make every single moment more with FanDuel. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, guys, if you find yourself in a rough spot, you're injured in a car accident, you're looking around, you need help, the law firm I recommend, it's KG Law. It's a law firm that truly cares about you. I know Lawrence KG. I've met him. I've met his team. They're staffed up to get you the biggest possible payout. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. They're not going to cut corners. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and you're going to have someone who sees you as more than a number in this insurance game. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. That's spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. People making their way down to the ballpark later on tonight and all weekend long. Record crowds, sold out crowds expected, standing room only.
Yeah.
Scooble throws tonight. The Cubs are in town.
Heather, it all depends on where you sit, too, right? Because it could be hot in one section and could be cold.
Could feel like winter in another.
If you're going Sunday, Pat will sing that live because he's going to be broadcasting at Comerica.
There you go.
Oh.
Do the ballpark song. Yelling at him.
Everybody get a chant going. Do it live.
Some ticket texters on tips for fans who haven't been in a few years, and clearly we know people are making their way for the first time in a few years. Texter says, the best hack, don't bring your children under 5, especially the 1-year-old and younger. Nobody wants to hear dinosaur sounds.
On Kids Day, it is okay. I've already expressed that it's all right.
Any day, it's okay.
It is. I do agree, but definitely Kids Day. Go on Sunday. Kids Day on Sunday was so much fun.
A separate text, babies can't count strikes or outs, leave them at home. I didn't send these in.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Under a year, sure. Over that, then it's your choice. I have no problem with anybody taking a kid at any age. They may not remember it at 2 or at 3 or even at 4, but you are starting to create a wonderful fan.
I park at Cass Tech for all the events downtown. Make a short walk, free, convenient, get you away from the traffic. That's Coach Rush.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Ticket Texter says, I haven't paid for parking in years. There's spots right next to Ford Field. If you know, you know. Tim in Clarkston. Mm-hmm. That's not that far away. What else? Texter says, not saving much on drinks. Enlighten Costa, double Tito's and sodas, 26 without tip. My point is, yeah, you'll save buying outside the venue, but less than you used to. Mm-hmm. These bars have jacked up alcohol prices. I mean, by the time you order a double at a bar and tip on top of that, you're not going to save that much. And then another ticket texter says, the most annoying part about this team finally being good is the amount of bandwagon fans crowding the ballpark. I miss the days of being able to drive in, see a game, drive out without any hassle.
Oh, you miss those days of losing. Sure. Great. Let's go back there.
Now it's full of bandwagon annoying fans who couldn't even name 3 players. Okay. Yeah, I prefer them to lose so I could go cheaper. And you want a good ball club, guys.
Yeah, I want the premier parking spot.
Great.
Yeah. What's your team? No one wants to see.
I am of the firm take that people check out on bad teams.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Ed in Canton, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
What's up?
Hello.
Good morning. How are you, Ed?
I'm doing good. We sometimes go behind Ford's garage over there and hop on the bus in Dearborn. Seniors is 50 cents. Adults, I think, is like $2. It takes you down and drops you off in front of the stadium. And then you pick it up, and it costs you another 50 cents or $2 to drive back. No parking. And you don't have to deal with traffic and just sit there and relax.
Yeah, you get some great. I mean, you could go to Ford's Garage just before the bus leaves and get yourself a nice meal.
I love that. You're just trading your time, right? As long as you got nowhere to be, then yeah, I mean, you save a bunch of money doing that.
Sure.
Yeah, and you make sure you grab the express one because that doesn't stop to pick up. It just stops to drop people off, so it's quicker.
Yeah,
awesome.
So you don't get stuck.
That's a good
going
hack,
through
yeah.
every single stop along the way. A couple people have thoughts on how to save money on booze. One is bring your 3-year-old and hide beers in their diapers in a diaper bag.
Oh.
You could do that.
I don't think we're going to condone it, but yeah, there's all kinds of ways you can sneak booze in.
Make sure you put an ice pack down there too, so they're cold.
Wasn't there a Lions fan that snuck in a cheese grater last year?
I think there was. Well, no, it was the cheese grater hat, but was there actually somebody
some
that...
guy was grating cheese at the game. They showed him in one of the outros. I'm not crazy, right? You guys saw this. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it.
I don't know how you sneak a cheese grater in.
And I remember the story that, yes, he slipped by security. There was a smuggling aspect of that.
Yeah. It's like the one news story we had about the lady that smuggled the firearm between folds.
I remember that story.
Fat folds.
Hey, guys, I work in Detroit at a bar tonight. We're expecting people as early as 3 p.m. No reservations except steakhouses. You're just going to have to deal with the crowds if you go downtown.
Yeah, just go early. I mean, if you have the ability to go early, get downtown, enjoy it. It's a great experience. You can walk around, go down to Hart Plaza, and just enjoy being downtown because the weather is going to be really nice.
It is. We got the cookie jar coming up at 7:35. First, Heather with the news.
A wedding celebration over the weekend led to a Lamborghini being seized by police and one person in custody. So police say a wedding celebration that spanned from Canton to Dearborn.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Involves somebody firing shots out of this Lamborghini. It happened Sunday evening. The vehicle was caught on a dash cam being driven recklessly by somebody who was shooting out of the car. Officers were able to track this wedding celebration to a banquet hall in Dearborn Heights. That's where the Lamborghini, which was rented, was impounded. And then police received an anonymous tip, and they were able to find the person responsible, who is now facing charges of reckless discharge of a firearm. And basically, police are saying, hey, if you do stupid things, you're going to get caught. Reckless and dangerous behavior will not be tolerated. Let's see this story. A Harrison Township man has been charged with several felonies after threatening to kill his wife in front of their son while intoxicated. So according to authorities, this guy threatened his estranged wife with a long gun on Wednesday night and then barricaded himself in his home with his child. The wife was able to call 911, said that her husband, soon-to-be ex, going through a divorce, was highly intoxicated, being destructive, was threatening to shoot her. So police arrived at the scene and they established a perimeter around the home. They ordered the man to leave the house, but he refused. So a SWAT team was called in, and eventually authorities were able to safely remove the child. Great news. And then the man was taken into custody. Scary situation at the airport. A bomb threat forced passengers to evacuate a Spirit Airlines plane. The flight was headed from Detroit to Los Angeles. The incident happened yesterday morning. The Wayne County Airport Authority, the Transportation Security Administration responded. They say that as a precaution, they had to get everybody off the plane. So everyone safely deplaned and then was transported to the terminal by a bus. They said they took the plane away to a secured location, did whatever they needed to do. They inspected it, and it was cleared by law enforcement. And the passengers had to also be rescreened before obviously getting onto another flight. Scary, frustrating, long day for all of those passengers. All of that. A fire broke out in a classroom at Nolan Elementary Middle School in Detroit Thursday morning. Fire officials say it originated inside of a closet that was in the classroom. 2 classrooms were damaged, but crews were able to contain the fire really quickly before it spread further. And it all happened during a class graduation ceremony that was going on. So everyone was asked to evacuate. Everyone got out safe and sound. So far, it's not clear what caused the fire, and crews are still investigating. No surprise here, a popular Northern Michigan destination was just named among the top small U.S. cities for food and drink. This was also by Food and Wine.
What counts as a small city? Because I'm thinking, is it Traverse City?
It's Traverse City.
Okay.
Which is, a small city,
Okay, yeah,
and
yeah.
it makes sense, right? If you've gone to Traverse City, you know they've got great wine, and they also have some great restaurants as well. So it placed number 10 on the list, kind of highlighted the cherries and also the agriculture there, where there's regions that yield wine grapes, hops, and grains that fuel a booming beverage culture. It's also going to be hosting, Traverse City is going to be hosting a food and wine event in August. Go check that out, August 20th through the 24th.
Cool.
Sounds like a bumping shindig.
It does sound like a bumping shindig. Heck yes, it does. So it's normally teens who fall victim to peer pressure. At least when you think of peer pressure, you think of teenagers.
Yeah.
But there is a study that says adults can also deal with peer pressure as well, especially when it comes to drinking. So the study found 30% of adults feel pressured to drink while socializing, and most often it's from their friends or their partners.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Which to me seems...
Have you been in a situation where you feel pressure to drink?
No, well, not now, not as an adult.
Right.
No,
Yeah,
I always like having a drink in my hand. It doesn't need to be an alcoholic drink, but
Right.
like it's something. It's like a comfort. Like I feel like okay, I've got a distraction. Like if
Yeah, if you're
I don't
standing
know.
there,
It's
you're like,
something
what do
with
I do
your
with
hands.
my
yeah,
hands?
yeah. What do I do? So I like it, but oh my gosh, there's times when I'll just I'll just get water all
Yeah.
night.
Sure.
But I think there are people who say they only drink socially, so that might be what that's referring to.
Yeah.
Is once they're in that social setting and they feel like it's
Yeah.
expected. Well, you got to have something.
Yeah. Hey,
And
how come you're not having a beer?
43% say they've had to cancel plans to avoid this peer pressure.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of surprising to me. So
I
here's what
wouldn't
you
go
can
that
do.
far. Just yeah.
Yeah.
Just
say no.
to me, no thanks. I'll take they've got all these cool mocktails now at different bars and restaurants you can get.
Sure.
I mean, if you feel like you need to have a
Quote
drink.
Yeah.
But they say you can bring your own drink with you if you're going to like a house gathering. You can invite a friend who's also not drinking, or just, hey, if you're comfortable, just say,
Yeah.
you know what, guys, I'm not drinking tonight.
Yeah. It's not my
Let 'em
style.
know.
Yeah. I'll take a Diet Coke on the rocks.
Me too. Light rocks. Yeah.
Diet Coke neat for me.
Yeah.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Cookie Jar. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local, attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. It's not a cookie-cutter thing. They're going to go ahead and make it work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family, almost every member of my family, and that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
It's the Cookie Jar, and it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period. 6 questions. Need some opinions. The first one. When you get Venmo'd, do you do instant transfer or not?
Instant transfer into your bank account?
Yes. So it comes with a fee if you do it instantly. Do you do it or not? Do you use Venmo?
I use Venmo, yes. And normally it's to pay, other parents or school or something like that. But when I do something for someone, like sometimes during the season, I'll get them football tickets and they'll Venmo me money.
Mm-hmm.
I usually don't unless if there's something that I've had to put on a credit card. If that's the case, then I will instantly transfer it and then pay that on the credit card so that I don't, that I'll use the money.
Yeah.
If it's something that I don't necessarily need the money for, I kind of leave it in there because that becomes she money she don't know about.
I think I'm confused. I don't use Venmo all that often.
So if I give you $100 on Venmo,
PayPal, use PayPal.
You can put it into your account immediately if you pay Venmo 1.75%, or it will take 2 to 3 business days.
Oh, I'm taking 2 to 3 business days. I'm never going to pay to get money.
Okay.
You never use an ATM.
I use my own at my own bank so that I don't have a fee.
You never use a different ATM?
I never go to the ATM. I don't need cash. Why would I go to an ATM? Never. No.
Wait for the kids to get a little older. You will need cash.
I will pay myself 1.7% to not do that. And I do use it as a little mini bank that if I can go to a place, grocery store, a CVS, a pharmacy, one can pay through Venmo at the register. I'll use it there.
I never leave the money in Venmo.
Oh, you can leave the money in Venmo?
You can.
Oh, yeah. You can, yeah.
I don't use it enough.
Okay.
I thought it was like, do I instantly transfer it? I'm like, yeah, I always hit transfer, but I do the 2 to 3 business days.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
My next question, now that we're getting into the summer months, which worse? Sunburn or bug bites?
Oh, for me, it's definitely sunburn. Bug bites don't bother me. In fact, I don't usually, I talked about going up to Canada fishing and the mosquitoes. I don't get a lot of bug bites to begin with. So and even if I do, they don't bother me. So sunburn, yes, it bothers me. So sunburn to me is way worse than a bug bite.
Sunburns suck.
Yeah.
I hate sunburns and I do everything to avoid them. Sunburns are way worse than bug bites. For sure.
See, I actually think Lisa would probably be opposite because if she just steps outside in the summer, she usually comes in with a bug bite. I
get mosquito bites. I haven't gotten like a bee sting or something since I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I'd prefer to be covered in mosquito bites than be sunburned.
No murder hornets?
No, I would die.
Sunburn is debilitating, and there's not a long list of things you can do in which that's not effective, right? In which you feel it, like getting dressed, you feel it, drag across your skin.
Yeah.
In the shower, the little water pelting your body. It's debilitating.
I haven't had a debilitating sunburn in a while because if I get sunburn, it's usually only on the back of my neck or on my arms, maybe the tops of my legs if I'm sitting at a ball game because it's rarely, certainly not at the ballpark, am I going to take my shirt off in public. So I haven't had the shoulder sunburn in quite some time.
I think bug bites could be more annoying, but you're right. Debilitating is what makes the sunburn worse. Is a taco a sandwich?
Nope.
No.
Nope, it's a taco.
That's a negatory, homie dog. If you were to say, hey, Greg, let's go out to eat. We'll get some sandwiches. And then we stopped off at Del Taco, I would have felt misled.
Lied to, yes.
So no, it is not.
Tom, do you have a big opinion on this?
So I don't know why people do these questions. Like, is this a TikTok thing or a Reddit thing?
No, it always is like
it's a hot dog, a sandwich,
it's a hot dog,
it's a taco sandwich,
the buns touch.
Okay, so I don't consider it. Greg had a very good answer. However, I then looked up wrap sandwiches, and people say yes, wraps are considered sandwiches. So how different is a wrap from a taco?
Yeah, like if you went to a restaurant and we got wraps, would you feel lied to, Greg? Now, you'd think you're getting a sandwich. So it's a tortilla wrapped with meat inside of it.
I would think that's a wrap.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. But it's also what's inside. Like if you're getting a taco and it's hot meat, I know you can get a hot sandwich, blah,
I was
blah,
going to
blah.
say,
But
come on, ever had a cheesesteak before? That's a sandwich. That's hot.
to me, a taco is just not a sandwich.
I would go a step further. Tacos predate sandwiches. So if anything, a sandwich is a taco.
Insert history lesson.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Stop it.
Aaron Rodgers picked the Steelers. Who's one athlete you wish would just go away?
Other than Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, other than Aaron Rodgers.
I would say LeBron. Just retire. I'm done.
He stopped dominating the NBA now. I mean, for the most part.
Yeah,
he's still really good.
Yeah.
No,
He's still worthy of playing.
I'm not saying he's good or
just
not.
sick of hearing about him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sick of the flops.
I couldn't come up with somebody.
Really?
No, because he's the answer.
Oh.
This idiot loser. And the fact that one of the most respected franchises in the league thinks they can make it work one more time. Man, just think about like late October when you're looking for good NFL coverage and your TV's wasting 5 to 10 minutes on him and how he said something stupid or something's going on.
What did DK Metcalf say about him? What did Tomlin say at the press conference?
Yeah, it's just...
What is he going to say on McAfee about Tomlin and DK Metcalf's comments?
Yeah.
What if it was a local guy?
A local
athlete right now.
A local athlete that you just want to retire?
Justin Hull.
Oh, I was going to say, you probably insert just about
Petrie.
5 different Red Wings.
Javi. Yep, Greg's. It would have been
It
Javi.
would have been Javi.
Yeah.
Now it's
3 months
Ibanez
ago.
right now.
Well, my answer is Draymond Green. I don't feel like I need to explain it. I mean, he commits
To me, he's
flagrant
just
dirty
entertaining.
fouls repeatedly.
To me, he's just entertainment.
Okay.
I don't mind the entertainment.
Greg, do you have an annoying athlete or no?
I really don't. Rodgers pretty much nailed it, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Today is National Donut Day.
Oh, yeah.
What is your go-to donut?
This is always a tough decision. But I do always end up going with if I get the dozen donuts, one, it gives me options so that I can go home and yes, I'll eat 1, 2, or 3 or a dozen. But the one that I always pick out first to eat is the raspberry-filled vanilla icing donut. To me, it's just perfect. It never disappoints because I know where I'm going. I know what I'm getting. Now, if I don't know where I'm at, sometimes I'll go with, something that I don't have to worry about the filling because you don't necessarily know how much is in there. It's the great mystery.
Yeah, I'd probably just go with the plain glazed, but I like those ones that are like lighter. They're like crinkle or
The old fashions.
I don't know what they're called, but they're not like heavy, dense donuts. They have like the sides are all creased, like they're folded kind
more
of.
More surface area for more icing.
Kind of, but they're not. But no.
Well, the crinkle provides more surface area.
Does it?
Oh, yes.
Heather, you got to understand, John has thought about all of this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I would pick.
In the fall, now that might be a different call because if you're going to the cider mill or you get a chance to get, a deep fried donut sprinkled with a little cinnamon sugar on it with a side of whether it's warm cider, hot chocolate, doesn't matter. I mean, that's heaven on earth.
Greg, after the show, you get a donut, any donut of your choice. What do you pick?
Chocolate covered cake donut.
Cake?
Okay.
Yeah, the very thick
Yeah,
dense
I know what
donut.
you're
these
talking
are
about.
very different than what I'm
that's,
speaking
to me,
of.
That's a very
Yeah.
fall donut, the cake donut.
I'm with you. I don't know what they call the other one, but it's got to be the cake donut. There's no question.
See, I like the chocolate-covered glazed donut. Kind of the best of both
With
worlds.
sprinkles?
No, that doesn't have to be sprinkles, but glazed with that chocolate icing on
Yeah.
top. That's the one I gravitate towards first.
Okay. All right.
All right, last question. And this was submitted by Greg, but he has a stipulation here.
What? Can't name them?
Between you and your spouse, who is the disciplinarian with the kids? And yes, Costa should answer this one too.
Okay, we'll save yours as the coup de grace. I'm going. It's definitely me. There's no question. Wait till Dad gets home. And in fact, this week when we've had a busy week, every night I've been doing something with one of the older kids, and Teddy was on a tear. Lisa's been home with him all day, all week. She called, and I was trying to talk to him. A 3-year-old doesn't really talk on the phone very well. So I actually made a video.
Oh, boy.
Sent it to him. And then I got a call back of him saying, apologizing to Mom, to me on the phone.
You said a disciplinarian video?
Oh, yes. Yes. And it did include wait till I get home, and we're going to have a discussion.
At this point in our family, I would say we're pretty equal. There's not a whole lot of discipline going on because they're 1 and 3. But I think overall, I am the stricter parent.
Okay.
Just from observations, when I hear Colin, I'm like, dude, just do this.
Yeah.
Like you're being too easy with her or him, and so I think I'm stricter, but I probably will be the disciplinarian when they're older.
You'll be the bad cop.
Yeah. I think so. I think.
Not confrontational, Colin?
No, he's too nice.
Yeah, but at some point, when dads get mad, it comes across as a little more threatening. However, Mom doesn't do it a lot, but when it happens, I leave the room because I get scared, and I'm not even the one in trouble.
There is no question. Sarah is the hammer of our family.
Okay.
Yes. I can't get my kid to do anything. Come inside, take a bath, brush your teeth, get off the counter. My wife says a word, and bam, he's scrambles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tom, is it you? Yes, he nods, thumbs up. So how do you want me to answer this? Involving our cat, basically?
I don't know. Roomba's being bad. I mean, who's on Roomba?
So I would say I'm definitely harder on Roomba, which is ridiculous to say about a cat. But sometimes he'll play games with his food where he's like, oh, I don't want to eat that. And my thing is, you're going to eat it. Kelsey, oh, I'll switch it. Maybe he wants something else. So I guess to answer your question, I am the stricter pet owner. I don't consider myself a parent. That is the cookie jar.
Not how I was hoping it was. I wasn't sure what to expect, but
What did you want, John?
who
Who puts the cat in timeout? Who takes away catio access if
I
he
guess
misbehaves?
that's probably what I should have expected.
It's a cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's 97.1.
Hey, we've seen guys sidelined by injuries, and if you ask them, they're going to say it's very personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that someone is David Femininio. He uses the slogan, and I've told you this, get David, get paid. It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, happy Friday. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Got Gov and Greg behind the glass. Luke Sloan on the updates. It's a backwards hat kind of Friday.
Yeah.
John's in on the party now.
I couldn't remember which way I had it on. I had to touch my front of my head.
8 o'clock, we'll get into the Tigers.
Good for my free throws.
Tigers split with the White Sox. No, it's not a big deal. It's annoying. But we are going to offer you the chance to nitpick. Vent.
Mm-hmm.
The Tigers are very good, but it's on your mind. No one's going to judge you. If you have concerns, we'll get to it at the top of the hour. We have some reactions to Cookie Jar. And most of them are on donuts. And we'll start there. You're missing out. The best donut is the peanut donut. Good cup of coffee, kicks the day off the right way. Let's be honest. You can have a donut any time of day.
What's a peanut donut?
He didn't say peanut butter. Peanut donut.
I've never heard.
So I'm not a big fan of nuts on my donuts.
Okay.
So that's remember when somebody said the Fruity Pebbles or the, I said the Frosted Flakes. Like, I don't want the crunch on my donut. So if it's a peanut butter flavored donut,
That's
I'm
different.
all for it.
But no, this is like peanuts on top. I'm looking it up. Yeah.
No,
like
thank
a
you.
crust.
No. I have had a chocolate donut with like a peanut butter icing, and it's wonderful.
The apple fritter is always an awesome treat. Dan
Apple fritter.
in Westland.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Heather, they've diagnosed the donut you like. They're saying it's a cruller, a French cruller even.
Yeah.
That could be it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On the athletes that you want to get rid of, Gov is right. Aaron is number 1, but Braun is second. Could I include Jerry Jones as an owner? I loved the birthday gift we gave him last year.
So the athlete that you want to go away, and I do believe, owners can be a part of that as well. Then you always love beating the Cowboys, but when the reaction of Jerry Jones and you find out that it's on his birthday, it kind of makes it that much sweeter. It's like beating LeBron. It's just, you know what? You just kind of love beating him.
That's why you wanted to stick around. It's fun.
Yeah, but it's all the other games where you don't want to see him flop.
Yeah, well, I was talking about Jerry.
Yeah,
But
well,
yes.
we could see him flop.
LeBron has never done anything wrong. He's an ideal basketball player in all facets. If there's anybody that you'd want to get rid of, it's 90% of the NBA outside of that guy. Signed Tyler in the car.
Okay.
What's your issue with LeBron?
What's my issue with LeBron? The flopping. He gets an elbow or grazed by an elbow, and it looks like he has just died. Like I have major problems with that.
Feels like Brunson's a bigger flopper. We could have said Brunson.
Well, when we played them, I said the same thing.
A mother flopper.
Yeah.
It came back to the question here, though, of Aaron Rodgers, and I was racking my brain. There is nobody even close.
Yeah.
Like, I'm tired of LeBron. He's been playing so long.
There's fatigue.
Yeah, it's fatigue. It's not anger. Like, I was thinking Brad Marchand. No, it just doesn't even come close.
He's annoying, but it's not like Rodgers. Yeah.
Sidney Crosby, it's not there anymore.
No, that's past.
He's gone on to win cups. I mean, you have a mild respect maybe for him.
He can grow a little facial hair now as opposed to the little tiny mustache he had back in 08.
He's in Pittsburgh, by the way, too. So he's got
Crosby
two hated people.
And Rodgers. Tomlin is going to want to strangle Rodgers by week 8. That's Chris in Howell.
I am very curious as to how this is going to work. Does Mike Tomlin, first of all, are they that desperate?
Yes.
In Pittsburgh? I know that they did not. Mason Rudolph, you don't want to go into the season with Mason Rudolph as your starting quarterback.
Will Howard either.
Right, yes. But having not made a decision on a quarterback or a starting quarterback or getting somebody that's functional other than Aaron Rodgers, and we're watching this play out just like we did with the Jets 2 years ago. Like, the holdup was Aaron Rodgers holding up the entire trade. And now he's held them hostage all season long, and maybe they had this agreement that, hey, come second week of June, that's when I'm going to publicly say, maybe they knew all along he was going to say yes.
Tomlin's done a pretty good job dealing with circuses in the past, but to invite this, tent, balloons, and all, okay, all to win 9 games, maybe?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy that railroaded Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh is a well-respected guy that I haven't heard any trash about. Have you?
No.
He destroyed Saleh's career.
Well, I think you could say the Jets destroyed his career, and Aaron Rodgers was a part of that equation. Maybe he's the biggest part of the equation.
Is his career destroyed? Didn't he land a DC job? I don't think it's out of the question he'll get another crack at this.
I think he will.
I think he
maybe
will
a little bit
well,
of a strong word, but just look at the character of the two people. Who you going with?
Oh, if anything
Saleh.
happens. Oh, well, no, yeah, Saleh, but between Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, if anything happens, everyone's going to side with Tomlin.
Yeah, he's the stabilizer. He's the Super. Well, they both have won a Super Bowl.
I agree, but the point of the text there was 8 weeks in. Something's going to be coming up, right?
Well, it's all this. What did he say on McAfee? It's going to be DK Metcalf doesn't like the targets he's getting in one game, and then he's going to complain, and then McAfee's going to bring it up, and then Rodgers is going to make a comment that's kind of thinly veiled, and then Tomlin's going to go, "Why the hell are you asking me about this? I don't care at all. We got to play the Browns this week."
I don't know that that's going to be DK Metcalf.
Somebody else then.
George Pickens would have been, but they've shipped him off.
Yes. Who is their number 2 receiver, by the way? Fun question for people.
Freiermuth?
Is tight end out of Penn State? Yeah.
Roman Wilson.
It might be Michigan receiver Roman Wilson, or who's the tiny guy? Calvin Austin.
The tiny guy.
Yeah, he's a little one of those scat receivers.
Yeah, he's 6 foot.
Yeah, maybe. It's like 5'8", 160 pounds.
Come on, Ross.
That might be their
size.
number 2 receiver.
Just pint-sized. Just a little guy.
Hey,
little
I actually
fella.
looked this up yesterday. Robert Woods is in Pittsburgh now.
Yes, he is. Yes.
I don't know if he has anything left, but
Yeah, well,
that should be a
that's
fun
the thing,
experiment
yeah.
for Aaron Rodgers to deal with. By the way, the Lions are going to see him at the end of the season in December, right?
Aaron Rodgers, I think it's the game before the Christmas game. And it'll be because it's in Ford Field. And so we know what is it? He's faced, I don't know how many total times he's faced the Lions, but I know there's 18 wins that Aaron Rodgers has. And yes, Kirby Joseph has his number. And the Lions have had his number recently. Is there any concern that he finds the Fountain of Youth in Pittsburgh? Is that where the Fountain of Youth is? Is it the Three Rivers where they converge? That the Fountain of Youth?
No, and if I could bet Kirby Joseph to get a pick in that game today, I'd put the money and just put it there.
Somebody asked Kirby if he's back on the hit list.
It's 97-1.
Brought to you by ABC123pros.com. The Tigers, the best team in baseball, take on the second best team in baseball, the Cubs, for the start of a 3-game weekend series at Comerica Park tonight. Yesterday, a 3-2 walk-off loss to the White Sox. Tigers split their 4-game series in Chicago this week. Both Tiger runs came in the 7th, a home run off the bat of Wencio Perez and an RBI single from Dylan Dingler. Manager A.J. Hinch says it was too little, too late in that one. Casey Mize got the start, 4 2/3, giving up 2. Tarek Skubal starts tonight for the 41-23 Tigers. Cubs 39-23. 3 sellouts, over 120,000 fans expected through the gates this weekend. Lions head coach Dan Campbell giving an injury update on linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez, saying Rodrigo will likely miss the first 2 months of the season, aiming for a November return from his torn ACL on Thanksgiving against the Bears. Michigan Panthers take on the Birmingham Stallions on Sunday in the USFL Championship. It is a rematch from last year's title game. The winner takes on either the DC Defenders or the St. Louis Battlehawks in next weekend's UFL Championship. Tyrese Halliburton sinks a 21-foot pull-up jumper less than 1 second to go. Pacers stunned the Thunder 111-110 in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. It's Halliburton's 4th clutch shot with a second to go in these playoffs. Preakness Stakes winner Journalism, the favorite at tomorrow's Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby winners, got the second best odds. Post time 7:04 tomorrow night. And in the College World Series, Texas Tech over Texas 4-3 last night. That forces a deciding Game 3 between those rivals tonight. Both schools looking for their first championship in softball. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The Detroit Tigers are a very, very good ball club, but they just split with the White Sox. And we will give you the chance to vent any concerns you may have. No one will disown you. You're not a bad fan. You may speak freely. Just because you voice a concern doesn't mean you think this team is going to miss the playoffs. Doesn't mean it's any kind of referendum. But we give you the chance to vent at 248-539-9797. And Ticket Text points out that apparently Wojo opened this portal yesterday and then claimed to close it. We'll reopen it for about a half hour. We're not going to overly freak out about losing a couple games to the White Sox. But some things have popped up in the last couple weeks, and we want to talk through it. 248-539-9797. We'll turn the page and look ahead to the Cubs later in the hour. And we have to get to something that happened to Heather yesterday that brought her to tears.
Oh.
8:35.
Never happened before.
Yep.
You've been brought to tears?
I've probably been brought to tears, very rarely in public.
Okay. Not a crier?
I try not to be. No, I am, but I really
try not to in public.
try not
yes,
to.
You put on the strong face.
Yeah, I try.
She couldn't believe that A.J. Hinch pinch hit for Kerry Carpenter. No, it's something else.
They lost in extra innings.
That is a very minor gripe I have. Both losses to the White Sox, they pulled Kerry Carpenter for Andy Ibanez with plenty of baseball left. On Tuesday, it was in the 6th inning. And yesterday, it was in the 8th of a tie game with nobody in scoring position. Like, if you're going to plant your flag for Andy Ibanez, first of all, he's got to hit lefties better than he is.
Yep.
And 2, it's got to be a do-or-die situation. Because what ends up happening is Kerry Carpenter's spot in the lineup comes up at least one more time in the case of yesterday.
Right-handed
the 10th
pitcher.
inning, right-handed pitcher, runner in scoring position. Minor note, I don't need to be lifting Kerry Carpenter out of games unless it's a do-or-die spot, and Ibanez has got to be hitting lefties better. Bigger picture, the last 2 weeks, the offense is bottom 10 in runs scored, 25th in OPS, and you can say it's because they faced Kansas City or the Giants or Cleveland, but those are the type of staffs, good pitching you'll see in the postseason. It just reinforced the need to add another bat before the end of July.
Yeah.
What about you?
Again, these are all nitpicks, but I'm going to go to Casey Mize. Started off the season, and we really felt like, okay, coming off of the surgery, that was his arm event, and we've seen a lot of pitchers come back and be better and be more consistent. And maybe it's just the consistency that he doesn't have, and it's a long season, I get that, but came out, and we thought that he was going to be the number 2, especially when it took Jack Flaherty a little time to get going. Now they've kind of flipped roles. Jack Flaherty, the last couple of starts, has regained the form that we saw him pitch with last year for the Tigers. And Casey Mize kind of took over I don't know. Not a lot of confidence in not seeing a lot of movement with the split finger. It's definitely not as fast as it was in those first 5 or 6 starts. So that's a nitpick, because if you get to the playoffs, we felt like it was obviously Skubal, Flaherty, Mize, Reese Olson. Reese Olson's unavailable right now. He will be back. It's finger inflammation. I don't know when. But Casey Mize, you're going to need a big start, a number of big starts for him in the postseason. And I'm just wavering a little bit on the confidence that I have for him to be consistent enough in the postseason. The next one, bullpen. Bullpen has been, it's one of the better bullpens in Major League Baseball until it's not. And recently it has not been. And so I am a little bit concerned about the depth. Having a shutdown closer. Vest has been good. Canely has been good.
Yeah, good 1-2 punch at the back end.
But other than that,
questions.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, they do a good job playing matchups, and the bullpen has been a strength statistically over the course of the season. But, John, if you combined your last 2 points, if all of a sudden you're looking for starting pitching, it taxes the depth of your bullpen.
Mm-hmm. And then the last one is just the quality at-bats that we don't see against really good pitching. When it's an average pitcher, we see them quite frequently. 6, 7, 8, 9 pitch at bats. They're not forcing the good pitchers into high pitch counts. Mm-hmm. And they're not having good at bats. They're not making enough bat to ball, good contact. And you go all the way back to the, Tanner Bybee, the start of that Cleveland series. Yep. And since then, anytime they face really good pitching, and yes, I get it. When you face good pitching, you're not going to have as much of an offense as you do when you pit bad pitching. That's common sense. But you get into the postseason, and these are all look-aheads to the postseason. I talk about Casey Mize, and will he be consistent in the postseason? When we talk about the bullpen, will they be good enough in the postseason? And it's, being able to hit good pitching, because you get into the postseason, you're going to be facing teams with really good pitching.
Well, guys, it's not a surprise when we get to the deadline. The things we're going to be talking about are adding a leverage arm and adding essentially a leverage bat, a guy who you think can provide some oomph in a playoff series, because postseason baseball, it comes down to one or two key at-bats, one or two key outs that your relief pitchers can get. Every good team should be looking to add both those things. The Tigers are no different. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Against the awful Sox, I thought 3-1 would be the worst-case scenario. I'm very disappointed, but I have no doubt they'll bounce back. Same. Mize gave up 2 runs. Send him down.
Okay, we are not the sky is falling radio. We define this as we are nitpicking. It's like last year when we were talking about the Detroit Lions going into the season. We were arguing over who should be QB2.
Or the kicker.
Yeah.
That was the biggest source of drama, was who's going to kick.
Yeah, and we had all seen Jake Bates, hey, with the Michigan Panthers, he was great, and I know you were ready to buy in on kick number 1.
Yep.
And I just wanted to see more. So, yes, we understand that we are nitpicking a team that currently has the best record in baseball, and they have been there for weeks.
Yeah.
And I don't expect that to change anytime soon.
No, look, I mean,
and
you expect them to win tonight. You expect them to bounce back tonight with Skubal on the mound the same way they did when they lost 3 straight to the Guardians.
Well, it was 3 straight to the Guardians. They finally won that last game. But then it was the San Francisco Giants that came to town and they swept them.
Without Skubal on the mound.
Right. And now it's, hey, you split a series against the bad team in the Chicago White Sox. And who comes to town? A good team. Not a great team, but a good team in the Chicago Cubs.
Nitpicks. Things that have stood out the last couple weeks here. The Tigers still have a great record and they're a great baseball team and all that stuff. But
and maybe the other way to put it is, because they are a good team, what's the most frustrating or what irritates you about this team? Because there's not a lot.
Very little.
But there's always something every game where you're like, oh, Ibanez is still here. Or
Trey Sweeney tonight.
Right.
It's small because they don't have a lot of black holes in the lineup, right? I mean, Rogers plays, his stick hasn't gotten going, and Sweeney's really cooled off. But for the most part, they're throwing out 7-8 guys who are going to make the pitcher work and do some damage.
And when I was listening to Dickerson, and they pulled out Carp for Ibanez, it honestly, maybe that's a better way to put it. It kind of irritated me that he was coming out, because it was a tie game, because you felt like maybe this goes to extra innings and you weren't going to have that bat in the lineup anymore.
Yeah, I would stress to people, Andy Ibanez, second half of last season and the start of this season, is not hitting lefties the way he has for his career. So at some point, it's not early. At some point, he's not this no doubt, got to get him in, hit him in the cleanup spot against lefties.
Yeah,
I know AJ is going to cite the career numbers. He's not hitting lefties that much better than Carp this season. And it's not really about the one at-bat. It's a tie game. Got a lot of at-bats. I'm keeping Carp in the game right now.
Yeah. And here's the other thing about Casey Mize, for some numbers. In the month of April, he was 4-1 with a 2.12 ERA. And it only 7 walks to 23 strikeouts. Now, in May, he was 2-0, but you start to see a 3.8 ERA. In June, or just one start, 3.86 ERA. It's just not going in the right direction.
So my nitpicky right now is Torkelson. Last 2 weeks, he's 6 for 43, 16 strikeouts, 3 RBI. I mean, he's been providing big clutch hits that have led to winning. I mean, you could take a game like yesterday.
Yep.
So close.
Yeah.
So close.
Right. He did hit the ball hard a couple times yesterday. So I say nitpicky because, look, I don't think he's resorting back to the torque that went down last year. I think Waters finding its level with his first season, where he had the 31 homers. And you're going to have slumps like these. So that's why I just say nitpicky, not a concern. I know we talk about average with him. It is down to 227. Average isn't the number that people like so much anymore. His OPS was 878 starting with the Cleveland series. It's to 825 now.
It's dipping.
Well, it could just be a slump. 6 for 43. It's not enough to go crazy about. What was it? Riley Green went 4 for 40? back in April.
Yeah, with like 25 strikeouts.
And then he mashed in May.
So,
like it comes around.
But he's in a hard slump right now.
Yeah, Cole Keith started off horrible.
His batting average was his weight.
Yeah.
And now he's on a tear.
So my bigger picture.
Now he's put the feedback on.
My bigger picture thing is pitching, and it's actually the rotation. I don't think the rotation's good enough for the playoffs. I think the rotation's good enough to get through the regular season and do this, and you play matchups, you use your bullpen. They do need I think they need bullpen help to finish with one of the top 2 records maybe in the AL still. That's crucial in terms of skipping the first round, the 3-game series. You know, that's one of my biggest things about the entire season is just be one of the best 2 teams. Right now they are.
Yep.
They might need a bullpen arm to sustain that, but I don't think the rotation's good enough for the playoffs.
Well, you've been consistent because you were the first person to raise the flag on Flaherty, and the last couple starts he stabilized. But while he stabilized, Mize got hurt, has come back, has not been the same. You've highlighted a couple times that this rotation needs some more stability.
They need a true 2 for the playoffs. I don't think that's Jack Flaherty. I think he's a 3. Mize is a 3 or a 4. You're not going to have Joe maybe
and Olsen.
At all.
Olsen's not a 2.
Olsen's maybe a 3. Like I would love like in a deal I know we speculated what was it a couple days ago
John called it Fantasyland. Yeah,
the Blue Jays thing with Bichette, but also maybe plucking somebody out of their rotation or something along those lines.
Whoever a seller is at the deadline, you could try to canvas a couple guys. 248-539-9797. Ticket, text, phone calls. No one's burying this team. No one's panicking. We say that on the front end. You're allowed to raise a concern or two. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're not going to the ballpark, maybe you want to watch some of these series against good teams at America's favorite place to watch sports, at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort Casino, you can catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tigers. When you win game 1 13-1 and it's the lowly White Sox, you think you're winning that series. I mean, Tigers win damn near every series they play. They end up splitting with the lowly White Sox.
Frustrating more than anything.
And we're going to turn the page, focus on the weekend series with the Cubs later in the hour. But we said, hey, guys, if you want to complain about something.
What's your concern? What irritates you?
Here's your chance to vent any frustrations you may have with this ball club, knowing that the backdrop is they're a first-place club. We expect them to win the division. But that doesn't mean there aren't things that come up every now and then that irk you. 248-539-9797. Brought up the last 2 weeks, not just this series, guys. The last 2 weeks, the Tigers are 25th in OPS, bottom 10 in runs scored. Well, Jim, it's because they played the Royals and they played the Giants and they played the Guardians. Good pitching. Yes, the type of pitching they'll have to face in the postseason. So that's why I fixate on it. In that time, Torque's bat's cooled off. Baez' bat has cooled off. There are some things to watch with the offense. They need to add another bat at the end of July.
And it's also, if, just as a peek into what to expect for the Cubs series, it's really hard to tell where the Cubs are at right now. Because, yes, they're a first-place team, but the last couple of big series, home against San Francisco, which was at the beginning of May, and then it followed with a road trip to the Mets, they lost both of those series. Since then, they've played Miami, not a good team. They've played them twice. Mm-hmm. The White Sox, the Cincinnati Reds, the Colorado Rockies, the Reds again, and Washington.
Yeah, they've been lighting up some bad teams and building up a big...
Right, it's all below 500 teams or bad teams.
We brought up some offensive concerns. Tom brought up they don't really have a number 2 starter still at this point in the season. Some inconsistency from the starting staff. People have pointed out the bullpen maybe not as deep as you'd like. A couple guys at the back end we all love and Canely invest. Jeff in Windsor, what about you?
Hey, guys. So my little nitpick would be I know it worked last year, but this year I found that it hasn't really worked when they have a bullpen guy go in as a starter. They got the pieces. They got guys in AAA that they can call up. I think that they're best suited just to have a starter go. If they can go 5-6 innings. But if you look at some of the last few games, they've just been getting rocked. And then point number 2 would be Jake Rogers. He's batting under 100. And when I look at Nito, they have the exact same amount of at-bats where Nito is batting 343. And so I think that those two things, I know Rogers got a hose of an arm, but something's got to be done there too.
Yeah, when he's at the plate, it's definitely a hole in the lineup.
Yeah, he's not getting 20 homers like he used to. Those days are long gone.
You're not the first person to bring it up. Nito, he wasn't going to sustain a 300 average. Let's be clear. No. There's only a handful of guys in all of baseball with a 300 average. He was going to come down, look at batting average, ball in play, stuff like that. I don't want to act like, they've got the savior and another great hitting catcher. What Dingler did is rare. I don't expect Nito to do the same. It's okay that Jake Rogers is a backup catcher. I think the team has made the adjustment where he only plays once a series. That's not near the top of my list of
told us that, right? Dingler has been such. He first of all, AJ Hinch is out there trying to get Dylan Dingler in the All-Star game. Part of it is what he says publicly. The other part is in a 3-game series, he's catching 2 out of 3 games. In a 4-game series, he's catching 3 out of 4. He's not. You can't physically catch 162 games, so you have to have somebody else behind the dish at some point. And defensively, Jake Rogers is really good. He's above average.
Yes. The offense has been cold since the Cardinals series. Starting pitching depth is gone due to injury, and the pen stinks. I hate to say it, but I sense a fall-off coming real soon on the unnamed text. One thing at a time. I don't think the pen stinks. Still one of the best in all of baseball. Always want more depth there. Starting pitching depth, yeah, because of Job's injury and Olsen's injury and Mize coming back from injury. That's a fair thing to circle and keep an eye on. And the offense has cooled. If you're Hinch, why aren't you giving Carp a real chance to earn trust against lefties? Because in a playoff game, you don't want to pinch for him in the 5th inning for Ibanez and then have what happened cost you late in that game? It's a fair question. Andy Ibanez is 12 of his last 61, and I recall 2 of those are bloop hits. How, as a manager in good faith, can you say the process was there? You have to take into account the big picture. Someone who could still have multiple at-bats in Gary Carpenter.
Right. And then it gets into, you got a hard contact out versus a bloop hit. What's the value in each? And I'll always take the hit.
When the Tigers win, you guys won't touch the topic of Tiger baseball. They split a series, and now you guys are annoyed and you bring it on the air. Jim, you're beyond intolerable. Have we not talked about the Tigers winning this season? Is this person for real?
We've really covered that quite a bit. I mean, they are the best record in baseball.
I would dare you to go find a show where we haven't talked about the Tigers after they win.
We do. No, I mean, look, if they went 2-2 against a bad team, there's nothing wrong with grabbing a stat like I did with Torque over the last 2 weeks. These are facts.
Yeah.
The stat is a fact. He's 6 for 43. You're not raising an eyebrow?
You're not allowed to say anything bad about this baseball team.
Well,
how come he chose you as the only one that's intolerable?
Well, I'm intolerable beyond the Tiger topic, so I understand that. But I'll say it before you will, John. But the idea here is you're allowed to talk about the team in totality. A lot of good with a little bad. It's okay to bring up the little bad. I sometimes wonder if what people expect.
I'm just gonna say this: Moneyball wins, but Moneyball has warts, and I think the warts are showing a little bit.
Okay, every team in baseball has warts.
Exactly.
The Dodgers, all right, they have how many pitchers right now? I think 5 on IL. Okay, and you could say that's a wart. They're not going to set the record for number of wins this season. I'm not going to do Dodger radio, but I guarantee you there's a topic somewhere out there about this is where they are supposed to be, but they're not. The defending world champs. This is a team that we are very excited about. And yes, we didn't maybe talk about Parker Meadows in his debut as much as we should have.
Ragnow
retired.
And we still brought up Meadows, I think, at least 3 times. It's a 4-hour radio show, people. To John's point, in L.A., Dodgers fans are probably highlighting pitching. They're not just putting both hands between their ears and going, la, 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 we're the reigning champs. We got the biggest payroll. Everything's great. Everything's awesome. Anyway, we'll talk about the Cubs series because there's a lot to look forward to. Yeah. We'll lean on Tiger fans there. We'll get to why Heather was brought to tears in public. That's coming up at 8:35. First, Heather with the news.
Well, the Detroit Pistons haven't hosted an NBA All-Star game since 1979, but that could all change soon if the team has its way. So it sounds like they're interested in hosting the All-Star game in either 2029 or 2030, and that would align with the 40th anniversary of the height of the Bad Boys era. So the team's vice president says that this would be huge for the city, right? Like it would have a positive impact on jobs, on businesses, on bringing people to the city from all over the world. So the Pistons have hosted 2 All-Star games in their history, but only one happened here in Detroit.
So this, I think this feels very much like the Lions and Detroit getting the draft. Like, it's not going to be as big of an event, but for the Pistons and for Detroit to be able to host an All-Star game, it would be huge.
I think we saw the Pistons unlock this fan base last season.
Yeah.
This city deserves All-Star games. I don't know if the NBA has the same hesitation the NHL does, which is finish the district so that we can truly put our All-Star game in the right place.
So the woman accused of leaving her kids all alone in that Pontiac home for years, remember that story, is free on bond. Yeah, she bonded out of jail, which it was only a matter of time because she had her bond reduced from $250 million to $50,000. So you knew it was going to happen. Kelly Bryant was released on Thursday. There were a few conditions she has to follow as well. She can't have any contact with the victims.
Well, she's already tried that.
I know. Remember, she tried to communicate with them while in jail.
Yeah.
So she's not supposed to have any physical contact or any contact through devices, any contact at all. She also cannot be in contact with anyone under the age of 18. She cannot return to the home where the children had been living, and she can't return or go to the home where they are living now. If you've been dying to go to a Hooters, you're going to need to get in your car for a while. Yeah, you got to go for a long drive because there were some abrupt closures this week that have left just one location open here in Michigan.
Oh.
So on Wednesday,
how bad do you want those chicken wings?
Yeah. On Wednesday, the chain closed more than 30 locations across multiple states, including 2 in Michigan. There were the one in Flint and one in Taylor. No longer in operation. So the only location is in Saginaw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not that far of a drive.
No.
In case
but
you're
it's
dying
not
for
just
some good wings.
right up the road. You know.
The wings. Right.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of their wings. I don't know. There's just something about them. I'm just not a huge fan.
Not surprising. Restaurant filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah, I remember the headline.
In March. So
John prefers the chicken breast without the chicken.
That's Heather with the news.
Thanks. Always
Yeah,
something.
it's a good thing there's a commercial break between the ending of this
Yes.
segment and the content of the next.
Yes.
A clean start. We'll get to Heather, who was brought to tears in public yesterday. Stories next, 97.1.
All right, you guys, it's Heather. And if you've been thinking about getting a hot tub, I'm telling you, this is your moment. You got to go visit Doughnut Pool and Spa because their team of experts is going to walk you through all of the options, and they're going to hook you up with the perfect tub. For me, Doughnut made the entire process super easy. It was a breeze. They found the right tub for me and my family. They delivered it. They installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. And for me and my family, having a hot tub has been a total game changer. We're using it for recovery after workouts. We're using it to relax in the evening, and the kids are loving it too. It's like a pool for them, so they're having a blast. Doughnut Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met by Doughnut experts who will personalize your experience and help you find the right hot tub. And get this, if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BettinautiPools.com or stop by the Utica or Clinton Township location and see why so many people, including me, love the Doughnut experience.
The Pacers have 5 wins this postseason where they've had to come back down 15 or more. I guess we should just stop counting them out because, John, after that first half last night, I sure thought that was headed for a blowout. Mm-hmm. Pacers steal it. Halliburton at the buzzer. We got a series.
4-0 in game ones. It's been obviously the recipe for this team, not only getting ahead in the series, but being able to sustain damage, yet stick around close enough to be able to make something happen at the end. Did I hear the stat that was Halliburton's 4th game winner in this postseason?
I believe it. I didn't see that one.
It's remarkable.
I saw a bunch of stats. Like the Pacers just won an NBA Finals game that they led for 0.3 seconds. Yeah. The Thunder led for 46 minutes of that game. And how about this stat? Teams in the NBA Finals down 9 or more points in the last 3 minutes were 0-182. Got to put a 1 in front of that now.
1-182. It's been remarkable what they've been able to do. Can they do that 3 more times? I don't know.
Look, OKC wasn't losing home games. They were blowing people out. I think it says a lot about the Pacers that they didn't get blown out, one, but then also that in spurts, they can make up the difference in a hurry.
Was there a Costa in the stands?
No, I keep bugging him to go to these games. He's cheap. He won't go. Frugal would be the way he would describe it. He's not going to these games. He's in Oklahoma City. This is awesome for them. That crowd.
He's your brother. You can call him whatever you want.
Yeah. That crowd looked awesome.
Yes, it looked awesome the entire time.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to get into the crowds that'll be at Comerica Park coming up this weekend later in the hour. Roll that over into 9 o'clock. But we want to get into what made Heather cry in public yesterday.
Something happened to us, my family, that has never happened to any of us before. Mm-hmm. We went out to dinner, and I wasn't even going to go out to dinner. I actually had an appointment, so Colin was going to take the kids himself. He typically does this on Thursdays. It's his day that he'll take the kids out to eat. But my appointment got finished really quickly, so I said, you know what? I'm going to join you. So we went out to eat at a place in Clarkston. We go there quite frequently. Enjoyed a nice dinner. We had pizzas, a burger, nothing crazy, just your typical dinner.
Yeah, how do you get your burger done?
Pink or no pink?
Yeah, exactly. 2 options. And it was a pretty busy night. There was a lot of people there, and the table next to us, you notice, I mean, I was facing them, so I could see the people sitting there, but nothing was ever, we didn't say hi or have a conversation with this table. But I did make eye contact with this older gentleman, and I noticed him because he was wearing a veteran's hat, and he had on like this American flag shirt that talked about being a veteran. And so I noticed him, right? Sure. He was probably in his 80s, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
Upper 70s. I'm not sure how old he was, but he was an older gentleman, and he was there with 2 older women as well. And anyway, they got up, left. We continued eating because it takes a long time eating with 2 kids and cleaning up at the mess and everything. And we had the waitress come over to get our bill, and she said, actually, there's no bill tonight. The older gentleman took care of it for you. I feel like I'm going to cry again. And he was like, he just wanted you guys to know that you have a beautiful family. He didn't want you to know about it. He made sure I didn't say anything until after he left. So he covered our entire dinner for us. It was just, awesome. I hear these stories of these acts of kindness where like you're in line to get a coffee or something and the car in front of you already took care of it, right? And you pay it forward. But I've never experienced it. And it made me cry because to me, I was like, no, I should have been paying for his meal. Yeah. He should not have paid for mine. I should have paid for his. And it was just such a kind gesture. It was awesome. It was, if he's out there, if he's listening, thank you. Like it was just, it made my night. It was really nice.
And he clearly wanted no credit, wanted them to wait until he was gone before they said anything. Just did it out of the goodness of his heart.
It was so nice. And we didn't know how much the bill was, and I didn't know if he took care of the tip.
How do you handle that?
So then I was like, oh my gosh, do we have cash? Because we never have cash on us.
Right.
Do we order a pop and then put a tip on the card? But we were able to scrounge up some money between the 2 of us and leave a tip for the waitress as well. I'm guessing he did.
But just
he did that,
safe.
But
yeah.
I wanted to make sure she was also taken care of too. So now we have to pay it forward.
Yeah. Now you just got to find the right opportunity.
Right. Because it was so great. It would be nice to do that for somebody else as well.
Mm-hmm.
So is that something you're thinking you're going to do?
I don't know if I'd pay for somebody's entire meal. Like, that's the thing. He didn't even know. I mean, he could see us. He was at the table next to us, but I don't know if he knew what we ordered. It could have been really expensive. Like, we all could have gotten something very expensive, had some drinks, but we didn't.
Pop, soda, beer,
I don't
whatever.
even know how much it all cost.
It adds up, yeah.
What we ordered.
Yeah,
but
what if Colin had a steak? I mean, like, you just don't know.
You have no idea. So I don't know if I'm in the position to just pay for somebody's entire dinner right now, but I definitely could find a way to pay it forward some way.
Maybe you felt bad because you ordered a grilled cheese.
I did. I had pizza. I had pizza with the kids. Colin had the burger.
So you want to ask people
have you ever had this experience where you've had an act of kindness given to you, or have you been on the giving
other
end?
Yeah.
And what has it been? Because has it ever happened to you guys?
I've never had that situation happen where somebody's, bought our meal or anything like that. I've had it before when I was living up north, where I was in the grocery checkout line and I could see the mom and I think there was 4 or 5 kids behind me, and you could tell that she was adding up the groceries and trying to make sure that she was going to have enough to pay for it. So as I was checking out, there was the kid behind the counter that was doing the scanning, all that stuff was a kid that I knew. So after I paid for mine, I just said, I'm going to leave my credit card with you, pay for these, and then I'll come back in an hour or so and pick it up. And, I'm going to walk out, don't need to say anything, just say it's taken care of. And I'll say this. I know that the feeling that you had, and I don't know what their situation was.
Sure.
I was making some wild assumptions, but whether it was true or not, when you do that, it changes your day just as much as your day was changed last night.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it would too. So I'm excited to find a way to pay it forward.
Mm-hmm.
People want to know where you're going out for dinner. Apparently, you can just get meals comp these days.
Because somewhere in Clarkston.
Apparently. Yeah. Someone says it's hot girl privilege.
Dude, I was there with 2 toddlers, my husband,
and he was there with 2 hotties as well.
He was. He sure was. No,
maybe not Martha Stewart, but
I don't know what it was. It was just a young family with 2 kids he saw, maybe. I don't know what it was.
You never know his motivation.
No.
Maybe, he thinks back to when he was starting a family with a couple young kids, and just it touched him.
Yeah.
So he did something about it. Let's get to James in Lapeer. James, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
So I'm actually one of the people that paid it forward one time. I went into a restaurant for dinner. I sat down. I ended up getting seated next to an older gentleman that had a veteran's hat on. I asked him what he had, and he said he had the steak, and it was really good. And we ended up having the same waitress. So when the waitress came over, I placed my order. I got the same thing that he got, and I told the waitress that I'd pick up his tab.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Did he know it? Like, was he aware of it when he went to check out? Were you still there? No, so you left first, so he didn't know.
No, he left before I did.
Oh.
I asked the waitress not to say anything, just say that somebody picked up his tab.
But just don't point out who it is.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, James.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there are any waiters or waitresses out there, like, how frequently do they experience this, where somebody says, I want to pick up that table.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I would think it's rare, but the phones are lighting up. People have a lot of stories on this. Let's get to Bill in Gibraltar. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys.
Good morning.
My wife and I, when I lost both my mom and dad, we decided to, instead of going out once a week, we go out 3 times and we pay for someone's dinner every month.
Oh my gosh.
And and it's for them. It's what it's for. But like John just said, if you watch the waiter and waitress's faces when you do that, they get as big a kick and charge out of that as the person that you just paid for.
Yeah, because they're the messenger, right?
Yeah.
It's usually, hey, don't shoot the messenger. This time they get to deliver a great message.
And like Heather says, you don't want to you don't want to make it a big deal about it. You just want to see the smile on their face and their head twisted around on on a swivel to try to figure out, okay, who paid for my dinner?
Yeah.
But you know what? The feeling is unbelievable.
It's a great way to honor your parents.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but, try it one time. And, Heather, it's not that expensive, usually $30, $40, $50 max.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure depending on where we go out to eat, you could also get an idea of how much the bill would be, but we will.
Yeah.
We're going to do it sometime.
On Twitch, it says Heather can buy a beer for shirtless guy at Comerica.
Pay it forward.
Pay it forward. I'll buy him a shirt.
Or buy him a shirt. That's what I was going to say.
We are going to talk about fans.
Got that one in a 4X?
Was he a bigger guy?
He was a bigger guy, yeah. He was a big man.
Fans making their way to the ballpark, maybe for the first time this year or in years. We'll get to it in the 9 o'clock hour. More of your stories next, 97.1.
Hey, it's First Inning Friday on FanDuel, where every week FanDuel is hooking all customers up with a special offer you can use on early game Major League Baseball action. Put your baseball knowledge to the test from the very first swing with no runs or yes runs first inning bets. Will anyone score in the game's first frame? That's the question. No runs or yes runs. Check each team's season stats right on the app and make your own call. Every First Inning Friday, you can expect a special reward. For example, profit boost, no sweat bet, or whatever they come up with. Make sure to come back every single week to take another swing. And maybe it's Carp with a first inning home run, or it's Parker Meadows to lead off with something sweet. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and make every moment more with America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ticket Texter says what? He didn't make a video and post it on social media so everyone could tell him how great he is? That's what makes it awesome. It was just out of the goodness of his heart.
Right.
Heather was brought to tears yesterday at a restaurant.
Yeah.
Veteran. Paid for their whole meal.
Yeah.
And
not a social media influencer.
Oh, no. It's never happened to me before in any way. It literally brought me to tears because it was such a nice gesture. And I felt like this is wrong. No, I should have been the one to have paid for his meal. And here he is not wanting any recognition. The waitress said, he wanted to make sure that they were gone before she told us. So it was awesome.
Texter
really
says,
nice gesture.
Heather, if I wasn't Ubering, I would be crying right now. It's a touching story. Someone once bought me McDonald's food at a drive-thru. Yes, pay it forward. That's Ypsilanti Joe. Story of a lady at Kroger paying $93 for my groceries because I forgot my wallet. She wouldn't take anything, just wanted to help. Mm-hmm. Let's get to the phones. Larry in Waterford, you're on 97.1.
Hey, boys and Heather. My situation happened while I was at Meijer, and I was standing in the prescription line, and the person in front of me was going back and forth with the pharmacist regarding the cost of her medication. I overheard it and asked just how much it was, and they said it was $43, so I said, I'll take care of it. Gave the pharmacist a $50. The surprising part came when the lady who I covered the medication for looked at me and said, can I have the change?
Oh. That's probably
awkward.
Yeah.
It was just that. It was awkward. Very awkward.
You just go, all right, here you go, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't mind taking care of her.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Wow.
Have a good day, guys.
It was the thought that counts. Exactly.
Yes.
Thanks, Larry. What do we got here? Let's almost packed here. Let's get some good calls here. Peter in Macomb, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Peter.
What's up?
Well, I've been on both sides. I've been receiving side a couple times, but because I was laid off. But now I've been on the other side of giving, which is actually much better. Once you're on the other side, giving is much better than the receiving side.
Gosh, imagine how many tears I'll have when I actually pay it forward.
Yeah.
My gosh. It's that much better.
Who paid for your meal? The lady crying going out the door.
I always carry $30 in my wallet in case there's a veteran or a family or some kind of older person that looks like they have a hard time. I always do it all the time. I have that all the time in my wallet.
That's nice, Peter.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
No problem.
Let's get to Ben in Grosse Pointe. Ben, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. So being active duty here in the Detroit surrounding area, I just kind of want to show my gratitude because it happens quite a bit. We're walking around in uniform constantly. So to everyone who does that, we really appreciate you. And we're not really supposed to accept it, but if someone is persistent enough, we just kind of say thank you and move on with our days. But, hey, we appreciate everyone who does reach out that hand. So that's all I got.
Well, thank you for your service.
Yeah, thanks for your service. Yep. It's the least we could do.
Yeah, and it's a good perspective. I mean, it says a lot about our community that he goes,
yeah, it happens all the time.
It's persistent, yeah.
And I think that's the thing, too, is like there are really good people out there. You don't always feel it.
No.
And you don't always see it. But when it happens, it does change your perspective on a lot of things.
Restores your faith in humanity.
Would you say that happened to you? Your faith is restored?
Yeah.
And humanity as a whole?
Yeah.
One step at a time. Let's get to Mike in Ferndale. What's up, Mike?
Hey, so I used to work at a restaurant downtown, and Matt Stafford was dining there, and he had a group of people dining with him, but they'd come in a bit later, and he wanted to sit next to him, but the restaurant was packed, so he had the waitress ask the people next to him if, he could, have their table. And I guess they must not have known who he was or whatever, but, they were a little apprehensive, and then they just said, yeah, all right, you can have the table. So then, the night went on, and they ended up paying for these people's dinner, and it must have been probably $400 or $500, but pretty cool story.
That's nice.
It certainly is, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you're going to ask these people
to leave,
give up their seats, make it worth their while. Jill in Macomb, you're on 97.1. Hey, Jill. All right, put Jill on hold. Let's get to Jim in Clarkston. You're on 97.1.
Hey, quick story. Monday morning, I got up, went and had some breakfast. It was early. got to the restaurant, and there was just a couple other people in there, and the waitress must have known the people there. They were having a conversation, and the people said, "Hey, how'd your day go yesterday?" And the lady said, "I hate Sundays." She said, "Man, it's the worst day of the week to work as a waitress. Can't stand when them churchy people come in, and they leave no tips. They complain a bunch." And I'm listening to this conversation. I thought that shouldn't be. So I got done with my meal. I dropped a $100 bill on the table for a tip, and I left. A few hours later, I get a call from the owner of the restaurant, and he says, "Hey, listen, you made a mistake, man. You left a $100 bill on the table." I said, "No, I didn't." I said, "I happened to hear the conversation about the waitress's terrible day yesterday on Sunday, and that shouldn't be." And I said, "Oh, by the way, I'm a pastor, and that stuff should just not happen." Anyway, that was my story. Paid it forward. Was blessed because of it.
Yeah, more of that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Paying for an entire family of four's meal, that mystery man is definitely rich. It would have cost to go out these days. Although you said you guys were doing you shared pizzas. And,
it wasn't like a crazy
handhelds.
meal. We got two
kids
pizzas,
meals,
a burger, some drinks. It wasn't wild, but it wasn't, fast food restaurant. It was a nice restaurant.
It was a sit-down restaurant, yeah.
Heather, I'm 42, male, total bro. I teared up with that story. Thank you for sharing. That's Sunny in Birmingham. Take a Texter says, my family was just out in Vegas. A gentleman at the bar unknowingly dropped his wallet. My daughter picked it up and gave it back, and he ended up buying our family a round of drinks. He was so grateful, and he laughed. He said, "You should have kept it. There's a lot of money in there."
There's good people out there.
There are.
They're all calling in.
They're all calling in.
Yeah.
We'll keep hearing from them. 248-539-9797. How about this one around the holidays? Let's get to John in Linden. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up? So, long story short, I aged out of foster care. I was homeless for 5 years. Finally got myself together. And one of my first jobs, I was at Wendy's, and I had got a bonus because I worked so many hours and I did such a good job. So I was working on Christmas. We only did a 4-hour shift, and I used my bonus. I just paid for everyone's meal. It was Christmas. I didn't really care about the cost. I just wanted to make people happy because I didn't have anything to do except work, and after work went to go watch football. But I just took care of people on Christmas. They shouldn't have to pay.
I'm sure
it's
it meant
really
a lot.
generous, yeah.
I'm sure it did, especially on a day like that. Yeah.
It could be a really tough day for people who've either lost family or trying to make ends meet and can't have that holiday the way they want. So, really nice gesture.
Yeah.
Kevin, St. Clair Shores, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I've done it a bunch of times, and I guess, Heather, I would just tell you, do it when it feels right, and you'll know. Don't feel compelled to do it today, tomorrow, next week. You'll be somewhere and see something and just go, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And just pay it forward then. It doesn't have to be grand. It can be something small. It doesn't have to be a whole meal like you were blessed with. Just when it's right, it'll be right.
Yeah.
You'll know it.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to it.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Kev.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes just right place, right time.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be at the ballpark this weekend.
Could be. Are you
Going
going
to
to
the ballpark this weekend?
I don't have plans to, but
Well, I think the whole city's going to the ballpark this
never
weekend.
know, I guess.
We're going to get to that in the 9 o'clock hour because attendance, the numbers, significantly up for the Tigers, one of the largest increases in all of baseball. We know what the crowds are expected to be this weekend, and we want to collect hacks, ballpark hacks for your fellow fans, people who may be going for the first time in a long time, ways to save time, money, make it more fun. We'll get to that in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. From the Southsiders to the Northsiders, Tigers back at home tonight for a weekend series against the Cubs after splitting a 4-game series at the White Sox this week. Yesterday, heartbreak, a 3-2 loss to Chicago in walk-off fashion. Bottom 10, Tim Elko singles off Bo Brisky, ending what manager A.J. Hinch calls an up-and-down series. Tigers did all their scoring in the 7th. A home run from Wencio Perez, RBI single from Dylan Dingler. Casey Mize, 4 2/3, 2 earned runs. The ace, Tarek Skubal, gets the ball tonight. Game 1 against the Cubs downtown with 3 sellouts expected this weekend. Lions head coach Dan Campbell reacting for the first time to Frank Ragnow's retirement. Campbell says he will always love and appreciate the center. Campbell saying one of his favorite Frank Ragnow memories was the divisional against Tampa Bay when he mauled Vita Vea on 4th and 1, springing Craig Reynolds for a touchdown. Pistons Vice Chairman Arn Tellem says the team wants to host the All-Star Game in either 2029 or 2030, which aligns with the anniversary of Detroit's Bad Boys era. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver says the league plans to explore expansion, and it's on the agenda in the owners' meeting in July. Seattle, Las Vegas, the top markets angling for a team. Fever star Caitlin Clark could return from her quad injury as soon as Tuesday. She will, though, miss tomorrow's game against Angel Reese and the Chicago Sky, her 4th straight absence. And Justin Ishbia, brother of Michigan State walk-on and Suns owner Matt Ishbia, has reached a deal to buy the Chicago White Sox. His controlling interest starts in 2029. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, this is actually the perfect transition. We were talking about paying it forward and the good of humanity. Heather brought to tears over a vet who paid for her family's meal last night. As we look ahead to the weekend, everybody knows the Cubs are in town and sellouts expected, standing room only. Skubal on the mound tonight.
Mm-hmm. Gonna be wild.
The Tigers have seen a surge in attendance this season. Nearly a 40% increase year over year so far this season.
You win. They will come.
But it means a lot of new faces, people who haven't been in a minute. We want to collect some ballpark hacks, things that you do to save time, money, make it more enjoyable. How do you get the most out of going to Comerica Park? 248-539-9797. Heather, you brought up the thing people don't realize about water bottles.
You can bring a water with you. It has to be unopened, sealed bottle of water. There is a size limit. I didn't look online. I think it's like 20 ounces or less. But yeah, just bring a standard bottle of water with you. You can bring it into the park. Stay hydrated on those hot days. Also saves you buying $6 water. I don't know how much they cost, but
that's
a little bit of money saving.
At least $6. And can you bring? You said little kids you can bring.
Oh, for little kids, if you go with kids, you can bring basically anything. We brought a whole lunch for the kids: peanut butter and jelly. You can bring a sippy cup, but it can't be filled. You can fill it with water. You can bring juice boxes for kids. Or if you have a medical issue, I'm guessing maybe you're diabetic, you need juice, sugar, you can bring those. They also have, if you have a kid on Kids Day, you can go to guest services. You can actually get a wristband for them with their info, where their seats are located in case they get separated from you, which is kind of a cool little thing to know if you're going with a bunch of kids, because it's happened. I mean, when I've worked there, there's always stories of like groups and they've lost a child.
Right.
There's always a kid missing. So that's kind of a nice way to make sure you can keep track of a big group if you got a lot of kids with you. Wear sunscreen. It gets hot.
Yeah, sunscreen, especially Saturday and Sunday this week.
Couple day games.
Yeah, they're going to be
Look
not
up
a lot
where
of
your
shade.
seats are too, like relative to where the sun's going to be.
Yeah, and know there's some areas up on the concourse, like 145-7-ish, gets a nice cool breeze. You can cool down. It's shaded areas to go and kind of cool.
That might be the best hack right there. If you need to cool off, where are you going to go?
Yeah, but like that, there's areas that get really, Tiger's Den seats gets chilly because for some reason right there you catch that breeze. You're not in the sun, so you'll want like a light, I would want a light jacket because I get cold so easily.
What about if you're I don't know if you have the answer to this, but generally speaking, like people who are going at standing room tickets, what's the best way to navigate that? I know you go to like the bars.
Where's the best way to stand to see, or
like
go to the Pepsi Porch or whatever it's called.
Porch, there's all the bars up there in right field. That might be one way to. That way you're not edge of the stadium trying to peek over the John Janssens of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
The hack that I have is, if you know you're going and you're taking, especially if you're taking kids, the exit is always kind of the toughest part. You know, they get in the car and they're like, when are we going to be home? Why are we stuck in traffic? And it doesn't have to be kids. It could be adults as well. Sometimes they're even worse. It's think ahead, because if you have the ability to get down there early, You can go down and park on the streets of Detroit. It doesn't cost anything. And there's a number of different restaurants. Again, if you're thinking ahead, maybe you make a reservation at one of them. Maybe it's one that doesn't take reservations. It's just it's a deli or something like that. Go in, have a nice dinner. If you're going to a restaurant, you're going to be paying the same as you would in the stadium.
No, for food, you're going to save money. Yeah, you
probably will, but it's about getting down there, getting that parking spot, and then having dinner, walking around town, moseying on over to the ballpark. But when it's done, especially if you stay to the very end and you're leaving with the vast majority of people, a little walk gets you out of that congestion, and you can hop on a number of different outlets to get out of town quicker than if you park right next to the stadium.
Yeah, I know for Red Wing games, we would park in the MGM garage because it's free.
Right.
And it's the same walk roughly to LCA as it is to Comerica Park. And instead of doing it in the winter, you would be doing it when it's beautiful out. So as long as you don't have little kids, you can make a couple extra steps, couple extra blocks, and park for free downtown. If you want to gamble, you can gamble, but you don't even have to. You just park for free there, and then you can make your way into the ballpark. That'd be one hack I'd recommend to people.
Yeah.
And it's talk about easy out. There was a nightmare situation a couple weeks ago, but there is a light at the bottom of the garage, and then you can get right on the highway within 2 turns.
Right. Yeah, but it's a matter of getting to those turns, and that is good because you don't have to pay for that parking either, do you?
Correct. That's free. I wonder, too, you're talking about congestion when you leave. Tonight's a fireworks night, right?
You got to stay for the fireworks.
And do you justify it as like, well, everybody else that leaves, they're going to be dealing with traffic, and I'll just make a night of it at the ballpark? Or do most people stay for the fireworks?
I think a lot of people stay. I haven't been to a game where it's like this big of a crowd in a very long time to know how many people will stick around. But usually, a lot of people stick around. It's an awesome fireworks show. If you don't need to leave, I would stay.
It's been a long time since I've been down there, and without kids to be able to stay that late.
People saying don't overlook bars that have shuttles to the stadium. Save on parking, get a decent meal, maybe a couple drinks.
Yeah.
Cut your food bill in half potentially, and then get shuttled in.
Yeah, I mean, I believe this to my heart. Like, and I picked Nemo's for a reason, just because I'm familiar with it. But if you haven't done Nemo's, you haven't done Detroit. I kind of just feel that way. Go to Nemo's, get a burger, get on the shuttle, group of people, and go to the game. It's just you're experiencing Detroit. You start in Corktown, where Tiger Stadium used to be. You get to go down Michigan Avenue. There's just nostalgia and feel to it.
Mm-hmm. Now, Greg, I know you don't live very far from Ford's Garage. I love going down to eat there. We had a caller call in earlier about taking the bus, having dinner there, taking a bus from there. Is that how far is the bus stop from Ford's Garage? Do you know?
I do not know that. Okay. I can imagine it's right
got to be close.
Steps.
Yeah.
Probably measured in steps.
Yeah. So that was another hack. If you're looking for one of those restaurants/bars to grab a bite to eat and then shuttle in, you take the bus right downtown.
Yeah, probably take Michigan Avenue, go on the strip club tour.
You could, yes. Maybe you don't want the express. You want the one that makes the extra stops.
Ticket Texture says it feels like the opening day of summer. We have a great team, great weather, great opponent, little Midwest rivalry.
Mm-hmm. And it's a Scooble start.
And it's Apple TV, a heads up, so before you get home and freak out.
Well, that's a great chance to listen to The Ticket. And we're going to have a beautiful summer night tonight. Hang out in the backyard, or a lot of people have their garages kind of set up now. Perfect night with a fire going.
Yeah, Jack's got a game at 6, and I'll definitely have the earbud in watching the game, but listening to Dan as they start things off.
All right, so $40,000 per game, roughly.
Yes.
I'm going to give a great hack that I've been doing for 20 years. Who hit the bell?
There's moving some stuff around. Sorry.
Heads up. Great hack.
Are you paying me forward?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so don't get stuck in traffic. And I have a way to Comerica Park that has worked for me for 20 years. And it's get off on Forest from the lodge, take a left. Woodward's less than a mile. Woodward, right. You're about a mile from the stadium. Traffic's usually never bad coming that way on Woodward. You'll run into a little right near LCA. But don't go wait in the Grand River exit off of 75. I mean, I have done this. So I'll come north on 75. I'll get off at the lodge and take the lodge north. That would seem stupid. No. Then get off at the Forest and go right back and cut in the back.
You kind of cut everybody off. Yeah.
By going back door.
Yeah. Yes, Tom. 248-539-9797. Ticket texters, people giving their advice. We'll get to the phones as well. Katie in Brighton, you're on 97.1.
Hi. I was going to say prepay if you're not going to go out to eat. Prepay for a lot. Find a lot. Buy bookies. There's like all those lots back there or somewhere else instead of going down tonight and paying $50, $60. They're going to hike the prices up tonight, this weekend. So go on like ParkWiz. There's ParkWiz. I think there's another app. You can book your.
But is it always the same price? Like, Katie, wouldn't they bump it up right now if I wanted to do it?
They might have already. So if you had tickets or have tickets, air quote, I would look. If you have tickets, I would look now.
Mm-hmm. Just to see. You never know.
Winging it and going down there and being like, I'm parking. Because we used to park on Gratiot and then just see, like, broken glass. And then we just said, we're just going to park in a lot and,
Guaranteed,
park over that 20, 30.
Yeah, lock in your rate, do it ahead of time. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not
so then you got parking, instead of, but
stressing.
When it's like this or, of course the playoffs, it's going to be higher. And Lions games were always higher. But knowing that and bringing in water, Heather took mine too, because I always bring water because it used to be $4.99. I don't know what it is now. And we used to bring in peanuts, but I don't think you can anymore. So those were mine. So, but definitely looking into parking is one of the best ones.
Yeah, it's getting echoed on our ticket text. I was actually just looking at one that said, yes, use the apps available to buy spaces in advance. It's usually cheaper, easier. There's no stress of the lot I normally go to is extra full or the line's long and we're cutting it close to first pitch. You have a game plan if you book it ahead of time. I've never done it, truth be told, but a couple people swearing by it. We'll get more of your advice next. It's 97.1.
Something special going on at Planet Fitness. There always seems to be something special going on. Right now, $1 down gets you the Black Card membership. But this weekend, Heather had it in her news, because of the air quality and the fires that are happening north of the border, you got a free opportunity to go to Planet Fitness now through Sunday. If you want to be able to work out inside, where I keep telling you how clean this gym is. Not only is the equipment clean, the floor is clean, apparently the air is clean as well. So you can get a great workout in, even if you can't get outside to work out. They've also, I talk about that Black Card membership. The Black Card membership allows access to over 2,700 locations nationwide. So if you travel, even just around the state with 50 locations in the state, there's always a Planet Fitness where you go, so you don't have to miss a workout. It gives you unlimited guest privileges. So maybe there's somebody that motivates you a little bit more than others. You got to be held accountable for those workouts. You can take them along with you. And you always got to find out the why. It's not just a weekend event. It's not just, this is a commitment that you're making to yourself, to your health, to your fitness. And for me, it's always going to be being able to play and have fun, doing the things that my kids do. Find out what it is that's important to you. Get that motivation going. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Well, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Tigers split the series with the White Sox. Doesn't feel great. Chance to beat the Northsiders at home this weekend. 3 games against the Cubs. Packed ballpark expected. Standing room only. Skubal on the mound tonight. And we've already seen the numbers. Attendance is way up for the Tigers already this season. So with new faces at the ballpark, we've asked you guys for your tips, your hacks. Mm-hmm. And we'll get to Cookie Jar later in the hour. Texter says, the Nemo's bus thing is the way to go. Multiple texts saying free parking, $5 a head to get on the bus, grab one of the best burgers in the city. That's Connor in Detroit. Another says they've got great happy hour deals before the game.
Perfect.
Texter says park in New Center and take the Q line down.
Okay.
New Center's got some good restaurants over there.
Mm-hmm. Is there a fee to get on the Q line? I've never
free.
I've been on it once. I think it's free.
Okay.
I think there was a period where it may not have been, and then they made it free.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, especially if it's free, it's perfect.
Yeah, they just get pizza and East African food over there in New Center. What do we got here? Driving. What do we got? My hack is park at Harry's for free. Get a drink and food, walk to the stadium. My hack is to avoid going on Sundays. You don't have to deal with screaming kids everywhere.
Sound like little dinosaurs right next to you.
Is Sunday's Kids Day again this week?
It's always Kids Day.
Oh, it's every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The pre-parking can be nice if you can get it for a good price. For Lions games, many lots would sell out a week before the game. Many lots were prepay only. It was your only way to get into some of those lots. You can bring an empty reusable water and fill it at numerous stations throughout the stadium.
There you go.
There's a good tip.
Yeah, there are
hot days.
Water filling stations.
Yep.
Yeah.
With the game being on Apple TV, expected sold-out crowd, I expect it's going to be, it says, in an amazing pitching matchup. I splurged on the home plate club tickets. I'm pumped for tonight.
Ooh,
oh, cool.
Wow.
How much did you spend?
Cooling technology.
Kind of.
Oh, you didn't think it? You didn't? Oh, I thought it was great.
Okay. Good. I'm glad. That's great.
Sounds very
Maybe
dismissive.
my seat wasn't working.
I don't know.
Some of them
maybe,
work. Some of them
maybe
work.
I'm just heavier in my seat, and
Maybe.
I pushed
That's
down on the
probably it.
cooling
That's gotta
coils a
be
little
it.
bit more. Yeah.
They got to finish the food over there, because then I think you're going to see people
Yes.
sticking around.
For sure.
So it doesn't look like the eyesore on TV. And if you buy them game specific, like I'm sure this person bought a secondary market, you're not paying the season commitments
They're
that they were
awesome
charging.
seats.
Yeah,
You're going to have a blast.
It's just the price of them. But
Plus,
if
you can wave to anybody that's watching at home.
Uh-huh.
A lot of text messages from the kids. Dad, see ya.
But that's the thing. If you can get it at a good price, I don't know what the guy paid for it this weekend, though. Favorite hack is to take a day off in the middle of the week and go to those random weekday games. There's hardly anybody there. Easy in, easy out, still enjoyable baseball and nice weather. Mm-hmm. Don't take your truck if you're driving downtown. Most lots won't allow the bigger trucks. Use the apps to buy the spots in advance, cheaper and easier.
I've found that a lot of them won't fit. The trucks won't fit in the garage. Bummer. That's why you got to go down early. Plan ahead.
Adjust.
Get yourself a nice little parking spot on the road there. Especially if you're driving a big truck, you probably can parallel park it.
Yeah. All right.
So what you're saying is the BBT won't fit?
Not in everything. Sometimes it's just too big.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
I knew that was coming. Cue the music. Would you? Take over, girl. A Michigan woman wanted in connection with a home invasion was taken into custody with the help of a canine officer. I always love these stories. So on Tuesday, Michigan State Police troopers responded to a report of this home invasion near Traverse City. The homeowner actually called police, said he saw a woman in his driveway on his Ring doorbell cam, and then saw her go into the house, take items, and then leave. So that's when the officer put his canine to use. Ox went to work.
That's a great name for a dog.
Ox found this woman in thick vegetation about 5 miles away.
Wow.
I don't know what she took, or if she discarded the items, or they were small enough to keep in her pockets. But either way, she got away pretty quickly. She was arrested and now faces multiple charges. And Ox can get a good treat.
Yeah, right on her tail.
Charles Woodson Jr., son of Michigan football legend Charles Woodson, has received an offer to play at his father's alma mater. Woodson Jr. is a 3-star safety in the 2027 class, is ranked number 363 overall in his class. He also got offers from Florida State, Texas A&M, and Ole Miss, but he did post on social media that he is, quote, blessed to receive an offer from Michigan.
Awesome. It would be really hard for him to follow in his dad's footsteps, but it would be really cool as well. I'm curious as to how he and his family are going to navigate that one.
Yeah. You brought it up in your read about Planet Fitness, and I mentioned it earlier, but this is pretty cool. If you are wanting to work out indoors because of the air quality and the California wildfires, you can go to any Planet Fitness. What did I say?
California.
Oh, no, no, not the California.
A lot of wind. It's really making its way across the country.
Yeah, got that jet stream.
My gosh. No, the Canada wildfires. You can go to any Planet Fitness in the state and use the facilities for free. So you don't even need to be a member.
Right.
You can go and work out. And they just said, hey, we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to still stay in shape if they're having some issues outdoors. So it's pretty cool. You can do that now through
no days off.
Sunday. No
days
way.
Off.
Justin Ishbia is in line to be the next owner of the Chicago White Sox. So he and the current owner have apparently entered a long-term agreement that could lead to Ishbia taking over the team as soon as 2029 or as late as 2034.
There's options.
Yeah.
To either buy out or sell out.
Right. So I guess between 2029 and 2033. No, this says 33.
Reinsdorf, the current owner, has
options to sell controlling interests to Ishbia.
And if he doesn't sell controlling interest in 34, Ishbia has the right to buy the majority interest.
There you go. You've said it all. Thank you. And what's crazy, so who's the current owner? Reinsdorf.
They hate him.
He bought the team in 1981 for about $20 million. Today, it's worth more than...
Just a little more, huh?
$2 billion. Yikes. Have you ever told your kids, hey, you need to go use the bathroom. We're going on a long trip.
Oh, yeah.
Just in case. I even do that. You know what?
I told myself that.
I better go to the bathroom just in case. Just in case I'm going to have to go and we're on the road and there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, or your husband won't stop.
Yeah, that apparently might not be the best thing to do. So the New York Times did a story on how using the bathroom when you don't actually need to, that just in case.
You break the seal.
Yeah, it's really not the best strategy. And if you do it too much, you can actually train your brain to always think that it's time to go. Apparently, they talked to this urologist who said doing it every once in a while, fine, right?
Yeah, you're not going on a long trip every day.
No, but if you do it a lot, your bladder starts telling your brain that you need to pee when you don't really need to.
So that's the service that dads provide, is we train your bladder to hold more pee longer. No, we're not stopping.
No, we're not. When you got a little one, though, you have to stop.
We'll put them in diapers.
No, you're not going to put somebody in diapers who is no longer in diapers.
No, you're not.
I'm not.
No.
Some people might, but no. Once you've gotten rid of diapers, you're not going back.
Yeah.
But Emily has learned that.
Yeah, she just Stoney.
Yes.
It's true. A DoorDash driver in Washington delivered a rather large order last week, a $100 delivery, and didn't receive a tip.
Oh boy.
Quite frustrated about that. So he apparently took matters into his own hands. He returned to the house the next morning, intoxicated and with a loaded gun.
Oh.
Says apparently he just wanted to intimidate the family to give him a tip.
How'd that work out for him?
Not well. So he lifted his shirt to show that he's got this gun in his waistband, right?
Right, yeah.
Well, the
Not
homeowner decided, okay, I can take you. Started wrestling the guy, got control of the gun, and then shoved this guy onto the driveway, demanded he leave. Well, the driver decided to call police because he was shoved, and it didn't go well for him either because he ended up being arrested and charged with assault, harassment, and driving under the influence.
Yeah.
And he was fired.
Not a great decision by either. Nothing like wrestling with somebody for a loaded firearm.
No.
That's Heather with the news. Before the hour ends, got to get to the cookie jar. That's coming up next. Donuts, sunburns, bug bites, Aaron Rodgers, and more. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer's here. It's going to continue to get hotter and hotter, so don't wait. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my home. They've done it for years, and they will continue to take care of yours. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Call for details, and you can also schedule a free in-home estimate. They offer same-day service, which is great, especially if you wake up and it's a little bit warm. You know the heat's coming. Give them a call now. If you do it before noon, they'll show up same day. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather Park. Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation to our active military members and veterans, like rolling out the red carpet, giving them their own personal marching band, or throwing them a bumping shindig. Well, at Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military discounts. That's why they're giving military and veteran families mobile plans with the military discount starting at just $25 per line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee excluding taxes and fees. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. $30 per line per month for 4 lines. Less $20 account discount. Autopay and paper-free billing required. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
Hearing the way John talks about food, I've made an executive decision.
Yeah.
I'm getting donuts on the way home.
Let's
go.
All right.
Donut day, Friday. Let's go.
It's a great day. It really is. I probably will as well. Give them food, especially when it's donuts.
Hey, this Aaron Rodgers stuff. What do you make of it?
It's wildly entertaining. Always is. It's annoying.
Also annoying, yeah.
But we're talking about him going to a team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, that were a playoff team last year, a 10-win team. Do you think he makes them a win better or a win worse? Or 2 wins better?
I think they're going to be about the same. Like, it's just treading water and bringing a circus into Pittsburgh so that Tomlin can keep his above 500 streak alive. It's kind of sad for a once proud franchise, to be honest with you.
I agree. They've put themselves into a position that's not enviable.
Where the only solution is 41-year-old attention whore Aaron Rodgers.
Well, it's probably. Do you think he's better than Russell Wilson?
I think it's a push.
I disagree. I think it's better than Russell Wilson. And the Russell Wilson-Justin Fields combo, he's also 1 year more removed, 2 years now from the torn Achilles.
You sure?
He's never going to be as mobile as he once was, and he was never going to light the world on fire, but he was mobile in the pocket. I think that this is going to be something I'm going to certainly keep an eye on with DK Metcalf and that receiving core. I just think with an experienced quarterback, he's nowhere near the quarterback that he was. Not trying to make that case.
No, I know. You say receiving core. Who is in this receiving core besides DK Metcalf? I would argue he has a worse supporting cast in Pittsburgh than he did with the Jets. The lowly Jets, who are terrible, at least had Garrett Wilson, who I think is on DK Metcalf's level tier. They had Devontae Adams for the majority of the season. Their line gave up fewer sacks than Pittsburgh's did. Pittsburgh is one of the few teams that gave up more sacks than even New York did.
Yeah, but they were
They had Breece Hall. There's no Breece Hall in Pittsburgh.
They were a very young offensive line last year with Washington tackle Fatano, Zach Frazier at center. Now both of those guys are going to be in year 2.
I just think he's going to a worse situation with
Broderick Jones.
With volatile potential here, right? Like, by the way, he's going to face his old team, the Jets. He's going to face his old team, the Packers. And then we're going to get a chance to see him in December on the 21st. I don't think this is going to go the way that he or Pittsburgh fans are hoping.
I'm not sure this is going to go the way that you're hoping.
I'm not hoping for anything. I know what's happening with him. He's washed.
Okay. All right,
Kirby Joseph's going to pick him off twice on December 21st.
With not a great offense last year, he threw for 3,800 yards. He had, I got his stats right here, 28 touchdowns to 11 interceptions. I just think 1 year more removed from that Achilles injury is going to give him a little bit more confidence. And I say that because when I tore my Achilles, I was so much more confident and so much stronger that second year than I was the first year. Sure, I was healthy enough to play, but I'm just curious. I'm not saying he's going to light the world on fire. I don't think he's going to the Super Bowl, but I think he is going to be a better option than they had last year in Russell Wilson.
Just a note, John, when you say he's 1 year more removed from Achilles,
right? Yeah, it means another year older.
Another year older.
Yeah, I get that.
Being 41
versus 40.
John, how many years are you removed from your Achilles surgery?
Oh, now? Well, one more.
Yes. But my point is several. It doesn't mean you're like Father Time is undefeated is the point.
I'm still in fighting shape. I'm still ready to roll. Just waiting for that call.
See how he took that
I can still snap.
I'm saying you can't start a tackle in the NFL anymore, John. I'm sorry.
There's some teams I might argue that, but yeah, probably not. Probably not. Phone hasn't rung in a while.
They are going to be a circus, though, aren't they? It's inevitable with him. He'll do McAfee, and then they'll play his old teams, plural, and Tomlin will get asked something, and Tomlin has those moments with the media where he just kind of shuts down.
Sometimes there's a lot of circus that happens around him, because we already have the Terry Bradshaw comments.
Yep.
And so, but he has nothing to do with that.
No. Safe to say Bradshaw's not going to let him wear 12?
Yeah, probably not.
Okay.
But it's really going to come down to who's got who's got the bigger hammer? Who is able to go out there and has more cachet and a stronger personality? I would argue it's Mike Tomlin, especially in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh will make the playoffs again. Mark it down. That's Chase on the ticket text. Another saying you guys aren't factoring in, or maybe he's talking just to me, you're not factoring in Tomlin. He's a legend. Look, Tomlin has taken lesser quarterbacks to 500 or to better than 500 records. My point is it's not going anywhere beyond that. If you're telling me they're going to win 9 games, yeah, Tomlin's a pretty safe bet to win 9 games, whether Rodgers was the quarterback or not. Do I think they're going to go and all of a sudden win 12 or more and challenge for? No, they're not going to do any of this stuff.
If
they're
I was a
third
bet
in
man
their division,
and you
right?
said, okay, last year they won 10 games, and the bet is, are they more likely to win 11 or 9? I would say 11. Okay, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything really, but
you think they're going to be slightly better?
Yeah.
It's going to be the same thing. They're not going to win a playoff game, have won a playoff game since 2016. They're not going to win their division. I don't think they're going to finish second in their division. They're probably third behind both Baltimore and Cleveland.
They were
and,
second
and
in their division.
Cleveland, Cincinnati.
Well, they beat Cincinnati in the division last year. Cincinnati do much to improve their roster? They brought back the same cast of characters. They might be without Trey Hendrickson.
You want to fire those talks up again?
No, I'm not saying, okay, he's not there because he's here. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I don't know that he is in Cincinnati. And if he's not in Cincinnati, the defense struggled last year. They'll struggle even more this year.
I had circled Pittsburgh as a win when the schedule came out. I'm still circling Pittsburgh as a win with Aaron Rodgers there.
Mm-hmm. I am as well.
Gator, what's up?
Says the House disciplinarian.
Right, yes. That cat will do what I say.
Right. I mean, when Jim speaks.
Mm-hmm. Cats listen.
Say jump, you say how high.
Right. I appreciate how you handled the question, though. You're like, the cat's getting finicky because that's what cats are. And it doesn't feel like eating this. And
that's
your
your
wife
food.
wants to feed it. You're like, no.
Hunger will take over. You will eat the food that's in the
finish
dish.
What's there.
That's right.
Like, finish what's on your plate. I respect that.
Clean plate club here.
Exactly. Yeah, Lois doesn't have much of a choice because she has pancreatitis, so she is on this. Well, she's had it for several years now, so she has a very special diet, which is the most bland, just as kibble, but it's just bland kibble. So she can't have anything else.
No fun.
So it's like I just fill up the bowl, set it there. If you're just going to graze all day, you're not getting anything new.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Welcome to my world.
When it's done, yeah.
I'll graze all day too.
What do you guys got planned on a Friday?
Well, we'll obviously talk some Tigers, not an ideal stellar series in Chicago, but we got a big one against Chicago coming up this weekend, so we'll preview that. I got some NBA stuff to kick around. We've mixed in some non-sports today.
No way.
Today, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So all set, ready to go.
Sounds good.
4 hours, then the weekend.
Karsh
Did you get your Thursday mowing yesterday?
No.
You're behind?
Oh, no.
Not happy.
Oh.
All good.
All right. Doesn't sound all good.
No,
Karsh
no.
Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program on a Friday. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. Scott, how are you today?
I'm just fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, look, not happy about a Tiger loss, but it's okay. It's all right. Rest of the day went on. Day got so much better as the day did go on. It was nice to go for a walk last night with the hound. Took her for the longer walk, but not the longest one. So about 2.5 miles, and she was good. Came back home and just kind of relaxed a little bit, and then finished watching the first season of Mobland.
Yeah.
About the last episode last night.
And you love Mobland.
The show is so good. I love it. I think it's amazing. Now, others may not, but I really, really enjoy it. I find it to be a combination of The Sopranos and Ray Donovan, which are two of my favorite shows of all time.
Mm-hmm.
The cast is outstanding. And last night's episode was great. Pierce Brosnan plays the patriarch of a crime family in England.
Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan once was James Bond for a few movies. I never really cared for him all that much.
Really?
As an
Bond?
actor?
Or, no,
well,
just in general.
even as Bond, I'm like, it's okay. But he's awesome in this role. And there's a scene at the end of the episode where I'm like, he just kind of poses at the end of this episode. And the pose, I think, is like Emmy worthy just on the look, because it epitomized the craziness of the show. It's fantastic. I can't wait for season 2.
How long till season 2 comes out?
Who knows? I don't know. I mean, because these are big time actors that all have other careers. So I don't know when they'll get it done. Hopefully they'll get it done. We can have one next year, but I just don't know. I'll have to look it up and see if it's on schedule.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, so good night. Good night. Even though the Tigers didn't win and they didn't obviously play last night, which occupies many of your nights, you got to wrap up Mobland. So what is Mobland? What network?
It is Showtime or Paramount Plus.
Okay. All right. So
and Tom Hardy is the main actor. Tom Hardy's one of the great actors.
Gotcha.
In the business today.
Big series with the Cubs this weekend. We'll get into it as the show goes on. But all right. So look, in the scale of how you feel about your baseball team, I think it can run between our scale. The meter pegs on the left, it's panic. And on the right, it's chesty. And then there's a lot of areas in between, right?
Yep.
I don't think by any stretch of the imagination people should be panicked. But I can understand if you are not chesty. If you start thinking about, all right, Casey Mize, control issues, again, he got out of that. It could have been so much worse, but it feels like he's struggling a bit with control. We're seeing more frequent leakage from the bullpen.
Not last night or yesterday.
In general, across the board, I'm just talking about the whole road trip.
Yeah, I guess, and I want to be fair about this because I think when you look at who did the leaking, is it the guys at the end, your Will Vest, Tommy Kahnle are still getting the job done, by and large. I guess Holton has been a little disappointing.
And he bounced back, but I think the totality of the road trip I've seen, and it's not like just one guy, it's one guy here and one guy there.
But it's like Brebbia. It's the guys, I guess, that I'm not counting on to be great. It's guys I might see being replaced at some point. So it doesn't bother me terribly. But I understand what you're saying. I mean, because, look, you're facing the White Sox. It's one of the worst offensive teams in baseball. And you had them at certain times, look like you should be able to keep them down. And certainly don't let it get away from you. And the game on Tuesday night just got away from them, and when they scored the 8 runs, like, how does this happen? The Tigers missed an opportunity, and then the top half of the inning, boom, or bottom half of the inning, here comes Chicago with more runs. And then even yesterday's game, Mize didn't have his best stuff, got through almost through 5 innings, gave up the 2 runs, and then the rest of the bullpen does their job. But the bats, where the hell were the bats?
Well, that brings us to bullet point 3. The offense has been performing, I would say, less than consistently. They had a 13-run performance, which sort of saves the overall totals of the road trip. But in between, I've got to bring them up, but in between, it feels like there was a lot of ones and zeros.
Well, they scored 1 and lost in the 8-1 loss. They scored 2 and lost yesterday in the 3-2 loss in 10 innings. And then the other win was a 5-4 win, I believe. So, yeah.
On the road trip, here it is. They won 7-5. They lost 1-0. They won 1-0. They won 13-1. They lost 8-1, won 5-4, lost 3-2. And, the 13-run game did happen. So that sort of, salvages the overall road trip run production. Outside of that, so what was it? It was a 7-5 win, then no runs, then 1 run. So that's 8. Then 1 run, that's 9. Then 5 runs, that's 14. And then 2 runs is 16 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games.
That's below average.
Yeah, so there's that. They ran into a couple outs yesterday. Everybody loves aggressive. Like, I want to be aggressive. Well, guess what? Aggressive means Wenceel Perez gets thrown out at third early and kind of kills a rally, right? What was the other one I wrote down? Colt Keith, thank you.
For the second game in a row.
Yeah. Guess what?
At home.
Aggressive means you take chances, and if you were safe every time you were aggressive, that's part of being aggressive. But, so it can come back to burn you. They've been hailed for a team that takes the extra 90. We've talked about it, but.
Yeah, the Colt Keith running to an out at home for 2 games in a row. The first game, Tigers able to still win that game, and that play was reasonably close, but there was a really good throw, and then he ended up being out by quite a bit. He tried to jump over the catcher unsuccessfully and got tagged in the taint, I think, and before he went down. And then the one play yesterday, it wasn't even close. It was a bloop single that dropped, and because there's 2 outs, the runner at second is absolutely going to score. But he's trying to score from first base on that play. And it just didn't make sense, and he was thrown out by 20 feet. It just wasn't close. So I don't know if that's on him, if that's on Cora, or if that's on just the aggressive nature of their base running. And if it is, you just live with it, because it's far more paid off than when they've gotten penalized for it. And, that's not what cost them the game yesterday. They were still tied. They couldn't score in the 10th inning when they had, 2 on and nobody out.
Yeah.
And I think Andy Ibanez or Gleyber Torres, both of those guys just couldn't get it done, which was really disappointing. But we're starting to see some more trends. I don't know if I want to say trends, but Torkelson's 1 for his last 18. Ibanez is 3 for his last 27. Sweeney is 5 for his last 50. And Gleyber Torres is 3 for his last 24, but he's drawn 7 walks during that time as well, so that's good, but the 3 for 24 is not. Now, Ibanez is not an everyday lineup guy, but here's what's alarming about Ibanez. He's only put into the game in high leverage in the leverage situation that's in his favor.
Yep.
Like, out of those 27 at bats, I didn't go back and see how many were against left-handed pitching, but I'll bet that probably at least 20 of them were against left-handed pitching, which is what's supposed to be his expertise, and he has not gotten it done lately. And it's not just the last 27; it's been the whole season. He has struggled. I wondered aloud if something is afoot.
Yeah, you mean if something's about to happen?
I just, there's something. There's some tea leaves that I can read, and maybe I'm reading the wrong tea leaves, but perhaps you can help me with that.
Are we going to do it on the air?
Well, I thought maybe we could.
Fair enough. The way you implied that, I was like, I thought you were going to.
I'm trying to give you the
yes, we'll do that. We'll do that next.
How about we do that after the commercial break?
We'll do that next. I wasn't reading the nonverbal cues. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. How do you feel about your baseball team right now? Where are you with this team? We've got the meter on our show. Or chesty is one side, panicked is the other. In between, there's various stages. I'll tell you how I characterize it coming up next as well. Gators reading tea leaves. What's going to happen next? A huge series with the Cubs is going to happen next. We'll see if they can get back to looking more like what their 2025 selves have looked like, because it wasn't really on this road trip. It's Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket.
Well, if you're not going to be downtown, the best place to watch the game is going to be at 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's awesome out there. Plus, they've got the rooftop deck, which is now open, and with the weather being hopefully as great as it's supposed to be over the next few days, that's where you want to be. The rooftop deck in downtown Berkeley is incredible. You like UFC? Go to 24 Seconds. UFC 316, Dvalishvili is taking on O'Malley. You got Pena and Harrison. There's no cover for these events. It fills up for the UFC events, and for good reason, because there's not a bad seat in the house at 24 Seconds. Flat screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the house. It's amazing. For all Detroit baseball games at 24, $4 bottles and cans of Miller Lite and Coors Light. Also, great specials for basketball and hockey finals. They got trivia on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock, and they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And if you need any event catered or just to host, let 24 do that. They'll host the work parties you have, or any celebrations, graduation parties, whatever it is, and you can host your own party on the deck as well. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 Seconds is hiring cooks. Every seat's a great seat. Food's amazing. The staff is incredible as well. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley.
You know, the bar is high when a team comes back after a 4-3 road trip and we're wondering what's wrong. Because if you go 4-3 every week, you're going to be really good. But the bottom line here is they don't look quite the same as they have for much of the year. And part of it is because, again, the expectation, we've grown accustomed to them looking better than they have. They did have the 13-run outburst, but there's little things like it feels like a bullpen arm here, a bullpen arm there. They aren't quite as consistent. It feels like the offense isn't producing. You mentioned some of the offensive numbers for the individuals. Casey Mize is having maybe some control issues. You mix in running into some outs, which has happened, 3 times in the last 2 games, and you go, okay. Now, so if you've moved off Chesty, how would you characterize how you feel about this team? And we've kind of got the meter. Chesty is, I'm still confident as hell. I think this team is going to have a great season, and Panic is the other end, and there's a lot of stages in between. But before you get to that, Gator, you were reading tea leaves?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, Ibanez had struggled this year just as a whole, but he's struggled even against left-handed pitching, which is his forte. He's got 63 at-bats against lefties, 31 against righties. Mm-hmm. He's only hitting .238 against lefties. And I mentioned that his numbers lately, just overall, he is 3 for his last 27.
Yep.
Now, he's a third baseman by trade for this team anyway, or an infield. He can play third, he can play second. But he doesn't do either extraordinarily well. I think he's maybe at best he's average as a defender, either side. Is this another piece of potential fallout from moving Colt Keith to third base or giving him the opportunity to play third base so that you don't have to rely on Ibanez? Now, does this mean that maybe the clock's ticking on Ibanez? If he doesn't start hitting against lefties, that they can go back to the minors and say, you know what? Because Colt Keith can play that position, both second and third, or he wasn't playing at third before, maybe we need to bring back up somebody who can hit left-handed pitching like Justin Henry Malloy.
Yeah.
Because Malloy was hitting 260 something against lefties, but he was a great at bat regardless. He would get up there and really work the count. Really liked how he approached the plate. And if not him, maybe somebody else gets an opportunity. But you don't have to sub him out with another infielder because Colt Keith can now play third base. It's just something else I was thinking. Like this might be layered with Colt Keith and in the addition of, it just gives him more versatility in the infield, but gives him more versatility everywhere else.
Now, I want to start with this when I get to how I'm characterizing how I feel about this team. The phrase that I will use about the lack of being the best version of themselves of late is baseball seasons are so long, and we say this all the time, and there's a reason we say it. It's because teams go through funks. They just do. Really good teams. And the really good teams, the funks last a shorter period of time. This team's been very resilient. And in fact, what's crazy is they just had a winning road trip when they aren't playing the best version. They aren't. And one of the teams they played was terrible, and the other one's pretty decent. And so, this isn't a panic. This is why I'm nowhere near panic. And yeah, over the course of the season, I expect tons of ebbs and flows. And the better you are, the shorter the ebbs are. The shorter the ebbs are. We'll go with that. The shorter the stretches of poor play collectively as a group, there's just shorter periods of time. But no matter how good you are, you're going to have stretches where you don't look as good. There's too many games. There's too many variables that go into this. So here's the phrase I will use to describe where I am with all of those issues that we've talked about that have sort of gotten on the radar during this road trip. They're all something to monitor. I think something to monitor is the bullpen. Something to monitor is the offensive slumps by individuals. Something to monitor is Casey Mize control. Something to monitor is maybe toning down the chances they take on the base pass, or maybe that just comes with being aggressive, and the net of being aggressive is more positive than negative. There's a lot that I'm just going to monitor here because, quite frankly, Gator, I think they're going to sweep the Cubs.
Whoa.
Yeah. And that's
whoa.
We'll get into that later.
Mr. Hot Take Doug Karsh come into studio?
I think they're going to sweep the Cubs. They're at least going to win the series, but I think they're going to sweep them.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And we'll get into the reasons why a little bit later on.
I can understand.
How would you characterize where you are with this baseball team right now?
I'm very confident with how good this baseball team is. And I'm also confident of where they're going to be because I firmly believe that they're going to add by the trade deadline to this team. I think at a bare minimum, they're going to add at least a bullpen arm that will be an improvement over what they have. They're not just going to make moves to make moves. They're going to make moves to significantly improve the team. And I don't think it's going to be this incremental, oh, well, he's better than the 13th pitcher we have on the roster. No, I think they're going to make some moves. And going through what they've gone through here, it's a small sample size. I'm not panicking, but you start to look in that direction of, okay, let's at least start taking a look at who the bats are, who the rental bats are, if we wanted to go that route, and just keep an eye on things and let's look at our roster and truly see what the versatility on the roster is to add to it when we get to the deadline. And I think we're starting to see some of that mix when you get Colt Keith reps at third base and when you know that you're going to get some other players back. So I'm very confident that this is a good baseball team. This is a team I fully expect to win the division and compete very well when it comes to the playoffs and for a World Series.
So you're not moving off Chesty, it sounds like.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I
mean, there's always going to be bumps in the road.
We got
a little bit of a bump here. And I stress it's a little bit of a bump because, oh, no, they split a series against the White Sox. It's okay. You can do that from time to time. That's baseball. That's what happens. Good teams actually lose series to bad teams. That happens. They're still 6 games above the Twins, who are the nearest competitor in the division. And last I checked, I believe they're still 18 games above 500 on the season.
Right. Yeah, and the thing is, I've looked at the record, and when little things bother me, I always circle back to the record. And I feel like more on this road trip, circling back to the record isn't making me feel as good as it should. You said they haven't lost a game? Like they're still 6 up?
6 up.
Didn't they enter the road trip 5 up? I think they entered the road trip 5 up. That's why there's no need to panic.
Yeah, you look at within the division, the Tigers are, by the way, they're 7-3 in their last 10. The Twins are 5-5. The Guardians are 4-6. The Royals are 5-5, and the White Sox are 3-7, having beaten the Tigers with 2 of those wins. They've had the best record in the division over the last 10 games by a couple of games. Right. It's just everybody. If you're really concerned, you can. I understand why there'd be some concern, and I'm not going to say don't be, but understand that this is a long season and they're playing well. They really are.
To be fair, they entered the road trip. No, this is wrong. My apologies. Let me see. I'm trying to. I think they entered the road trip 5 games up, and they come out of the road trip that has us, I think, all just a little bit. What's going on with the way they're playing? 6 games up, but I'll double check if that's accurate. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, how you feeling about your baseball team, Detroit? Got feedback coming in. We'll get to all that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, so look, we're asking people how they feel about their baseball team following a road trip that saw them enter the road trip 6 games out in front, and they've come back from the road trip still 6 games out in front. But I think anybody that watched it says this doesn't look like the best version of the Tigers. I think anybody else that sort of knows how baseball goes, this is probably just the ebbs and flows of a season. Teams get into cold stretches. The season's too long. There's too much variability in baseball to make it sort of predictable each and every night, no matter how good or bad you are. And look, they just weren't as sharp, okay? But how would you characterize your feelings towards this team? Here's a bunch of feedback coming in from Tiger fans. Every team has dud weeks, dud series, and offensive lulls over 162. But things are getting exposed that will need to be addressed. Bullpen depth, Ibanez, Sweeney, and Eptis. Well, one thing I will say, and we've done this, we did this with the Lions. It's good to have weaknesses exposed well before the trade deadline.
Yes.
So said weaknesses can get addressed. And, you know, the Lions did respond last year when they got a Zadarius Smith to address the pass rush. And if the players keep getting paraded out and not producing, it's such an insulting term, paraded out. But you know what I'm saying? If players keep being given opportunities and they aren't coming through, you can address it at the trade deadline. You can. And I would argue that the Alex Bregman contract offer tells you something about the shifting dynamics with ownership. That contract offer tells you that this team is serious about adding talent, regardless of cost, to try and win a World Series. Now, they didn't get him. Got it. But that was a real offer. It was a real offer in terms of it actually happened. It's factual. And B, it was a real offer in terms of it's a big financial commitment.
Yeah, I don't think they're messing around, man. I think that they see an opportunity here, and this is validation of what happened at the end of last year. It wasn't some fluke how they won it. The fluke was the style that they did it. The fluke was being able to put together and cobble together a winning formula despite having 1.5 starting pitchers down the stretch, and continuing that through the playoffs and beating the Astros and almost taking down the Guardians as well. But it was the style. It wasn't that's a bad team that just got lucky. No, they just did something unconventional. Now they're back to being a conventional baseball team for the most part, and they're still playing the same way. They're still winning at the same winning percentage. They're killing it out there. So when they went out and made that offer to Bregman, and Bregman eventually turned it down and 30 minutes later signs with the Red Sox, it tells you they're not messing around. They're trying to make this team better. And they thought they had the deal done with Bregman, and it fell through at the last second because Boston put out their ridiculous offer. So why would we think that they're not going to? It's the same team that they had, basically the same record-wise, basically what they had going down the stretch, and they tried to make a big splash at the end. So now here we are, 6 months later, and it's a similar situation. Got the same team that's killing it. You'll have an opportunity to make a big splash by the trade deadline. I expect them to do something.
More feedback. The Tigers' horrific at bats where they swing at everything they can makes the pitcher look good, like Nolan Ryan reincarnated, even though he's not yet dead. Imagine. Interesting analogy. As if Nolan Ryan were back from the dead, except he's not dead. Imagine these at-bats against playoff teams. It is a huge concern, and right now I'm not seeing this lineup winning any playoff series.
Well, if you're going to judge it on the 4 games against the White Sox, then I guess go ahead and do so at your own peril. Then you're ignoring the other 60 games they played this season, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's what you're doing. And if you're doing that, then you're ignoring how they played against good baseball teams.
Some of their bats against good baseball teams earlier this year. Yeah, if they're the worst version of themselves in the postseason, guess what? They're not winning a playoff series. Yeah, I would agree with that. But did they produce more against the Yankees? They produce more offensively. The at-bats better against the Padres. You know, did they have better offensive at-bats, earlier in the year. Hell, they produced more runs in getting swept by the Dodgers at the beginning of the year.
What's crazy is they did. They had great at-bats, and then unfortunately they couldn't come up with the big at-bat, with a big hit when they had the runners in scoring position, and they've been so much better since then. It's crazy to think about this team that we can actually single out the series that they haven't been good. You can do that because they've been so good everywhere else. It's like they stand out. The series against Houston, the series against the Texas Rangers, the series against the Guardians. And then this one against the White Sox, I think, is comparable because of who the opponent is, and you're expecting to go in there winning 3 out of 4 or perhaps sweeping, and you only take 2 out of 4. So maybe that's going to be included in that mix. But that's it. Everything else has been pretty good. Even though they got swept by the Dodgers, like you said, they played well in that series. They just didn't get rewarded because they didn't come up with a big hit.
Yeah, a lot of hits, a lot of runners on base, just not a lot of
runs.
Not good with runners in scoring position. Guys have been cold since St. Louis. The starting pitching depth has evaporated due to injury. The bullpen, aside from Vest and Tommy, has been bad. This is super concerning. Okay, so I said something to monitor. This guy went with super concerning. Gator's still chesty. Super concerning is pointing towards the panic side. Now, panic at times with certain teams can be justifiable, right? I'm not, saying the panic isn't necessarily. I mean, if you're panicked, it doesn't mean you're overreacting all the time. Could be reason to panic, but this guy super concerning is pointing more towards the panic side of the meter.
Well, they're 8-6 in those 14 games since the series win over the Cardinals.
Yep.
So if you think it's very concerning in a 14-game snapshot, okay. I mean, were you concerned after? I mean, they lost the 3 in a row to Cleveland and then came back and won 5 in a row, including 7 of the next 8 games. So
that the stretch going 4-3 every week gets you 92, 93 wins. And that's a pretty damn good season. 248-539-9797. We all got a good education. The Sox have some good arms. They found a Rule 5 gem in Shane Smith, and Sean Burke has only given up more than 2 runs once in his last 7 games. Who's the other guy that came out of the bullpen for them? Name starts with a V. I'm blanking on his name. But they have some decent talent there. I was watching this series thinking, okay, if I'm a White Sox fan, I'm not pleased with what I'm seeing on the field. But the truth is, you can see parts that might work for them long term. Mike Vassell is the name of the bullpen.
And then they got that squirrely looking rookie, Mydroth, who just killed them. I mean, he was amazing. 4 or 5, 8 hits in the 4 games for him. And he also drew 5 walks.
Yeah.
8 hits and 5 walks in 4 games. That's impressive.
He actually sounds like a Scott Harris kind of player.
Yeah.
I'm so over the Andy Ibanez experience. Thanks for the memory. That's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
The Shy Sox have some attractive arms. Maybe they'd be interested in someone like Colt. So you're suggesting that the Tigers trade Colt for an arm? I kind of think they're settled in on Colt being part of this team, but
I don't know if they need a starter.
Yeah, remember this. If you are going to go after somebody that can help you now, you probably don't want to give up someone who's helping you now. You probably want to give up. If a team's interested in giving away you a good player, they're presumably in a rebuild, and you're trading them someone from your system, not someone from your current major league roster.
Plus, don't you need to hang on to Colt Keith to trade for Paul Skeens?
Well, that's why the Skeens thing is.
I was being sarcastic.
I know you were. Gator salty because BetOnline.ag came out with Paul Skeens' next team odds yesterday, and
why are they doing this?
I don't know.
He's not going to get traded.
It seems so unbelievable. Why are they doing this? Because Nico Harrison traded Luka Doncic. That's why they're doing it, and it's started the cycle of absurd trade stuff all over again. Because once every blue moon, an absurd trade takes place. All right, 248-539-9797. There's a lot of people that are telling us how they currently feel about their baseball team. I just think what's gone on lately is something to monitor. Gator is still chesty. We have had super concerning come in on the other side of the spectrum. Where are you? Hey, do you know what your home's water score is? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Connecticut reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Connecticut Premier Softener. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, and tell them Doug Karsh sent you. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Where are you at with the Tigers? How you feeling about them right now? I said there's stuff going on that I think it's something to monitor. Gator's still chesty. Others, not so much. We've seen some of that feedback come in. Like this one, I was never chesty. It's a long season. They hit a bit of a lull, particularly in Chicago. Other than one game, no one looked good at the plate, and they were not mentally sharp. The Tigers need hitting at the deadline. The lineup is hitting almost as bad as the White Sox. Yeah, we did that stat yesterday, which was crazy. Now, the difference was the Tigers' pitching has been elite, but last 10 games, the White Sox going into yesterday were 2-8 and hitting 230 as a team. The Tigers were hitting 239 as a team, and they were 8-2. White Sox were 2-8. Tigers were 8-2.
Yeah, but when the Tigers get their hits, though, their hits matter. They have way more extra base power than the White Sox do, and they do all the other things. Yep. They go first to third all the time.
Good, timely hitting, and an ERA that was like 2 runs a game or less. So, also useful that.
Yeah, I feel like today's, if there's doom and gloom today, it's directly resultant of what your eyes saw last, and missed opportunities for the Tigers last night. Yesterday, you had it in the 8th inning. They missed opportunities when Colt Keith gets thrown out at home, and then you get to the 10th inning, 2 on, nobody out. Runners at first and second, nobody out, and I think it was Gleyber Torres that came up first, and it's an unproductive out. Doesn't advance the runners. Can't get put the ball in play, and then the next batter does the same thing. I think it was Andy Ibanez, and I forget who ended up making the last out, but it was
Torque.
It may have been.
They hit the ball hard,
but yeah, hit it right. Hit it all the way to the one step from the wall. But nonetheless, you get nothing out of runners at first and second and nobody out in extra innings when you have got to score, because obviously advantage goes to the hitter, because you've got a runner at second and nobody out to begin with.
248-539-9797. Dan in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Dan.
Hey, Scott. I'm more along the lines with you, not to say, Doug, I'm not. I think, they ran into some good baseball teams, whether it was St. Louis, Cleveland, San Francisco, Kansas City again. They ran through a real stretch where they haven't had quite a day off. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if the Tigers even had a rain out. They've just been grinding through quite a bit of a schedule here against really good baseball clubs. You look at what their record is against above 500 teams, right? They're 23-18. So it's disappointing that they lost that Kansas City Royals start against Michael Wacha. He seemed to be dealing that night. They salvaged some there, but now they come home here and they got to really get after Baltimore when they go there again after Chicago. So,
yeah, look, I mean, they've minimized the damage. The last 2 weeks are 8-6. They started this last road trip 6 games up. They're still 6 games up. If this is a swoon, they're going to be fine. We have far more evidence that they're better than what they've played than we have evidence that this is the beginning of the end. Right? This is first couple months of the season. This is the last couple months of last season. You know?
Yeah, I'm excited about this series against the Cubs. Flush this White Sox series. Just flush it. It's gone. It's over with. They split. They didn't win the series. They didn't lose a series.
Yep.
They didn't lose any ground in the division. They're 18 games above 500. And now they've got, 2 of their best pitchers going this weekend with Skubal and Flaherty, and then Montero mixed in there as well. And when we get to this matchup, I can understand why you think they're going to sweep. I understand why. I'll let you spell it out, but
we'll
I get
to it later. But I'm feeling a little shaky with the Detroit Tigers lately, but think like usual Skubal. But I think usual Skubal puts them back in line today. That's from John, a Detroit fan in Nebraska. Next one. With having a decent cushion in the standing, it feels like it's now or never when it comes to letting Carey get some work against lefties. It's not a bad idea. Yesterday's game was totally on A.J. Hinch. Number 1, he should have bunted Torres in the 10th. Number 2, the White Sox currently bunted in the 10th. Number 2, the White Sox correctly bunted in the 10th. Number 3, should have walked to load the bases after the White Sox bunted.
Well, Torres is one of your better hitters, and he's been pretty clutch too. So having him swinging away because you're in the top part of the inning and you want to have a big inning, I think that matters. I think once the White Sox saw the Tigers did not score in that inning, it's a heck of a lot easier to tell your batter up there to go ahead and bunt.
Yep.
Because you're just playing for the one run. You're not playing for multiple. You're only playing for one.
Tigers can't struggle against bad. This is an unnamed texter. Tigers can't struggle against bad teams. They need to clean up the bullpen and get a bat or two if they want to be legit contenders. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time to see what their real issues are. It feels like they've overcome every time they've started to had any slippage. They've resiliently responded. I mean, they still only got, what, 3 2-game losing streaks, and 2 3-game losing streaks all season long. You know, so it's a matter of bouncing back this weekend, which feels like it is poised to happen to me. 248-539-9797. David and Holly. Hello, David.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Hold on here. I got to figure out my phone here. Hold on.
I'll tell you what. We'll put you on hold.
I don't want the background.
It's a good idea to do that before you're on the air. All right, David. We will add a bat and a starting pitcher or bullpen arm at least before the deadline. That's from Cure Duchesne, please, on Twitch. From Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch. I bet Javi is going to have a series this weekend. Revenge, and he's due. 248-539-9797. Stan in Shelby Township. Hi, Stan.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
You know, yesterday was we started off the game with Dingler, Green, and Cole Keith on the bench along with Ibanez. And I think that AJ is trying to. There's 5 guys that are underperforming: Brescia, Brebbia, Brisky, Rogers, Sweeney, and Ibanez. And I think they're going to give them a lot of opportunity. You said parading. I said audition to be able to stay on the team because he's got it. I think it's easier for a team to coach up players to their former greatness than it is to go find a guy by trade or by, bringing them up from the minors. What do you think?
I think the easiest thing to do is to find a guy by trade. You know what you're getting typically. It just comes with a cost. But, we've seen some of these guys perform reasonably well. And so audition's a good word.
Well, Jake Rogers isn't auditioning for anything. Jake Rogers is he's the second catcher on this team. Dingler's earned a starting role, and Rogers has to play every once in a while to give Dingler a rest because
he might not belong in that
the
group.
Catcher position, so I wouldn't put him there.
That's fair enough. I just think he's underperforming.
Well, he's also just got back to this team like a week ago too. He missed some time, but
your second catcher usually isn't some sort of
I'm
juggernaut.
not worried about the second catcher. Ibanez is disappointing. He's supposed to hit against left-handed pitching, and he hasn't. He's hitting like 230 against lefties. It's not good enough, and his glove isn't good enough in the field that makes you say, well, it's okay because he's fielding everything. It's not that good. So I think for him, he's auditioning to keep his job because when guys get back, like when Matt Vierling comes back, somebody has to go off the roster. Well, who would it be? I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher to pull guys off the roster, but maybe not so much. And Ibanez could be that last guy on there that you say, you got to go. Because Wenzel Perez is hitting, and Wenzel Perez is playing a pretty good outfield.
Yeah, well, I'll say this, that I think that AJ has been through it before. He's got a 6-game lead. His idea is to try to give everybody, because I think they hate cutting guys because it's so tough to get back, And he's going to give them a chance. Like Ibanez has 94 at-bats so far. He's going to get probably 150 at-bats before they make a final decision. But, I think the team's good. I think we have a starting pitching advantage against the Cubs. And I'm with you. I'm not going to say they're going to sweep, but I think they can win the series.
Thank you, Stan. 248-539-9797. We've had a lot of ups and downs. We've circled around. We've talked. We've broken down. This is our first Ibanez.
Well, I've got a lot of guitars, as you know.
Yes.
Lots of different makes and models of the guitars that I have. I do not have an Ibanez. It's funny. I almost call it Ibanez. There's a guitar company called Ibanez.
Is there?
Yeah. And that's one I do not have, an Ibanez.
Stan must have been a musician of some
Must be.
Yeah. Kevin and Warren, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good,
right,
thank
Kev.
you.
Hey, I was hearkening back to what you talked about this short time ago when you talked about the a team playing 4-3 during the week, right?
Yeah.
And how unglamorous it might be. But I was thinking about numbers just the other day, and being 18 games over, if they played 500 the rest of the way and finished 18 games over 500, they would be 90-72.
Yeah.
Right.
Not a bad record. But if they play 4-3 every week, how many weeks are left in the season? June, July, August, that's 11. Into September, 12, 13. If they played 4-3 every week, they would be like a 100-win team. So, it gives us some perspective on how great they've been playing to date, which is frigging awesome. But really, they've done a lot of the heavy lifting already.
Yeah.
So if they play that 4-3 type of style, get ready, playoffs, here we come, and ready to kick butt and take names. So just thought I'd put that out
No, I
there
think you're
for
right.
consumption and your feedback.
Yeah, the funny thing is they split against a terrible White Sox team. They did win the series in Kansas City. Kansas City's no chump.
Right. And the White Sox claimed victories in series over, I think, Texas and Houston, along with a couple other
Look, they're
teams.
not good.
They're not good.
Two-2
No,
result,
but my point is that they can rise up and beat anybody in a series. And, oh, by the way, they didn't beat the Tigers in the series. They split.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tarek Skubal takes the mound for the Tigers tonight in front of what's expected to be the first of 3 sellout crowds at Comerica Park this weekend. The best team in the National League, the Chicago Cubs, in town for a 3-game weekend series. First pitch 7:10 tonight, pregame at 6:45 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions head coach Dan Campbell reacting for the first time to Frank Ragnow's retirement. Campbell says the 29-year-old has, quote, done it all and will be sorely missed in the locker room, but adds it's always next man up for the Lions. Tyrese Halliburton sinks a 21-foot pull-up jump shot with less than a second to go as the Pacers stunned the Thunder 111-110 in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. It's Halliburton's 4th clutch shot with a second to go in the playoffs so far. Pistons Vice Chairman Arn Tellem says the team wants to host the All-Star Game in either 2029 or 2030. That would align with the anniversary of Detroit's Bad Boys era. Fever star Caitlin Clark could return from her quad injury as soon as Tuesday. She'll miss, though, tomorrow's game against Angel Reese and the Chicago Sky, her 4th straight absence. Eagles running back Saquon Barkley says he'll likely retire, quote, out of nowhere one day, similar to his favorite player of all time, Lions legend Barry Sanders. And Preakness Stakes winner Journalism's the favorite at the Belmont Stakes tomorrow at Saratoga. Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby winner's got the second best odds. Post time 7:04 tomorrow night. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we're asking people how they characterize their feelings about the Detroit Tigers baseball team. Unnamed texter says, I'm worried. 0 RBIs Saturday and Sunday against the Royals. 1 good game against the Sox. Time to DFA Rogers. Hinch isn't letting him catch Skubal, and Riley Green has the worst swing statistically in the American League.
Riley Green has the, I'm sorry, what's that?
Riley Green has the worst swing statistically in the American League.
Oh, geez. That's amazing. And he's going to be an all-star. Statistically, he's hitting 282. Statistically, he's slugging 504. Statistically, he's a 1.5 WAR. Statistically, he's got 13 homers and 42 RBIs. I don't care about his launch angle being at a kind of crazy angle, and it goes against everything that baseball analytics say should be good. He's good. He's an all-star. Don't worry about Riley Green. You can worry about a lot of things. Not Riley Green.
Yeah. I want to know what stat that person is referencing.
I think it's launch angle.
Do you?
Because it's such a severe uppercut.
The bat path is it is an uppercut, that's for sure. But that just seems as far as DFA Rogers, what do you expect out of the backup catcher?
Well, and it's a slow start for Jake. He's got 34 at bats and he's hitting 118.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
He's been hurt.
So, but let me be clear on something.
And Nito was hitting well in the very limited time that he was hitting, but Jake Rogers is an outstanding defensive catcher.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're how are you making yourself better as a team? Okay, like who are you? Is it Nito? Does he want Nito instead of Jake Rogers? How many at bats did Nito have?
Nito had about the same, 35.
Okay, and he obviously hit better.
Yeah, Nito had 12 hits in the 35 at bats. Jake Rogers has 4 hits in his 34 at bats.
Yeah,
big difference.
Yeah, there is. I just think that there's, again, you're talking about track records, you're talking about reliability, you're talking about defense,
you're talking about a small sample size.
Yeah,
I mean, Jake has already lost his starting job to Dylan Dingler.
Yeah,
don't worry about the second catcher. Again, that's another thing that way down the list of things to worry about. That you know what that is? That's nitpicking a roster. When you're nitpicking and complaining about the backup catcher, what are you doing? Right?
Yes.
You complain about the guys who are starting if that's what you want to complain about.
Yep.
You know, there's plenty of room. Complain that the starting shortstop is hitting a robust 222 with an OPS below 600. That's concerning. Yes, he makes up for it with a pretty good glove to some degree, but not all the way.
Next text. I'm a little concerned that Torkelson has reverted back to only wanting to hit bombs, not for the first time or the second time, that he's gone 1 for 20-something.
Well, he's 1 for 18.
Yep. Well, but still, I mean, he's
he's trending that direction, but he's also he's hit the ball hard and on line drives and on occasion during his slump as well.
Yep.
And I think that Torkelson is one you always have to look at and make sure that he is still getting back to what got him where he needs to be.
I would say it's something to monitor.
There it is.
Hi, guys. I'm not panicking or seriously concerned yet. Anyway, they have better at bats. The strikeouts are getting out of control. Reese Olson needs to come back and be good. They do have to make a move. The elephant in the room is whether or not they'll be willing to trade Max Clark. I wouldn't do it. That's from Bill in Madison Heights.
Is that an elephant in the room?
I don't think it's an elephant in the room. I would say if you're considering trading Max Clark, the return better be elite, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think there's several prospects. If you're going to trade them, it better be getting a stud in return. Max Clark is one of the top 5 prospects in all of baseball. Kevin McGonigal is one of the top 10 prospects in all of baseball. Bryce Rayner is one of the top 50 prospects in all of baseball and just got hurt. We don't know for how long with the shoulder injury, but he's 19. I'm not going to be terribly concerned about him long term because he's a long way from coming to the majors. They have some high-end talent for sure.
The baseball season is a marathon. It's always a roller coaster ride. Check back in September and see where they're at and how they're doing.
Thank you.
Well, I will tell you this. We will definitely be monitoring them in September and paying attention. Yeah. But if you basically say don't talk about them between now and September, I got news for you.
Now, the Tigers, their overall strikeout rate is very high, right? I think they've struck out the force most times in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
However, they also have the 9th best OPS in all of baseball. And that's what matters.
There have been several other games that the Tigers did not hit against mediocre to good pitchers other than the White Sox series, but people just don't want to believe it's true that they are going downhill a little.
18 games above 500.
Well, they are. But they haven't looked like the best version of themselves. But the question is this where they bottom out? Because if this is them bottoming out, they're going to have an elite season. They're going to have a great year. Or is this the beginning of the end? If you think it's the beginning of the end, well,
a little surprised today.
It's a pretty dismissive of the really great baseball they've played up until this point. 248-539-9797. David and Holly, you're next on 97.1. Hello, David.
Okay, now I'm ready. I was driving. Sorry about that.
All right. What's up?
Hey, I wanted to bring up the question. Everybody's talking about we need somebody, we need hitting, we need this or that. And you got to give up somebody to get somebody. Why are we not talking about Trevor Bauer? What is wrong with this guy? And I would hate for somebody else to get him that has everything, like a Yankees, a Mets, a Dodgers, a Phillies. Why isn't this guy being talked about?
Because Trevor Bauer has outside baggage. It's kept him out of Major League Baseball for the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, my concern is more he hasn't pitched at the Major League level in 4 or 5 years.
He's been pitching, but he's been pitching professionally, but not in the United States here. But that's why, David, because he's got baggage. The teams don't want to take.
I understand the baggage, but I think enough time has gone by. The way I look at it, the amount of money, I think there's more upside there. We spent a ton of money on somebody like Kenta Maeda, who I didn't think was ever really worth a whole lot. We burned $10 million on him this year, and he's out. We could get Trevor Bauer in for probably $1 million, whatever the league minimum is, and roll the dice with him.
Well, look, again, my concerns is how long it's been since he's pitched in the majors. I think if I look at their list of priorities, adding a starting pitcher feels down the list for me. And I would want one with more certainty. So that's my answer to your question. That's just baseball related. Not even getting into whether or not it would come with distractions, because whether it's fair or not, okay, and some people I know, whether it's fair or not, it would become a storyline that I'm not sure this team and this organization and this clubhouse necessarily needs. But for me, it's bigger. It's more about the baseball reasons.
Well, the multiple sexual assault cases don't help his case. And that's the outside stuff I was talking about.
Yep.
Multiple, not just the one recently.
Not just the one that recently.
That was overturned or whatever.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. I run the risk of doing this every once in a while where I see something and I'm like, oh, we got to talk about that. And then I'm like, no, we don't, because it's probably only fascinating to me and it has no relevance to anything we're talking about, but I'm going to share it with you nonetheless. Are you ready?
Please.
I saw this from Travel Gazette today.
All right.
70% of Canadians live south of Seattle.
Yeah, I buy that. The major cities like Montreal and Toronto are below that parallel, right?
If you draw a straight line from Seattle across and make that like the equator,
yeah,
70% of Canadians live below that. Seattle, of course, right along that border where Canada it feels like 2/3 of our country borders Canada, but 70% of Canadians live below that line.
Yeah. What else is below? Is Winnipeg below that?
No, Winnipeg's north of that. Winnipeg, Edmonton, Calgary.
Well, I knew that
Vancouver.
Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver would be. I just didn't know at that point because you got that.
Well, let me double and triple check
True.
on Winnipeg, but I believe Winnipeg is above that line. But yeah,
Hamilton's
below it.
London,
Yeah.
Brantford.
Winnipeg is the southernmost of those cities. Looking at a straight line map here, it looks like it is, but the curvature of the earth, I'd have to go. Well, I printed up here the curvature of the earth. Again, why I did this, I'm not really sure. It does appear that Winnipeg is above that line. So is Swim River, Yorkton, Saskatoon, Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw is above that line.
Winnipeg is 2 degrees north of Seattle.
Is it? Oh, there you go. This information that I offer up, do with it what you will.
For a giant country like Canada, in terms of land mass, and it is big.
Yep.
There really aren't many people that live in Canada.
Well, and most of them live close to the U.S. border.
Yeah, and most of them, 70% of them,
are south of Seattle.
Seattle.
There we go.
Da-da-da. Thank you, Montreal and Toronto.
Yep. Toronto's big, man. When's the last time you were to Toronto?
When I was 13, 12 years old.
That footprint, it feels like driving through Toronto from like one end of Toronto to the other feels like driving through Ohio. Like it is so big.
I remember, well, that was the last time I was in Toronto. I've driven towards Toronto and then made a hard right to go to
Niagara Falls. You do that thing?
Yeah, to go through there on my way to Syracuse because I would cut through Canada to go to Syracuse.
Were you that son of a gun that was ripping the tar off of 401?
I don't want to brag. I made a couple of harried trips over the bridges there too during that winter time. I was white knuckle driving.
Wait, which bridge? Like at Hamilton, that whole area?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of
some bad weather. It is.
There's some Zilwaukee attributes to that bridge there in Hamilton.
That was nerve-wracking. But once I got out to Hamilton and realized,
let me be clear, nothing's as bad as the Zilwaukee Bridge.
Of course not, Doug.
Yep.
Once you get to Hamilton, you realize I'm only like another hour and a half or so away from Toronto. Maybe I should do this one of these days. Never been back. Nothing against it. I'd like to go there. I'd like to check out the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Yep. Well, what about Banff? Your favorite ski town?
I will tell you this. Banff.
If people don't know what that's referencing, Gator had to make a commercial spot in a high school radio class.
Yeah.
And he did it for the ski club.
Everybody had to do the same commercial. You were given the same copy points about a school trip to Banff.
Okay. And Gator did it in the monster truck style.
That's right. And would scream out, Banff! Ski fans, hot doggers, for just $559 per person, you get Banff! Ski Banff from March 31st to April 6th. And all this other stuff. Price includes taxes, gratuities, except I said gratituities because I didn't know what the word was at the time. I was 15. But yes, Banff, I've never been to Banff. I saw a picture of Banff recently.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Dude, Banff is incredible.
Banff
is incredible.
It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in just a photo.
Where's that?
Banff! Was it Alberta?
Yeah, I think so.
Amazing.
PANFF.
Don't forget the second F.
Nope.
You know it's real when there's a. We got into a tiff about Banff.
I'm so not regretting bringing up my dumb stat about Canada.
One of my good friends, one of my oldest friends, his last name is Paff. It's Pfaff. Paff.
Really want to emphasize.
Yeah, they got 3 Fs in there, man. How do you fix 3 Fs? Well, you just do it. 3 out of the 5 letters of his last name are Fs.
That's one hell of an effing name.
That it is. Good guy.
248-539-9797. Bill's in Utica, and on 97 won the ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning. Great show as always.
Thank you.
You're absolutely right about Northern Canada. Only 100,000 people live in the Northwest Territories. That's it. And Canada subsidizes all the airfare going in between all the communities and the food and everything just to keep people up there.
Yeah, the Northwest Territories is a massive landmass. It's huge.
As big as the continental United States. Yeah. There's only like 40,000 people living in Yellowknife. 30,000 in
I
their
never would have
capital,
guessed. I never would have guessed.
No. Yeah, and they fly everywhere. There's no roads.
Yeah.
They have to fly everywhere.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess
Yukon.
It's their Alaska, right? Everything in Alaska.
It is their Alaska, yeah. There's a lot of rich minerals up there.
Yeah, a lot of gold mining.
And not a lot of women, I'll tell you that. But you pick a good one, you got to stick with her.
Wow. Bill,
imagine what Match.com looks like up there?
Bill, Tinder? What's up with your Northwest Territories intel here? Did you live there or something?
Well, no, I just have a lot of friends that were in the Canadian Forces, and they'd always say that these girls from from the reservations and shit, they're really good-looking girls.
All right, well, gotta stop there. Got a little too comfortable again. It happens all the time. He said, careful about the subject matter he's about to broach, and he ends up dropping an S-bomb instead. All right, fair enough. Yep.
Well, they brought up Match.com and Yellowknife.
I mean, Yellowknife only has a population of 40,000. Who knew? I would have thought at least 75,000 in Yellowknife.
At least it's not Yellowknife.
That would make it Yellowknife. That's a whole different city. That's over by the Maritimes.
Hard dating up there in the Northwest Territories. I got Canadian relatives, right? One of them ended up in an interesting career move. He became a Harley mechanic, and he ended up in like northern Saskatchewan as a Harley mechanic.
Got a lot of Harleys up in northern Saskatchewan that need to be serviced?
You go where the jobs are. And
I got a 65 Fat Boy, eh? And I need to get it fixed. Wonder if you can help me out with that? Yeah, we can help you out with that. Sure. 65 Fat Boy, eh? Yeah.
Meanwhile, my man's telling us there's no cars, there's no roads. My guy's up there fixing Harleys.
He's got a pack mule.
Yeah. Stories of my
and
Canadian
a pilot's license.
Yeah, right. Maybe he just flew from rural landing strip to rural landing strip fixing Harleys. But
I mean, it's unless you've got a giraffe. It was fun to ride.
Oh man. All right, anyway.
Bam!
Feedback. I'm so tired of hearing how good Rodgers is behind the plate. He can't hit a lick. His batting average and OBP have gone down 3 years in a row. Seems like Hinch has finally seen the light and will pinch hit him with Dingler the other game. When he pinch hit him with Dingler the other game. Look, he is what he is. He's a backup catcher. He's kind of lost his job. If you have a decent defensive backup catcher that can be an asset to you, look at the catching position. I'm going to have to go back and look, but we've done this the last few years. There's not a lot of good hitting catchers.
No, not typically.
And so if you want something better, I'm cool with that. I got no problem with that. But is this really a point of contention right now? I mean, is it?
It shouldn't be. I'm not worried. Like, again, we're talking, and even when I bring up my concern about Ibanez,
Ibanez,
right? It's not a big concern because he's a complimentary player on the roster. He's like the last guy on the roster. I'm not worried about the last guys on the roster. They're going to be shuffled in and out. Or a backup catcher. Okay, if Jake Rogers isn't hitting now, he'll hit at some point. I'm not terribly concerned about his lack of hitting because Dylan Dingler's a starter. Yep. And Dylan Dingler is hitting. And what I need Jake Rogers to be as the backup catcher right now is call a fantastic game and play defensively the way that he plays defensively. Like, that hasn't slipped. I'm not worried about it.
I mean, I guess if you prefer Thomas Nido, I think that's a bit of a stretch, but if we get late in the season and Nido is tearing it up at AAA and Rogers' offense gets no better, maybe they take a look. But said 30 at bats. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Look, we're mostly talking Tigers the first half of the show and sort of asking people how they characterize their feelings about their team. Like, where are they right now? And I think there's stuff that's going on right now. I landed on it's something to monitor. Some of the issues that have crept up, but I'm far from panic. I'm probably no longer chesty. Gator is still chesty, but there's things here that I think are worthy of monitoring that need to get corrected. But the reason I'm nowhere close, and I mean, something to monitor is moving slightly off of chesty. But, there's some stuff that has to be better than it's been. But we had some pretty panicked people so far today. 248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. I'm at the point where I want to know how much we can get in a Scooble trade. Clear to me this team isn't going anywhere. Is that a real text?
Don't even read it, man. Come on. Not going anywhere. 18 games, above 500. Best record in all of baseball right now. They're not going anywhere. They just dropped another one of the White Sox. They can't possibly go anywhere. How dare they? How dare the Tigers lose a game to the White Sox, let alone 2 in a 4-game series? How dare you?
Boy, that's pulling the plug quickly.
Well, it was a nice season, Doug. Nice start. Start selling them off.
Good God, if they lose a series to Chicago.
I mean, they're 5-2 this year against the White Sox. It's just not good enough.
I guess not. 248-539-9797. Tommy in Auburn Hills. Hi, Tommy.
Oh, Doug.
Yes.
Got the Gator.
Hello, Doug.
Yeah, you know what? I just wonder sometimes, I've thought this forever. It goes back for years with managers. Why did AJ, pinch hit for Carpenter? It's like, he's been on a tear. It's like, why not let the kid hit? He's been hitting home runs. He's been he puts it, was it Ibanez, the pinch hit for him? And, of course, and you know what? They lose another game to the White Sox, and he would have had another at-bat in the 10th inning, and we all know what he does in clutch time. It's like, so we didn't have him because AJ pulled him. Why did he pinch hit for Carpenter? I have a beef sometimes with AJ. That's all.
Okay, well, the reason is because Kerry Carpenter hits 200 against lefties.
Well, yeah, but he's not all the time. You never know. It's 200 means 2 out of 10 he hits. 2 out of them probably are home runs. You might have a home run. Why not give him another shot?
Because the other guy has a better track record of hitting lefties.
And what did he do?
Well, baseball is a game of failure, right? Like if you hit 300, it sounds good, but you're actually getting out 7 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're playing the percentages, man.
Well, I'm just saying Carpenter's he's been red hot. He's been hotter. It's like, why not roll the hot hand? Just don't play the lefty-righty matchup thing. That drives me nuts.
Tommy, you realize him playing the righty-lefty matchup thing is the biggest reason they have the best record in baseball? They don't have a lineup filled with all-stars. He's putting players in position to succeed.
I hear that, Doug. You? You know what? I hear that. I do. But you know what? Once in a while, when you got to ride the hot hand, and it's like, you know what? Let's go against the grain this time. Let's just see what happens. And I don't know. AJ he always sticks to the righty-lefty. He's like the book, like Leland. Oh, yeah, righty-lefty. It's like, yeah, that's what we got to do. And
what does Jim Leland know?
I get it.
I got to tell you, Tommy, it's worked really well for AJ Hinch.
I know it has. I'm just saying, sometimes it drives me crazy when it's like, like when he pulled Scooble the other day, it's 7 innings
all
strong.
Right. When he does things that have, gotten to a 630 winning percentage, it just drives me nuts, Doug. It drives me nuts.
If that was Game 7 of the World Series, Scooble's probably staying in the game. It was May. I mean, right? Are we going all out to win a game that early in the season? The reason you pull him at that time is because you want to be able to not have to pull him later in the year. It was late May. It makes plenty of sense. They're in this for the long haul. Now, Ibanez, is at a point where he's not having his best season. He's not coming through in those situations. At some point, you have to pull the plug on him and this, platooning him or pinch hitting him in those situations. But as long as he is here and you've got him on the roster, that says you're willing to use him in situations that benefit him historically, right? If you're not going to use him in those situations, then there's no point in him being here. They haven't reached a breaking point with Andy Ibanez yet. They give him an opportunity. It's playing these percentages that have gotten them where they are. Look at the roster, and tell me you look at the roster and you see the best roster in baseball. Because if you do, then and AJ Hinch messes something up, that's one thing. Or do you see a roster that's probably not the best in baseball, that has been finessed to the best record in the game? Because that's where I am.
Well, that's where I am, and I'm the one who's chesty about their prospects on the season. And I think if we continue this season, you'll see different trends or things become more of a trend. And if Ibanez isn't hitting lefties, I don't think he's going to be on this roster much longer if he continues to fail against left-handed pitching.
But that's why
his
he's
calling
here.
card.
And that's why he's here.
Yes, that's why he's here. And Kerry Carpenter, do I think he'll get more bats against left-handed pitching? Yes, I think he will. But in a situation like a game yesterday, you're going to a strength, what you think is the strength, because Ibanez was so damn good against lefties last year, and now this year it's a different story. So what's the sample size where AJ Hinch gets to the point where he says, this isn't going to work. Either I need to find another right-handed batter in this situation, or I'm going to let Kerry hit. Let AJ cook. He's the best manager in baseball. He knows what he's doing. This team is 18 games above 500 with, as you eloquently pointed out, not the best roster in baseball. It's a good roster from top to bottom.
Yep.
But it's not an elite roster by any stretch.
They're doing a really good job of getting the most out of their guys, which includes putting them in advantageous positions to have success. It's not working out with Ibanez of late, and we might be near the end of it.
Well, and as I said, I think giving Colt Keith reps at third base might be a sign to Andy Ibanez that you're going to have to start hitting, because your specialty is hitting lefties. You got to start hitting the lefties.
Yep.
Because having the versatility of you playing second and third base is no longer that special, because Colt Keith is able to play third base again because he's able to make the throws. At least that's what they're experimenting with, because they think his arm has healed it up enough over the years that he's able to make those plays. And it would really make a difference for the Tigers if they could rely on Colt Keith as an everyday third baseman, because then it frees up the DH spot to do lots of things, which also might free up an outfield spot.
Let's go to Wilson next in Dearborn on 97.1. Hello, Wilson.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great. Thank you.
So I'm not like the biggest baseball fan, and kind of looking at it from the outside, you know you're going to go into some games where you're not going to win them all. Like, when do you guys think the best time to go on that slide is, and when do you think like it would happen?
Well, I guess you first have to define what slide is. How long is a slide, and what's happened during that? Is a slide 5 games, or is a slide like a 20-game stretch?
3, 4, 5 games.
I think probably one of the best time to go through a slide is going to be the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm. So now.
Yeah, I mean,
no, not. What do you mean now? They're not in a slide right now.
And we're midway through the season, but
they're 8-6 in their last 14 games. That's not a slide. By your definition, that would have been the first series of the season when they lost 3 in a row to the Dodgers, or most recently when they lost 3 in a row to Cleveland, and then followed that up with a 5-game win streak. So, I guess that way I would look at it, Wilson, is that a slide is more than just 3 games.
Okay.
Because that's easy to overcome. It's the next series.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I mean, this isn't a terrible time to not be playing their best baseball, if that's what you're getting at.
Right. And if the terrible time for the Tigers right now is 8-6.
Yeah.
That's still above 500 baseball.
248-539-9797. Hey, it's first inning Friday on FanDuel, where every week FanDuel is hooking up all customers with a special offer you can use early in MLB games. Put your baseball knowledge to the test with the very first swing with no runs or yes runs on first inning bets. Will anyone score in the game's first frame? Check each team's season stats right on the FanDuel app and make the call. Every first inning Friday, you can expect a special reward like a profit boost, a no-sweat bet, or more. So make sure you come back every week to take another swing. First inning Friday, a chance to get you on the board early in these Friday games. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so look, Tigers top of mind, and this has been a really, really gratifying season so far, and some people have enjoyed it more than others. I feel like some people are waiting for the decline of this team, and we've asked people, what is your overall feeling? I said that there's stuff that's going on that's something to monitor. Gator is straight up still chesty, which is awesome. And you're still very confident in this team. And there are others that don't seem to be quite as confident, one might say. We've had people say they're very concerned.
But part of my reason for being confident is that I think that they will make adjustments to this team come the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I think they proved in the offseason they're willing to spend money. They didn't land a big fish, but they sure tried after they'd already landed other players. So why would that formula change when you get to the trade deadline? I think that they can go out and they have so much flexibility what they can do. They can do little moves. They can do a big move because they have the prospects to do it. They can take on a rental player if they want, or they can go after some big fish for another team that's signed to a multi-year contract.
Anyway, back to your phone calls. Greg's in Clinton Township and next here on 97.1. Hello, Greg.
How are you?
Good, Greg. How are you?
I'm great. I have a couple concerns. Jackson Job.
Yeah.
Mike Vierling and
Matt Vierling.
Torkelson. Torkelson, since I'm going to say May 1st, is back to 2024. Jacob Job, I have not heard one thing from the Tigers about down the road how far. And I'm looking at...
Well, let's just... how about this? Let's assume that maybe won't even pitch again this year. I don't think that's the case, but let's say he doesn't. What they have is Alex Cobb coming back to this team. We haven't seen him pitch yet. Gibson Long just came back to this team 2 days ago. And Reese Olson will be back real soon.
Okay. Now, that's great. But are they a Jackson Job? Are they a Reese Olson?
Reese Olson is technically a Reese Olson. But Greg, I'll guess the one thing is not everything's going to work out. You are right about that. I mean, Torque may not come out of this.
Monitoring Torque.
Yeah, we'll continue to monitor Torque, and Job his injury might be serious. Or more serious. Not everything is going to work out, but it does feel like there's a commitment that and that's why what they're going through right now is actually it's okay because they've got plenty of time to add to this team if they so choose. But you've brought up a bunch of stuff that's I think all worth monitoring. Yeah,
I totally agree with you that I'm glad it's happening now and not in August. And I'm hoping that Matt Vierling comes back. He could be our third baseman. Keith could go back to first. And Torkelson part-time. But who knows?
Well, we'll see. Torkelson has shown an ability to kind of come back from many slumps this year. Mm-hmm. He's in a 1-for-18 funk right now. He has hit the ball hard. I mean, if that ball goes 6 feet further, at the end of the game yesterday, it's a whole different feeling, right?
When he hit it, I thought it was out, but it wasn't. Alas, Gator. Alas,
it was not.
Kevin in Ann Arbor, you're next. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for letting me be part of the show.
Sure.
I agree with Gator on the AJ Hinch's decision to pinch hit Ibanez for Carpenter. And I wonder if there's a certain amount of bats that he's waiting for to see if he's get going. I mean, he couldn't tell me that he doesn't know what's going on. That was our chess piece to hit left-handed hitting. He's got to put him out there to see if he can or not. And maybe this is adjusted. I think he's having a trouble identifying the pitch out of the hand, and he's swinging that stuff and not making contact. But what else are you going to do? He's got to get some bats. How do you get a guy going that only gets 1 or 2 bats, and sometimes not at all a game? And so maybe a trip to Toledo will help. But I'm curious to know Ibanez's number last season in May and June. Was he slaying the ball last May and June, or it took him a little bit to get going?
I can tell you in just a second here. Last year in May, Ibanez hit 259. In June, he hit 341. In July, he dropped down to 192. August was 184. September was 167.
And yet he was at the plate in that playoff game against Houston late and came through with a massive hit. That's interesting because they stuck with him through a slump and it paid dividends when it mattered most. So that's probably why they're going to ride him for as long as reasonably possible. I'll tell you what, Kevin, the one thing I'll say about an Ibanez, if you are Ibanez, you really can't afford to say, hey, I'm not playing much, so I'm not ready. You just have to be ready.
That's the job.
That's the job. And so what you're saying is accurate. It's difficult when you don't play every day. But if you're Andy Ibanez, you have to be ready. You have to come through.
And that's why I think that it's possible that we could see Justin Henry Malloy come back to this team shortly if Ibanez continues to struggle at the plate, and let's say Malloy is hitting it at AAA, because Colt Keith is playing some third base now, they have the flexibility to bring up whomever. It doesn't matter what position they can play because they have plenty of guys who can cover the bases. You got multiple guys that can play third base now with Baez, Colt Keith, and McKinstry. When Vierling comes back, that's another one that can do it. You've got multiple guys that can play second base for sure. And so bringing up an outfielder, if that's what you wanted to do, to be a specialist, you can. And it's something that A.J. Hinch has talked about with Justin Henry Malloy. He comes in the toughest situations to come into. He's a pinch hit guy, or he's a guy that has to play every couple of games, and he's not a regular, and you're asking him to give you great at-bats. And it's what he's done. He's given you great at-bats. He doesn't always come up with a hit, doesn't always draw the walk, and his average shows that. But he gives you the great at-bat, which is something maybe Ibanez isn't doing now.
248-539-9797. Aaron in Shelby Township, you're next. Hello, Aaron.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
I'm not worried about it right now. You know, every good team struggles. You know, Dodgers, Yankees. You know, I believe the game is changing, and it has changed. I think A.J. Hinch is making the right decisions by playing the righty-lefty matchups. Our team is really good, man. You know, it shows we got the best record in baseball. You know, Colorado just won against a pretty good team, a few days ago. It happens. You know, I don't make a decision until like the end of July, end of August. And, it's baseball, man. You're not going to win every game. The best teams, they still lose. It happens.
So you're still feel pretty good about them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good team. We just got Parker Meadows back the other day. He's playing good. Our pieces are coming together. Our team is meshing, together really well. And you said it 15 minutes ago. There's no all-star in this team. We don't have.
They have all-stars, but there's no superstar in this team.
Yeah. That's what I mean. There's no Ohtani, there's no Aaron Judge, there's no Soto, but our team is really good, and we're gonna do great things. And I'm not worried about splitting the series with the White Sox. It happens. It means nothing to me. It's early June. Our team's gonna get it together.
Well, there's far more evidence that they're a pretty damn good baseball team than one that is merely a 4-3 every week baseball team, which has been the last 2 weeks, but 4-3 every week gets you 92, 93 wins. So, look, it's why, Gator, you remain chesty. And so was that guy.
Yeah, they're still playing really good baseball.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing the best baseball in the league through whatever it is, 70 games or whatever.
Arguably not
games.
The last snapshot of time, but
but I'm not. But why panic about a snapshot?
Well,
look at the bigger picture, and see where they're at. You don't like that they split against the White Sox. I get it. The White Sox not a good baseball team. They went 2-2. The Tigers are 8-6 in their last 14 games, and they're 18 games above 500 to start the season. At this point, you've got a full 6-7 weeks. The trade deadline is July 31st at 6 p.m. You got plenty of time to figure out where the holes are on this team and address them. And I have full confidence that Scott Harris and AJ Hinch will get together and address them based on what they did in the offseason to improve the team that got within a game of the ALCS.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. How you feeling about your baseball team right now? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tarek Skubal takes the mound for the Tigers tonight in front of what's expected to be the first of 3 sellout crowds at Comerica Park this weekend. The best team in the National League, the Chicago Cubs, in town for a 3-game weekend series. First pitch, 7:10 tonight on 97.1 The Ticket. The Michigan Panthers take on the Birmingham Stallions on Sunday in the USFL Championship. It's a rematch from last year's title game. The winner takes on either the DC Defenders or St. Louis Battlehawks in next weekend's UFL Championship. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver says says the league plans to explore expansion, and it is on the agenda for July's owners' meeting in Las Vegas. Seattle and Las Vegas, the top markets angling for a team. Fever star Caitlin Clark could return from her quad injury as soon as Tuesday. She will, though, miss tomorrow's game against Angel Reese in the Chicago Sky, her 4th straight absence. ESPN ranking NFL teams most likely to go worst to first this season. They say the 49ers have got the best chance, then the Chicago Bears and the New England Patriots. The least likely, the Cleveland Browns. And the latest mock draft from the AP's got Michigan State guard Jace Richardson going to the Rockets 10th overall. Michigan center Danny Wolf goes to the Jazz at 21. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So yesterday we brought up on Are You Going to Eat That, the new Popeyes chicken wrap.
Yep.
Luke Sloan, who just finished the update, said he was going after. He got off the air. Gator, did you go?
If you're asking me if I went to Popeyes after we had that discussion yesterday,
yep.
The answer is yes.
Did you?
I did. I did. I got. I tried 2 wraps, the spicy and the regular.
Yeah.
They're delicious. It's simple. I mean, it's nothing. It's just, it's a chicken tender basically in a tortilla with some lettuce, a pickle, and I think some mayo and cheese. Just a little bit of mayo.
Yeah.
It was delicious. It was great. And the spicy, you can definitely tell the difference between the spicy and the non-spicy. Yeah. Nice little wrap there.
Thumbs up, huh?
Absolutely thumbs up. And then you have to get a biscuit because it's Popeyes, and those are really good.
Yep. Sweet.
With some honey.
Cool. So they come with a Gator endorsement.
Oh yes, very much so. I mean, it's not life changing. It's just it's a great alternative, man. To if you didn't want to have like the heavy breading or a heavy breaded sandwich, because their chicken sandwich is great, but it's giant. And it seems like it's a lot of bread with the brioche bun that they have. You want to get the wrap? It's fine. It's really good.
248-539-9797. We've had a ton of Tiger discussion today, asking people how they would characterize their feelings towards this team. I moved a little bit off Chesty. There's something to monitor. There's a number of things to monitor right now with this Tiger team. And, it feels like a little bit more leakage from the bullpen. You've got less than consistent offense of late. They did put up the 13 runs. Outside of that, it wasn't a very productive road trip offensively. Casey Mize maybe having some control issues. They've run into some outs lately. And then none of this stuff has me anywhere close to panicking. 2 ends of the meter we've got is still Chesty and panicked. And panicked, there are times where it's justifiable to be panicked. I don't know that this is one of them. I would say it isn't. But that doesn't mean, others might feel that it is a justifiable time to panic. But how would you characterize yourself? And I'm like, look, there's stuff here to monitor. But Gator's still Chesty.
Still Chesty.
Yep.
And they're still playing good baseball. And there's the trade deadline at July 31st that I think they're going to make some moves at that point and improve the roster.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve in Woodhaven. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Steve.
Hello.
What's up?
Is Tariq Skubal not a superstar?
He is,
Yes.
but there's no superstar in the lineup.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the lineup part. One thing you said about Carpenter hitting 200 against left-handers. What's Riley Green hitting against left-handers?
I can check that.
200.
Oh.
He hit 200 last year.
You got all the answers, Steve. Yeah.
Huh?
Okay, go ahead. You got all the answers.
So
go ahead.
So do you think they pinch hit Ibanez for Riley Green?
I think they might have more faith in Riley Green at this point against left-handers.
But for no reason. I think that's the problem is it's kind of disrespecting. Carpenter's basically had the same numbers the last 2 years as Riley Green. He's as good a hitter. So you don't pull out a great hit. That's kind of disrespecting him in a way. But other than that, I think the Tigers are fine. Just keep Carpenter in mind as a star, not as a platoon player, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, I don't think they think of him as a platoon player. I think he's getting some at-bats against lefties. They're trusting him more and more to have that opportunity, but it has to build that trust.
Well, what did Riley Green hit against left-handers last year?
He hit 213
last year.
And Carpenter hit 107.
213.
Yeah, and Carpenter hit 107.
Yeah, but he's
what?
doing better this year, and there's no way you take his bat out of the lineup for Ibanez unless you're.
Well, all right, Steve. How about this? Is it reasonable to take him out of the lineup if he had missed the previous day because he had a tight hamstring? Does that come into play at all?
Well, I think you have to establish your core stars.
He missed the start. He was a late scratch the other day because he had a tight hamstring. Is it reasonable to understand that in that situation yesterday, he might be taken out because it could be lingering?
The subject, you're saying first it's the 200.
Well, no, what I'm going to get at, Steve, stop. What I'm going to get at, Steve, is that I think A.J. Hinch has a better handle on his roster on a day-to-day basis, who can do what and why because of how they feel, that none of us know. Would that be fair to say?
Well, I think Riley Green and Carpenter are equal hitters.
Well, my guess is the Tigers would have a fundamental disagreement with that. I'm very encouraged by Kerry Carpenter, and I hope he develops where he's an everyday player. I really do. But at this point, the playing the righty-lefty matchup thing has been the net of that all season long, and going back to last year, has been overwhelmingly positive. And it's pretty clear that it hasn't been working as well with Ibanez, and we may be near the end. But it's not like the Tigers are unaware of the results. But they're going to, as long as he is here and on the roster, he's going to continue to get opportunities. Do you have the numbers in front of you? What Carpenter is this year against lefties?
Yes, and there's actually a weird statistical anomalation with this, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Riley Green is hitting, I think, 213 against lefties, correct? Kerry Carpenter is hitting 200. He's got half the at-bats. He's hit 35 at-bats, and Riley, I think, had 70 at-bats. On-base percentage. Riley Green's on-base percentage, he's only hitting 200, is 291. Mm-hmm. So he's drawn walks against the lefties. Kerry Carpenter's on-base percentage is 194, even though he's hitting 200. It's less than his batting average.
Andy Ibanez is 300.
His on-base percentage?
Yep.
So these are reasons why. But again, like I said, and I don't mean to argue with the previous caller, I would like to see Kerry Carpenter get more bats against left-handed pitching too. And I think we're going to see that happen. But they've got a roster right now. They're playing the long game that they, give guys some time off. And like I said, Kerry Carpenter did get scratched from the lineup the other day.
There's also a drastic difference in starting left-handers. Because against starting left-handers, Green's batting 260 with a 711 OPS, and Kerry Carpenter's batting 154 with a 448 OPS.
Look at Paul Sarek.
Thank you, Paul. 248-539-9797. Aaron's in Chicago and next. Hello, Aaron.
Yep.
Hi, Aaron.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good.
I was just going to the weekend series with the Cubs versus Tigers this weekend.
Yep.
And I just wanted to ask you what you guys think about this weekend series.
Well, are you coming in from Chicago?
Yes, I am. I'm coming with my dad and my brother. My dad is a Tigers fan, and I'm the Cubs fan.
What do you think? I want to start with what you think, Aaron.
Well, I think tonight's going to be a good pitching night for the Tigers. I think since Suri Skubal is on the mound, I think he's going to have a good outing versus the Cubs. I do think it's going to be more of a low-scoring game, and I think tomorrow is going to be more of a high-scoring game for both teams. In my opinion, I think the Tigers win tonight and the Cubs will win tomorrow.
Well, I like the Tigers matchup tonight. I mean, anytime you got a Skubal start, you feel pretty chesty about it. And Ben Brown, who's pitching for the Cubs, right-handed pitcher, not off to a great start. Got a 5.7 ERA. His WHIP is near 1.5. So it looks
back
like
in his last outing.
Yeah, it's certainly advantage Tigers and when you just look at it on paper there. So I like the first matchup there. I think you look at the next game will pit Tyon against Montero.
Yep.
Maybe a bit of a wash. You want to lean towards Tyon being the better pitcher at this point? Sure. He's got a lower whip, slightly lower ERA. But the thing that this is startling. Tyon has given up 16 home runs this year.
Second most in baseball.
My goodness, that's a lot.
Gator, I think the Tigers are going to sweep the Cubs this weekend. We'll get into the reasons why at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and that is the reason why they have the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan's largest legal newspaper reviewed all the law firms in Michigan and called Michigan Auto Law arguably the best in the business. There's a reason why judges often send their personal cases to Michigan Auto Law. Top of that, they got white glove customer service. When you call them, they will call you back. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Ready for the invasion?
Invasion. Ready for the invasion. What could he be talking about? Oh, Cubs fans?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, Cubs guy called. Yeah, I mean, you got to like the Skubal versus Ben Brown matchup tonight. I mean, it's been a rough month of May for Ben Brown. He bounced back his last outing, and he showed some promise as a rookie. You know what? I was reading about him a little bit, what kind of pitcher he is, and electric stuff, but can't quite seem to put it together. And he's still young, but he's probably not at a place where he can be counted on yet. It's a little bit like sort of the scouting report. Remember Daniel Norris? Daniel Norris, who everybody said had great stuff, but never really put it all together. So you got to like the Skubal matchup. As far as Montero versus Jamison Taillon, cancer survivor, great story. But, you mentioned the 16 home runs allowed, second most in Major League Baseball. These are his numbers of home runs allowed his last 6 starts. 1, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1. So it's accumulated a lot his last outings.
It's also evenly distributed amongst left-handers and right-handers. In fact, the at-bats, he's faced 138 at-bats against lefties, 123 against righties. He's given up 8 home runs against either side. He's better pitching against lefties. They're only hitting 196, so he's got the reverse split there. And righties are hitting 244 against him, and they're slugging 504 against him.
And then you've got a matchup on Sunday of Jack Flaherty versus a rookie in Cade Horton. Look, the pitching matchups, I think 2 of the 3 favor Detroit. I think the middle game's a bit of a toss-up. But when a team continually tells you who they are, I decide to believe them. They have been remarkably resilient, the Tigers. Remarkably resilient. So, yeah, I think this is a send-a-message weekend. They've done fine against the National League since the opening series of the year against the Dodgers. Look, I'm not guaranteeing it or anything. I just think coming home, packed crowds, buzz in the air, Skubal gets them going again, and they carry the momentum through the weekend with a favorable pitching matchup on Sunday, and probably a bit of a flip of the coin on Saturday. But again, it goes back to the resilience this team has shown over and over and over again. So, yeah, I think they're going to sweep the Cubs.
So we got a 7 o'clock or a 7:10 first pitch tonight. It's supposed to be in the low 70s tonight and sunny. You can start to see the clouds are breaking a little bit now. It's getting.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Right around, but it's supposed to be great, right? And then you got a 1 o'clock start tomorrow, which will be in the mid 70s tomorrow. And again, a mostly sunny afternoon. I mean, this is shaping up to be perfect. Sunday, we're going to have some rain. But we'll see when the rain comes. But you got to like this, what's shaping up here to be a really fun, enthusiastic weekend, I think. Should be great atmosphere downtown. Sellouts, there have been some reports that the whole weekend sold out, but we'll see how that works. But if you're expecting 40,000 people each game, that's amazing to have this massive crowd appeal from both sides. We know that Chicago fans travel. We know that Chicago fans are here in Detroit, and they'll be there. But I think we'll see way more Tiger fans, but they're going to feel the presence. And I hope that this has that kind of playoff atmosphere. You got 2 really good baseball teams going at it here.
Yep, should have that playoff atmosphere. And Detroit's ready for this. I mean, the city, we went through such a drought, right? It felt like everybody was rebuilding. Everybody was bad. Everybody was relying on draft picks and prospects. And the Tigers don't feel that far removed from what veteran can we sign to a 1-year contract so we can trade him at the trade deadline for somebody else's prospects. That was the plan. That's why you get Jared Lorenzen. That's why they ironically got Jack Flaherty as much as anything. I mean, they were trying to win too, but Michael Lorenzen. Sorry, yeah, and Jared Lorenzen's the fat quarterback.
I'm the one who always makes that mistake.
It's contagious.
Sorry.
You don't remember when they had Jared Lorenzen?
Bam!
Anyway, long story short, now the city's ready to explode with Tiger excitement. We did last September. The weird thing was they covertly got back into the playoff chase, and Detroit had so checked out. The weirdest season ever. Completely off the radar because of their play and because their TV contract took them off most of our televisions. And it was like we all plugged back. We were paying attention, and obviously the hardcores were. But the community didn't really plug back in until there was about 10 days to go in the season. And then, oh my God, we got a playoff team. They made it. And then we went crazy during the playoffs. And now school's out for most. Weather's heating up. Let's go. Big weekend.
Well, we've got the best team in baseball.
Record-wise, yeah.
Record-wise is the Detroit Tigers. Well, that's how you determine who's the best.
Well,
right
you
now,
know, that's wins and losses are a statistic.
Until you get to the playoffs, where they actually, that stuff really matters. But until you get there, this is what you go on. Tigers had the best record in baseball, best team in baseball. Who's got the second best record in baseball?
Is it the Cubs?
The Chicago Cubs.
Well, let's go.
So the best in the American League against the best in the National League, the two best teams in baseball, going at it for 3 epic games here at Comerica Park. This should be a great weekend.
It really should. And now just a heads up, tonight's an Apple TV game.
And then Doug has to ruin it.
Well, I think it's better that we let people know
Yes,
now
no,
than when they
100%,
start finding out, okay, where are the Tigers?
Yeah.
They're on Apple TV. So, I mean, it's happened before where people have had the correct app to watch the game that they're either paying for or the Roku games. Did you ever figure out if you could get the Roku app on your TV?
I haven't tried it yet. Okay. No, I went to and it stopped.
Because all you had to do was download, and I'm not saying, I didn't know it either, but if you downloaded the Roku app, the game was streamed free.
Yeah, I would have to go through the search portion of my TV to figure that out.
Yes, and that one, you didn't have to give your email address or sign up and then cancel 2 weeks later and give them your credit card number. It's just you get the Roku app, you can watch. Apple TV is a pay service. And so you do have to pay for it, unfortunately. But feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Back-to-back All-Star years, and we're criticizing Riley's swing. Well, we've gotten 2 today that have been critical of Riley Green. Paul from Rochester Hills. My belief is our eyes recall what we had last year on offense. Torque and Baez almost run out of town. Now I see another defensive shortstop and no offensive third baseman. Our daily outfield lineup is based on left-right-handed opposing pitchers. We all know we live and die based on elite starting pitching, and now that group is fractured. Every time our offense struggles, my memory takes me back to early last year. Well, is the evidence from early last year stronger than the evidence from late last year and early this year? I kind of get it, but it's also like we have more evidence that they're going to be fine. Detroit fans are the absolute worst. Sky is always falling. We went 2-2 against the Sox. It's June, you idiots, and we're 18 games over 500. That's from Dave.
Well,
we didn't say that. Dave did. I don't know the people.
We just thought it.
Well, there's been a couple calls today where I've thought it, but people need to relax. We went 35-5 in 1984 and went 500 the rest of the season and won the World Series. Relax, people. It's from John McComb. 3 months isn't a slub. Ibanez sucks. He isn't a lefty killer. He shouldn't even be in Toledo. Look, they really liked Andy Ibanez in that role.
He thrived last year in that role.
Yep. He came through in the clutch in that role. It hasn't worked as well. Got it. They're not unaware of it. It might be near the end for Andy Ibanez. But if you're using a roster spot for a guy that they have faith in, you have faith in him until you don't. Right? If he's here, you use him the way you intended to use him until you don't. And if he can't do that thing anymore, he'll be gone. Clearly, some people have seen enough. They're ready. But I would argue that if those people were paying close attention after last July and August, or was it August, September? It was July and August, wasn't it? Where he hit below 200 for 2 months. They would have cut him before September. The postseason, and he wouldn't have been at the plate in that Houston game.
Yeah, it was July, August, and September. All 3 months were below 200. But last year they didn't have many other options, right? The roster was not as robust as perhaps it is now. With they're knocking on wood here, they're relatively healthy from an offensive roster standpoint. I guess we're waiting for Veerling to come back again. But beyond that, this is where we're at. So we're talking. There's complaint about the last guy that's on this roster.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're okay as a team if your complaint is about the last guy. Now, there are other guys to be concerned about and monitoring, if that's what we're going to do.
I'll go with monitoring.
And I think Torkelson's worth monitoring. I think Trey Sweeney is definitely worth monitoring and seeing where, I mean, Javi Baez he still looks like a different player. You know, he's stinging the ball to all fields. He's still picking up hits. He's no longer a blanking liability at the plate. He's an asset. He's also an asset in the field. So the solution for Trey Sweeney struggling might simply be you're going to take a seat while Javi Baez gets to start at shortstop. They've got lots of options now because Javi has played as well as he's played, and now Colt Keith is going to get some reps at third base as well. That provides a lot of flexibility.
So with the Cubs in town, you asked a question earlier today before the show, whether or not they are the visiting team that you are most likely to purchase tickets to go see. Let's do 10 texts right now. First 10 texts at 248-539-9797. If you decide to go to a Tiger game and you're purchasing your tickets based on the opponent, who's the opponent that you are most likely to buy tickets to go see? Make sure you sign your text at 248-539-9797. We'll read the first 10 that we get. If you want to give us a reason why you like seeing said opponent, some of them are self-explanatory. But if you're going to buy tickets to see an opponent, is the Cubs the team? Because you like seeing the Tigers beat that team, or is it somebody else? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. We'll get more into the Tigers and Cubs. Huge weekend series coming up in a minute. Question was, who's the opponent you're most likely to buy tickets to go see at Comerica Park? We asked for 10 texts. Here they are.
Okay.
CJ writes in the Yankees. Owen says Dodgers and Shohei. Jason says Dodgers. Ohtani, baby. Alex, for me, it would be the Atlanta Braves because I have family that lives down in Georgia, so they've always been like a second team to me. From James at work, the Yankees. From Jason at Oak Park, definitely the Dodgers. From Chuck, the Reds and De La Cruz. From Ron, I go see the Yankees. Love seeing them lose. From John, Dodgers for star power. From Dewey in Utica.
All right.
Cincinnati Reds, was a huge fan of the Big Red Machine back in the 70s. So there are your 10 texts. More Reds love than I expected. Red Sox love, not love, mention, I guess is a good way to put it.
Yeah, for me, it's always been about an opposing player that I want to see. I want to see a superstar.
Yeah.
So it would be the Dodgers for me right now because of Shohei Ohtani.
Gator, I'm going to read some quotes for you here. You ready?
I am.
Yep. Regarding a baseball team. It's funny because you hear it all the time. This team plays the game the right way. And when you put a lot of good baseball players in the field, and I feel like we just have a lot of good baseball players, when you put them on a team together that has a hunger and a drive to do things for more than themselves, it leads to a good team in baseball. Everyone's accountable for themselves. Guys are accountable for one another. We have good relationships with one another. We hang out together. We do things together. We really cherish being in the room together. Another one. The little intangibles are, I think, off the charts. It's one of the best base running teams I've been on. As for stealing bases, taking extra bases, putting pressure on the defense. Those are quotes, not about the Tigers. Those are quotes from Dansby Swanson and Justin Turner, the Cubs, talking about their own team, with the exception of the stolen bases part. It could be said the same thing, a lot of that about the Tigers.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yep.
And Tigers don't steal bases.
Yep.
Now that Parker Meadows is here, they'll run a little more, but that's not their thing. Their thing is taking first to third. Their thing is going to second to third on a fly ball. They're going to take the extra base when they can without necessarily stealing the base.
And it's always funny watching or looking back at the lineage of how rosters are put together. Back in 2021, Javi Baez had a great run with the Cubs, but at the trade deadline of that year, he got shipped along with another player, and cash from the Cubs to the Mets. Do you remember this?
I remember him got traded to the Mets, yeah.
Yeah. And remember he had the problem, didn't he give like the thumbs down to fans? There was he didn't like New York fans, and they didn't like him, and the Mets fizzled. They didn't do anything. Anyway, right. He became a free agent, and the Tigers got him. Do you know who the Mets gave up to get Javi Baez and others?
I do not.
Well, they got the fifth best prospect. The Cubs got the fifth best prospect in the Mets system. That player is currently leading the Cubs in WAR, home runs, RBIs, stolen bases. He's playing great outfield. He's hit leadoff for them. He's hit cleanup for them. They got Pete Crow Armstrong back, who is in the heart of their lineup and has been a great player for them. They got him for current Tiger Javi Baez. Funny the lineage, how it all played itself out, and he is a big part of this Cubs team. Big part of this Cubs team.
Yes. Yeah, and that's an example of a trade working out, certainly for the Cubs, because Javi was really nowhere near the same player after that point. He's picking it up, and he's having a good season this year. Still not hitting a ton of power right now, but his average is considerably better. He looks better, and the fact that he could play center field flawlessly was a huge upside, while Parker Meadows has been recovering. And now Parker Meadows is back, and now Javi's showing his utility, playing shortstop, playing third base, playing center field whenever they need him to.
Yeah. In the meantime, no team has been hotter in baseball since May 10th than the Cubs. They are 17-6 coming into this series with Detroit, and their lineup, on paper, it's probably one that has a lot more familiar names, but one of the names that they have and they built around, and it's like, damn it, because I feel like we always wanted him. And the Cubs got Kyle Tucker, and he's been really good for him. But it seem like the Tigers, There was always discussion of could they get Kyle Tucker from Houston.
Yes, and I think I led the charge. I wanted Kyle Tucker so bad on this team for years. Like back when you go back to the Justin Verlander trade. I wanted Kyle Tucker. The Tigers end up getting 3 prospects for JV. Jake Rogers, one of them. He's the only one that made it out of that group. And I remember saying at the time, I just want Kyle Tucker. And then looking back at it, they got quantity with three prospects in that trade. But you would have traded, in hindsight, you go back and you go, yeah, absolutely, do it straight up. Let's do Verlander for Kyle Tucker, and it would have looked like an equitable trade. Didn't work out that way. Kyle Tucker's an outstanding player, and the Cubs are right to trade for him, and he's going to be a very well paid player for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Well, let's buckle up because this is a big weekend series. And look, I saw some feedback coming in about how wrong I'm going to be about the Tiger sweep. Then I might be wrong. Okay. Guess what? I might be wrong, but let's face it. This Tiger team has given us reason for most of the year to think they're going to bounce back. It's one of their great trends that they've showcased all season long is a resilience that they're very good at flushing it and coming out and playing well the next game. 248-539-9797. Know a lot of people fired up for this one. Again, first game tonight, and you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight. How do you feel about Panthers and Edmonton?
I think this series is so much fun to watch. It's the Stanley Cup Finals, so everything is physical regardless. But these two teams already came out hitting each other. They're two teams that can put the puck in the net and can also come up with some phenomenal goaltending at times. And I'm rooting for Edmonton. I'm a huge Connor McDavid fan. Love Leon Draisaitl as well. There are players to like on Florida also. It's interesting to watch it, though, because Florida has 3 very appealing free agents that are on their roster that will be free agents 48 hours after the season's done.
Yep.
And one of them will make people go cringe a little bit, which is you when I say this, and that's Brad Marchand. He's prickly to play against. He's a pain, but he produces. He just flat out produces. And then you have Ekblad, the defenseman, and then Sam Bennett, the other forward, who's just scoring goals at a crazy pace. I think he's tied the record for most goals on the road or something like that with 11 goals on the road. It's fun to watch this series from both sides because I'm kind of like scouting out which player would I want on the Red Wings while also watching the mastery that is the play of Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl.
Well, I think there's one answer as to which of the free agents, and I'm going to go with the following. You cannot get Marchand.
It's just that simple?
Yep.
Can't do it?
Nope.
Don't want to see it?
Nope.
Stay away.
So cross his name off. Actually,
get out of my house.
If I'm going to make an argument against him, which I'm very enthusiastically wanting to do, how old is he?
Brad Marchand is 30.
Too old.
He just turned 37.
Don't even consider it.
Too old, you say?
Yes. Story in The Athletic today, Aaron Ekblad talking about his pending free agency. Didn't want to talk about it, but The Athletic has these quotes. It'll have to be after the season. Obviously, a thought one way or another has obviously come into my mind, but at the end of the day, we'll see the way it plays out. Everybody knows where I stand. I live and breathe for the Florida Panthers. I bleed for the Florida Panthers. I've given my body and everything to this team, and I want to keep doing it forever, for as long as they'll let me come to the rink.
So he wants out? That's Ekblad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to me, the answer is Sam Bennett.
Ekblad would be great. He's a sizable defenseman. He's 29, but somebody's played his entire career, and this is 11 years in the NHL. It's all been with Florida, so you can understand that. Sam Bennett is in for a pretty good payday. And Sam Bennett's had a great playoff with 12 goals, 18 points in 18 games. He seems to come up with that big goal when they need it.
He'll pair really well with Mitch Marner.
He will. Yes, 100%. In Detroit. Yes. I'd love to get Sam Bennett. I'd love to have Mitch Marner. I hope that Steve Eisman gets one of those two players. For both of them, that's greedy as hell, and that would never happen. But to get one of them. Just get one of them.
Yeah. We got Florida Panther guy behind the glass. Which one can we have?
Yeah, what are we allowed to do, Paul?
I'd prefer you guys just take Ekblad because I really like Sam Bennett. He's been great.
I wouldn't be mad at Ekblad.
He's everything you want in a playoff player. Him and Verhaeghe, it's unbelievable.
Verhaeghe's ridiculous.
In the playoffs, it's just ridiculous how clutch those guys come up.
Yep. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies for both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. It's a limited time offer. Become a member today. It's easy. Visit umcu.org to get started today. Insured by NCUA. So yesterday, frustrating. Couldn't get Thursday Mo in.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a big part of setting up a good weekend. You get a good Thursday Mo in. You can enjoy the lawn for the weekend. Don't have to do any more yard work. Get the edging done, bagging if there's not any necessary. Had a big mulch spread. Did a big mulch spread. Yeah. So it's looking up. Things are looking up.
I think there were a lot of people probably yesterday that didn't get the Thursday mow in. Ground a little squishy.
Yep. But on the food front, I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Yep. Papa John's new cheddar crust pizza. They also have a cheddar breadstick.
Yeah, I saw this morning. I started thinking, 'cause one thing when you see cheese blends for pizza, it's always mozzarella blended with something else, right? Or it's just straight up mozzarella. I've seen occasionally where you can get like little dollops of ricotta put on there, but you don't really see the cheddar. But I did in my house. Whenever I would get like a French bread pizza, or if I got any kind of frozen pizza, I always wanted to add a little extra cheese. And if I didn't have some mozz in the house, but I had cheddar, I would throw on some cheddar. I think it's unsung to use on pizza. So I'm not a huge fan of Papa John's pizza, but I applaud them for saying cheddar can belong on pizza too.
Yeah.
And for breadsticks, absolutely can belong on breadsticks.
I see breadsticks before I see pizza. But then again, I'm not a pizza aficionado. I mean, I'm not an anti-pizza. I just don't get it.
But if you had let's say you go out and there's like a buffet and all the dinner is pizza. And you got all different kinds of pizza up there, but the only non-meat version of it is a cheese pizza. And it's a cheese pizza that has cheddar as well as mozzarella. Would you be intrigued?
Ish. I don't need it, but I'd be more worried they would mess it up. But they'll do anything with crust. Pretzel crust, stuffed crust.
Pretzel crust is great. It's a game changer for Little Caesars.
I've never done it. Never done that either.
Well, I recommend it, my friend. You do like pretzels.
I do. So, how do you feel about the white pizza?
I've had it before. I'm fine with it. It's got its place. I don't really think of it as. I think of that more as a fancy breadstick, because I always think of pizza with like tomato sauce.
Yeah.
So if it's like almost like an Alfredo sauce, if they use that,
it feels like more breadstick characteristics than pizza characteristics.
But it's good. Yeah, I'll look. I love pizza of all kinds, with the exception of anchovies. So and mushrooms.
One of the biggest stories in sports playing itself out right in front of our eyes, and that is the unlikely marriage between Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. It is announced that he is going to Pittsburgh.
Finally happened.
I don't know. This just feels like a sign of desperation on Tomlin's part. And I have so much respect for Mike Tomlin and so little respect for Aaron Rodgers now and what Aaron Rodgers has become. It really started to go south with Skip OTA's complain about my receivers guy. As the quarterback, I mean, you can skip voluntary workouts, but then don't blame your receivers who were at the voluntary workouts later. So that's where it started, and then all the off-the-field craziness. But if you had said to me years ago, who's the last coach that would put up with this version of Aaron Rodgers, I would say Mike Tomlin.
Right.
I can't believe this is where Tomlin is.
Well, it's not. It's the Pittsburgh organization, along with Tomlin. They didn't put up with that when it was Antonio Brown. Said you got to go, despite the fact he was in the prime of his career. They didn't put up with that with Le'Veon Bell. They weren't going to kowtow and cave into his demands. On you can go.
And to be clear, before the calls and texts come in, all different situations, but they didn't have a lot of tolerance.
Right. No, and there were other players too that have come and gone through there. They're just like, you know what? No, you can go. We're not going to do that. We have a different standard here. So when the rumors started, I, like you, was like, no. I mean, come on. How is that a fit? Here's a guy who's extraordinarily selfish later on in his career. an abject failure with the Jets. He helped run a coach out of town there. He's not the team player that he once was because he's unwilling to participate in some offseason workouts with a brand new team. How does this work? Now, the Steelers, they get this done just in time for their OTAs to begin next week. And he's supposed to be there. But I still have a hard time understanding this. And I was reading a story about it today, and it goes back to some quotes that Aaron Rodgers made in the Pat McAfee show back in April about how he said, I've been completely upfront with everybody about this, how my first priority is my personal life. I want to get my personal life is mine, and that's the number one priority. Everyone knows that, and the Steelers know that too. Okay, and that hasn't wavered. Now here it is 2 months later, and he's agreed to terms on a 1-year deal with the Steelers. It still doesn't make sense. I mean, it makes sense from this standpoint, I guess, because they don't have much left on the roster anyway. And if they wanted to put together a trade to acquire Kirk Cousins, it's almost impossible because of the money Kirk Cousins makes. I don't know how much I don't think it's been reported yet what the 1-year deal is, has it?
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen any money associated with it yet. But I'm guessing it's a fraction of what Kirk Cousins is making because they just don't have room under the cap. Otherwise, Kirk Cousins would be a Pittsburgh Steeler. That makes more sense. Aaron Rodgers makes very little sense other than, hey, we got nothing else. Might as well go with this guy. He wants to finish out his career. The schedule for Pittsburgh is very interesting. When you look at the first game of the season is at the Jets. They also have a schedule that takes on the NFC North. So they play home against Green Bay. They are home against Minnesota. They are at the Detroit Lions on December 21st, and they are at Chicago right before Thanksgiving. So that's kind of interesting. It's also interesting because they got it's a tough schedule that Pittsburgh has. When you factor in the other games that they have to play, they got the division games against Cincinnati, which aren't going to be easy. You've got a game against Buffalo. You're playing Baltimore twice. You've got a game against Miami. And it's not easy. And if it's just a 1-year deal, I mean, does this look to you like this is a recipe to put Pittsburgh, who, by the way, has kind of decimated the roster a bit here, if they're going to just count on one wide receiver coming on board now, is that what's going to change them to make them a playoff team?
I don't know, man. I just look at this and I don't want to use the word sad because I don't care that much about Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. Yeah. I just thought of them always as an organization that I've had so much respect for it. And Tomlin here, I don't even think he should have that late in his career type of feeling, but this feels like a late in career move that, you're Mike Tomlin. You have been, what has happened, man? Like, what is, I mean, it's not like Rudy Giuliani bad, but it's what happened to you, Mike Tomlin. You're putting up with Aaron Rodgers? What has happened?
I mean, and it's just, a month after, was it Cameron Hayward that had all the things to say about this? It's like, why are we,
why are we even doing this?
Yeah. So there's going to have to be a lot of communication that goes on over the next week.
Yeah.
Probably the next hour, I would think. I mean, if I were the Steelers, I'd be like, you sit down with our defensive leader and you guys make sure that you can move together because we need to have leadership moving forward. But it's no longer this offense that looked to be somewhat potent. They've got DK Metcalf, Robert Woods, and Calvin Austin as their wide receivers. And Frying with the tight end is good.
I just got an update from Kang, who is golfing today, part of that charity outing he was telling us about that he was getting ready for.
And Kang does not golf.
He does not golf. He went to the range, though, once.
He went to the range once, and he golfed with us once.
Yes.
For 9 holes.
And he wasn't, he hit some shots.
He hit a couple. He's athletic.
Yeah. But, it was clear he didn't golf much.
No. But if he put some time into it, he could probably be pretty good.
Yes. Well, I got an update on how it's going.
Yeah.
We'll get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Stay tuned for one of the more challenging live reads that I will do.
Yeah. Here we go.
We'll see how I do.
You want it, though. You want the smoke.
Yeah, I do. Again, we'll see. We'll see how I do. All right, so the update from Kang here, who doesn't golf much, went to the range once, part of a charity outing today. I'm still seeking more details, like where he's playing, whether or not he's playing his own balls, a part of a scramble. It's probably part of a scramble. Most
charity events.
Yep. I said, "How's golf going?" His response: "Bad, not too bad, very bad so far. I've only lost 2 balls." So it's not too bad, but he admits it's very bad.
Yeah, this begs the question for other details. Like, how many holes into it are you?
Yeah, you lost 2 balls.
What's the chorus?
2 balls in? What do we got? 2 holes in, I should say. Yeah. 2 balls in.
Careful.
That was just said. How many balls are you in, Doug? I'm 2 balls in.
You can still talk. Let's go. What else we got going here?
Nothing. Nobody's going to pay attention to anything I say after that.
Do you like the scramble events?
Yeah, I do.
I do too.
I prefer to play my own golf ball. But
well done.
If the scrambles can be fun.
Scrambles can be fun.
I played in a 2-man scramble once with my son, and the cart had an electronic leaderboard that showed like the top 10.
Yeah.
And there's, 30-something groups.
That's fun.
Yep. So we tee off, my son bombs one out there. We hit one within like 25 feet. So we're on the green, 25-foot putt, and I roll in this big bender.
Nice.
And so you enter in the scoreboard, like the electronic score, and at the top, it said Karsh/Karsh -1.
Nice.
And we were there for about 2 holes.
Well, you'll enjoy for the 2 holes.
Yep. And unfortunately, I was like, I wish they had the whole leaderboard. But the fact that, I was like, this is way more exciting to see your name on a leaderboard.
Right. As opposed to just yelling, "Hey, where are you guys at? We're 2 under. What are you at? We're 4 under. Awesome."
You never, you don't know where you are. But
this is like evidence.
Yeah.
It's like the real deal. Like you expect to hear commentary.
Dude, it was just, it was so, I was so fired up. And then stayed at 1 under for like 4 holes. And then we got to 2 under. I'm like, come on, we're not on the scoreboard again. I want to get back on the scoreboard. But
what's Faraday saying about that?
Right?
These guys are good.
Unknowns.
They're playing great golf right now.
Alas, it didn't last.
Sorry.
Much at all. David Beckham is to be knighted.
Yeah, I saw this.
What? I wouldn't even know what to think.
Well,
hey, Doug, we're going to knight you. Cool?
I think you'd be fired the hell up if you were of British ancestry.
Sure.
And, this to me sounds like it's one of the coolest things ever to be bestowed on an individual.
Bestowed is the proper term.
Thank you.
Yep.
To be knighted. There's a sword that's involved. Tapping you on either shoulders, if I understand it correctly. That's pretty freaking cool. The fact that you're being knighted because you were a great soccer player is kind of odd. Although I'm sure there's some other stuff there, some philanthropic endeavors that help to give him the knighthood. But then you get to be called sir, which can be pompous, but also kind of, you got to respect somebody right there. That means something.
See, outside of that, what is the upside? Does it get you better parking at places, or?
I think there's reverence.
In England, is there a special lane? We have the high occupancy lane. They have the night only lane. Is there anything like that?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think you guys anything like that. But perhaps that you're out and about and people are gonna maybe buy you drinks, buy you a pint.
I don't think David Beckham needs to worry about that.
No, but now he's Sir David Beckham.
Oh,
or soon to be Sir David.
See,
Beckham.
I think you'd hate to be called Sir Scott Anderson, Sir Gator.
I think I might be able to to get into it.
But you hate pretentiousness.
Yeah, but this is I was bestowed. It's a knighthood. Told you about the sword. There's a sword.
There is a sword, yeah.
Come on.
Yep.
You don't think you'd be jazzed about that?
No.
Bend the knee, get the sword to either shoulder, stand up, and you are Sir Douglas Karsh?
It just doesn't fit with us, man.
You know what he gets you? A better room at Banff.
Well, that I can get on board. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We got a Jay and Warren. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right.
What's up?
So I'm downtown Detroit right now, and I can't help but notice, like, the smog down here is so bad from these Canadian wildfires. Like, as soon as I exit my vehicle, my eyes are instantly watering, burning, lungs are burning. I'm wondering if they're going to even be able to get these games with the Cubs in this weekend, to be honest with you. It is absolutely terrible down here in Detroit as far as air quality goes.
Is it really?
It's awful. At 75 and I-94, which is only a couple miles out of downtown, you can barely see the Rensen. That's how awful and how smoky it is down here. And it's not, you can actually smell it in the air too. Like, you smell like a burning smell. It is absolutely awful air quality down here right now.
That's really interesting. I didn't notice anything at all this morning, and I feel like if that's the case downtown, wouldn't that be true of all of Metro Detroit?
Yes.
You would think so, yeah, you would think so. But I do know that it being right by the river, you get those really high winds that like to go down that river. Maybe that's ushering in some of this crappy air more downtown than it would be out in the suburbs. But I'm telling you, I mean, other people maybe call in and give your 2 cents that are down in Detroit. It's bad. It's really bad, boys.
Okay, I'm not discounting it, Jay. It just seems surprising because I've seen no mention of this. None.
Oh, I knew it was the air quality is going to be different because of the fires out in Canada. They've talked about this, but I don't know if it's supposed to be.
Well, I would never have thought that it would be to the point where in Detroit we'd be saying, quote, it's bad. And he was pretty.
Well, looking at it, doing a quick search on this, it is not good. No, in fact, it's called unhealthy to very unhealthy right now. Now, will that change by game time? I mean, you got 6 hours before the first pitch. So it will move through to a degree.
All right. Well, maybe people can report back. I'm going to go outside during the commercial break. See if I can figure it out.
Yeah, it's supposed to stay unhealthy. Very unhealthy. I'm sorry.
Sir Gator, will you go outside during the commercial break?
I was not outside during the commercial break.
No, will you go outside during the commercial break?
Yes, if you'd like me to.
I would. I'd like you to report back.
Okay.
Sir Gator with a weather update coming up. Anybody else notice this? And is it so bad that you wonder if the Tiger game's going to get played?
Well, when I hear very unhealthy, this is the scale, right? It's like excellent, fair, poor, unhealthy, very unhealthy, and dangerous. And it is at the very unhealthy level now and will be unhealthy after 9 o'clock.
All right, well, let's go outside and report back. We'll hear from listeners. Live read. I will do one now.
I'll wait 30 seconds before I go out.
Twin Peaks has an action-packed weekend for all their fans out there who can't wait to host you for the party. Miss Twin Peaks International Contest is just around the corner, and tonight is your chance to meet the beautiful contestants from your favorite lodge. Starting at 7 p.m. tonight, you can meet and greet with those lovely ladies looking to take home the crown. But it doesn't stop there. You got hockey and basketball finals action all weekend long with UFC 316 with a dynamite rematch between me, Rob, Divalishvili, and Sean O'Malley. Why check it all out at Twin Peaks? Why not? They serve up the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They boast a scratch kitchen, smoked items like ribs, brisket, and wings. They hand-cut and bread to order their own boneless wings and tenders. They offer up hand-smashed seared bacon. You heard that, Divalishvili! They got high-end tequilas, cervezas. You think you died and gone to heaven. The best part, it's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Come see the difference this weekend. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. What's up?
Yeah.
There's going to be Doug before Midor Divilishvili, and there's going to be Doug after.
Oh, you feel like you've really hit a home run
I
there.
actually have no idea if that's how you actually pronounce it, but I'm pretty proud of that one. It sounds right, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Let's say it fast enough. Nobody,
Yep.
There's a fight.
Well, maybe the UFC crowd can tell me if I got it right. Not my thing, but I think I sold it pretty well.
Divilishvili.
Divilishvili. Hell yeah. All right, so Gator and I both went outside. Smoke from the Canadian fires was 1,000 miles away. Do you think that air quality? Do you think that guy oversold it, or do you think you can definitely tell? Because he questioned whether or not the game was going to get played.
You can definitely tell there's something different in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, if you look, there is a slight haze. This is nothing like what you see out west typically on a daily basis in California. This is nothing like that.
Yeah.
There's a slight haze. But yes, you can smell a little bit something in the air. We went through this, was it last year when they had the fire, 2 years ago, the fires, they were taking place, and it definitely came, by the time it got over here, you could tell the difference. And I would say this, though, as far as the what you can see in the distance, I can see just fine. And I'm looking at least a mile to the east and southeast, and the visibility is fine. But I think the air quality sucks. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's enough where they're going to say, let's not play this game.
Well, we ask people to report. It might be different downtown. 248-539-9797. Jacob on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, guys. Not too much. Just driving around, and yeah, I can see it's hazy out. But my wife brought this up to me last night. We're supposed to go to a concert that's outdoors, and she doesn't want to go anymore because the air quality's that bad.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean, I told her it's not like they're going to cancel the concert or like cancel any of the Tigers games or anything, but she's kind of convinced that they will. I don't think it's that bad personally, but people are affected by it.
Who's in?
I'd call in.
What's the show tonight?
Mount Joy. I don't know if you've heard of them. They're like an indie band, just playing up at Freedom Hill. But
I'll trust you on that. I mean, I'm thinking about going to the Tigers game tonight. This isn't going to be the deciding factor if I go or not. It's not. I mean, it's fine outside. It's. I mean, you can definitely notice that it's different. But I mean, there's nothing out there. Like, we're not seeing a crawl across the bottom of the TV screens saying, "Do not go outside. Stay away."
We haven't had the emergency alert system.
Yeah, there's
kick
nothing
in.
like that. So
No,
I don't. Might be overblowing things a little bit.
Mike at U of M has an explanation. It's probably from all the hot air the Cubs fans are bringing to town from their brains.
Chicago.
Yep.
You know what they call it?
City that blows.
That's right.
248-539-9797. Ron's on a cell, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Ron.
Hey, Doug.
What's
Gator,
up, Ron?
How you guys doing?
We're great.
Ron.
Great show. Love it, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been running around Detroit all morning, and it was a little worse this morning, and it's lightening up a little bit now. But, yeah, you can definitely see it. It's like one of those early morning fogs when you're out in the woods or out towards the swamp, something like that. I don't know if you guys ever been out.
I don't spend a lot of time near swamps, but but I'll trust you on that one.
No, but that's a different kind of haze because that burns off and it's not due to bad air quality.
I was just trying to kind of give an example, but yeah, you can definitely see it. I don't think they'll cancel any games or anything, but you can definitely see it more downtown.
What swamps are you hanging out around? Just out of curiosity.
Well, when I deer hunt and hunt and fish a lot, so sometimes I get into some nasty places.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and that's more of a fog than it is the haze. A little different there. The very unhealthy is the air quality for today. Tomorrow, it's still going to be very unhealthy. Sunday, it will become unhealthy, and Monday, unhealthy. But the air quality gets better every day.
Sounds like Kang's golf game today. Not too bad. Very bad.
Yeah, very bad, but not too bad.
Apparently, very bad to Kang is acceptable. It's not too bad. It's very bad. What did you expect?
I was bad on Monday when I played.
Were you?
Bad.
Fair enough.
I would say bad to very bad, which is too bad.
248-539-9797. Rico and Algonac, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rico?
Not so much, guys. I drive a produce truck down in Detroit and whatnot. To be honest, till you guys mentioned it, I was like, oh yeah, it was kind of hazy down there this morning, but I wasn't really affected by it or anything. I mean, I could just be a little bit more young and ignorant about it, I guess, because it affects everybody different. But I mean, I was doing just fine. I mean, it didn't throw me off or anything. It just a little hazy to me, I guess. I'm going to the Tiger game tonight too. Like, I might not even have enough time after work to go back home, so I think I might just come back to Detroit and just walk around a little bit down there until the game starts.
Yeah, I mean, remember when this happened last time, and it was way more noticeable than it is right now. I mean, it's not good, but before it was like orange, and it was you could smell it way more than you can smell it now. You can almost taste it, and like it was so bad last time. I remember I was going to go for a walk. I'm not going for a walk. I'm not going to take the dog out in this. It was terrible. This isn't anywhere near as bad.
No, it's
still bad.
Like I said, I barely even noticed. I'm like, I'm walking around just fine. I mean, it's probably worse to sit right in front of a bonfire. I mean, I don't know.
Interesting. Well,
it's bad in Kitchener right now too.
You check Kitchener
and Hamilton. Well, the map that I'm looking at actually it includes parts of Canada that I can see. Yeah, Toronto's really having a time.
How is it in Yellowknife?
Well, that's the other side of the country.
Is it going to affect the dating scene that my man called and was worried about earlier?
I mean, it's worth checking.
Yeah.
Where is Yellowknife?
It is in the Northwest Territories.
Funnily enough, I can see it.
Yeah.
It's fine, and it's the air quality is fair to poor.
So are they going to move the Tigers-Cubs game to Yellowknife so they can play it?
I wouldn't recommend it because I don't know which way that this is gonna go, what direction it's gonna go. I assuming it's east to west because weren't the fires out in the east?
No.
Or are they out in the west?
They're on the west.
My bad. Then right? It'll be fine. It'll be fine in a day, ish.
I don't know. This looks like it's a day that's going to clear up in a day.
I mean, Yellowknife, they're fine in Yellowknife.
Oh, in Yellowknife, it might clear up in a day. 248-539-9797. Robert is next.
Fort Smith's in trouble.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, so I was just driving. I was just in Mexican town, southwest Detroit, and, it was even difficult to see the bridge to Canada from just like a mile away. And then as I was getting closer to the RenCen, if not for the big Chevy logo still at the top of it, it's really difficult to see. So I think it looks pretty bad, but I didn't really notice any issues with my eyes or breathing quality. So when the caller said something about canceling the game, I thought that was a little bit extreme, but it is pretty bad when you're driving around as far as the visual goes.
It sounds like it's worse. It sounds like it's worse downtown than it is. I mean, we're out in the suburbs, but this is interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is, because I drove, as I was listening, I'm up closer to Royal Oak now, and it's not nearly as bad up here as it was down in the city center.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
Thank you. 248.
Good thing not playing in Algeria today. It looks awful in Algeria. Egypt, Senegal, most of Northern Africa. You just want to stay away. So if you're planning on playing a baseball game or maybe soccer out in Northern Africa, maybe today's not the day to do it.
Okay, so earlier in the week, Gator told how he gets down the wormhole of watching videos that he doesn't want to watch. When Gator discovers a new toy, he can't help himself. Now he has discovered how to look up air quality at virtually everywhere in the world. So for the next 35 minutes until this show is done, we're going to get random updates on air quality in random cities around the planet Earth because Gator's figured out how to do this.
Just got a ticket text from Vito in Canton. He wants to know what it's like in Kandahar. It's not good. Not good. Very unhealthy. Borderline dangerous for the air quality in Kandahar.
How about Geelong in Victoria in Australia? How's the air quality in Geelong today?
Australia. Now we're talking. Now we're getting somewhere, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Australia's fine. Everything's good.
And it's cool in Geelong?
It's excellent air quality throughout entire Australia, whether it's Sydney, Adelaide, Melbourne, or
Wombat
Perth.
Heights?
I don't know about Wombat Heights just yet. Okay. Little sketchy in Darwin.
Is it?
Yeah. Broome is good. Alice Springs is good. Windora, excellent. Yeah.
Tiger Cub game moved
Dubbo?
to a Tiger Cub game moved to Windora. 248-539-9797.
I mean, you asked. I've got answers for you.
Who am I to make fun of you? I'm stoked that I got Midor Divilishvili.
Thargomindah, Australia is actually excellent right now. Air quality.
Good to know. How about Bendigo?
Where's Bendigo at?
Bendigo's near Melbourne.
I will tell you that Bendigo, Bendigo, excellent.
Good. 97.1 the ticket.
Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. We're taking your calls and texts. It's the same number, 248-539-9797. Getting all excited about this weekend with the Tigers and Cubs. Tigers hosting the Cubs at Comerica Park for 3 games that begin tonight. Despite the horrible air conditions, we will be able to enjoy the games. And we're going to have to get ready for a bunch of Cub fans and Wrigley Field fans that'll show up at Comerica Park.
Your favorite.
Yeah, they're great. But the fact that the place is going to be packed all weekend long, would we have sellouts for every game if the Cubs weren't in town? If this was, Cleveland or some other team, would we have sellouts? I think we'd be pretty close. Yeah.
I really think we would. The way this is the season's trending, and it is an opponent that people like to see lose. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kent. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kent.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good.
All right.
Yeah, I was calling about the Canadian Fires. I know 2 years ago I was on a baseball tour out east for the baseball stadiums out there, and our first game was going to be in Philadelphia, and our tour bus drove to the park, and we were told that they canceled the game because of the Canadian Fires. I couldn't smell anything, and it was a little hazy, and then we had a game the next day in Washington, so we drove to Washington, D.C., and then they canceled that game because of the Canadian Fires, and so then we called Philadelphia, and they honored our tickets, and we drove back to Philadelphia that night for the makeup game. But I never did really smell anything, but they just said because of respiratory problems, people that had asthma, it was just too dangerous for people to be out.
Yeah, I mean, look, this wasn't even on our radar till we got a call about 30 minutes ago, and some guy downtown said, hey, I'm not sure they're going to play these games. And by most reports, Ken, I don't know where you are around Metro Detroit, or even if you are around Metro Detroit, it's not, it wouldn't even cross my mind out here in the suburbs, but downtown, we've had a number of callers that seem to think it's worse downtown than it is elsewhere. There's been let me be clear here and make sure there's no misinterpretation. This hasn't been speculated on in an official capacity at all. If you're holding tickets to tonight's game, plan on going.
Yeah.
Because I know how these things get interpreted, but want to make sure that we're very clear on that. So.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. So the Tigers, look, it wasn't the greatest road trip we've ever seen. And yet it was a 4-3 road trip. You can tell that this team is being held to a high standard, that the fans have some belief, that they're taking them seriously. When a 4-3 road trip leads to some of the feedback we've gotten today, granted, outside of the 13-run game in Chicago, they didn't really produce offensively. In fact, the whole road trip across the board, it was outside of the 13-to-run game. It's about 2 runs a game, which they don't look like the best version of themselves. I think we can all agree on that. But how would you characterize your feelings towards this team? Gator, I said there's things there that I think are worthy of monitoring. I've moved off Chesty, and I think there's something to monitor when it comes to bats like Torkelson, Baez, Ibanez, Sweeney, something to monitor. Some of the bullpen leakage, something to monitor. Casey Mize control issues, something to monitor. They ran into a couple outs yesterday, ran into an out the day before. But that's part of being aggressive, right? Is when you're aggressive, not everything's going to work.
Correct. But you really don't have to go too far to see that the team played really well on Monday. They won 13-1. Is that pretty good?
Yep.
So if people want to flip out by a 3-game sample size, and it almost feels like people are flipping out by a 1-game sample size, go ahead and do it. But understand what else is going on here. The Tigers are the best team in baseball, record-wise, right now. Continue to be. And they've got their 2 best pitchers going this weekend against the best team in the National League the second best team in baseball, which is the Chicago Cubs. I wouldn't worry too much about what your eyes just saw. Watch this season play out. It's a long one. Understand that within 2 months, they've got the trade deadline. It's July 31st. This team is poised to make any kind of addition they want to make. Small one, big one, rental player, whatever it is, they're in a position to do whatever they want because the organization has been set up that way with the prospects. And also plenty of 4A players or players that may have a chance to play and start somewhere else, but not on this team because this team's this good. I'm very chesty about them being a very good baseball team. They can play 600 baseball the rest of the way. That's how good they are. I'm not going to get lost in the shuffle of what's happened recently. I'm also not going to blow off that Torkelson's won for his last 18. I'm not going to blow off that we're seeing Ibanez in a 3 for 27 slump and that he hasn't really hit lefties all that well this year, or that Sweeney is 5 for his last 50, or that Torres is 3 for his last 24, even though he's drawn 7 walks. You know, those are things that I took a note of this morning, and I got it. I'm looking at it, and it's hard to ignore. And in some of those cases, I think that it's going to work itself out. If you got a shortstop that's not hitting, you know what you have? Javi Baez, who is.
Right.
And if Javi's going to play on a daily basis, why not play him at short in the meantime? But you've got a right-handed pitcher on the mound tonight. We'll see if Sweeney gets a start because he's left-handed or not. I'm losing some faith in Ibanez, and it's getting to be more of a larger sample size. It's not just this year where he's only hitting 200 against lefties. It's looked back to last year in July, August, September. Those are 3 straight months where he hit below 200 against lefties. And that's a problem.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Tonight's game could be make or break for the series. The bullpen is gassed. They need length from Skubal. A shorting outing could be ominous for the weekend. I would recommend they score some runs. A named texter, I think they would be useful, yes. Keith writes in, the bullpen will be our Achilles heel. Need to strengthen the bullpen for the playoffs. Great show. Thank you, Keith.
Let me just restate that. Ibanez hit below 200 as total, not just against lefties. It was overall in the months of July, August, and September. And he's hitting 230 this year.
Next text. A healthy Veerling would help immensely with the Ibanez problem. Unfortunately, that shoulder doesn't seem promising. It doesn't.
No, that's a concern. And one of the guys you were hoping might have a chance at some point to be promoted is Hao-Yu Lee. And he got hit in the face at Toledo yesterday. Took an 89-mile-an-hour pitch to the face. So don't know how long he's going to be out for.
Mm-hmm.
But that was one of the guys that I think you keep an eye on and see, hey, maybe he'll get an opportunity. But I really think with the moving Colt Keith to third base gives more flexibility, more versatility, and you can bring up anybody. It doesn't have to be position related because they've got enough guys to cover the infield, enough guys to cover the outfield. If you just want a bat, bring up a bat.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Chet in Livonia. Hi, Chet.
Hey, guys. 3 things. 1, I used to live in Denver, Colorado, and dealing with forest fire smoke was quite common out there. A lot of fires from California, Wyoming, even like in Colorado. They come over the mountain range. They get trapped in the city. So seeing things canceled for smoke, it's certainly possible. In the city with the tall buildings, that does keep the smoke trapped in. I do have tickets to the game tonight, so I will be bringing a mask. I would highly recommend anyone who has like breathing, respiratory sensitivities to also wear a mask outside right now, because I've dealt with like a smoke-induced bronchitis, and it is not fun. 2, incredibly happy about the Tigers this year. Obviously, anyone who's freaking out about splitting with the White Sox in June is absolutely a lunatic and needs to be locked away because they can enjoy nice things. And 3, I expect Stephanie Vakir and Seth freaking Rollins to win Money in the Bank tomorrow at 8 p.m. Thank you. Go Tigers. Go Lions. Go Blue. Harbaugh is innocent. The NCAA is full of it. Free Michigan.
Well, you lost me with Seth freaking Rollins, but that's okay.
What was that? Was it
Those are wrestlers, professional wrestlers.
Are they?
Yeah.
What's wrong with Seth
WWE?
Rollins?
Cocky.
Is
Really
he?
cocky. Yeah. He's a cocky guy.
Not your thing, huh?
No, he's fine. I just I've had enough. You know, he's had his run. It's been good for a while.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, we got some great news. The hot weather, fortunately, is going to start coming in here on a more regular basis, which means you want to make sure that your air conditioning is running correctly. If it's struggling or simply not working at all, it's time to call my friends over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're awesome. They've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. In fact, they just came out to my house, give a little update and check up on my air conditioning unit to make sure it's ready to go. But they also discovered I had a problem with my furnace. They came out and they fixed it. That's what I love about these guys. Expert team. Jackie came out, did all the work for me. He was great. They're fast. They're friendly. They're local. They know what they're doing. So don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
As is often the case, getting ticket texts on almost everything under the sun. Are you ready to hear some of these?
Yes.
Scott Anderson.
More cities? People want to know how the air quality is?
No.
Oh.
Although I did have an observation when I was in the restroom
a
couple breaks ago, and I'm sorry. Usually I make it back in time.
Yeah, that's
Not
okay.
This time.
Okay. That's
In Michigan, you grow up with the Grayling and Gaylord thing, two cities, same syllables first, and like when you're young, you get them confused. In Australia, it was Bendigo and Ballarat, close to one another. It was when I lived in Melbourne, Bendigo and Ballarat, I'd get confused the way I used to get Grayling and Gaylord confused.
I can totally understand.
I'm easily confused, obviously.
I mean, did you worry about Mayboro at all or Seymour?
No.
Sunbury?
Just Bendigo and Ballarat.
Ballarat. Yep. Okay. What about Bairnsdale?
Nope.
I mean, that's close to Melbourne.
So Melbourne's a great city with a lot of great suburbs, and for a while their entire professional football league, with the exception of the Sydney Swans, all the rest of the franchises were in and around Melbourne.
Ever go to the coast? Check out Wonthaggi?
No, I never made it. Is that in Queensland?
No, it appears to be right by. It's just south of Melbourne.
Is it the east side of the bay or the west side?
Be the east side.
Yeah, we were mostly west siders.
So
we were in Werribee.
Gotcha. So you're worried about like Geelong.
Geelong.
Yeah. Lara, Lethbridge.
Yeah.
Ocean Grove.
Yeah, you get down the coast there a little bit.
Yeah.
Bell's Beach, famous Bell's Beach is down there.
I would like to get to Australia one time.
It's fascinating. Australians are like Canadians, except then a little bit more.
They're more Canadian.
Yep. All right, here's the feedback coming in. I can smell smoke in St. Clair, just the south side of Port Huron. CNN said we had some of the worst in the world right now. That's from Aaron in Detroit. Calvin and Warren, pickle pizza is great. If you get a chance, try it. I know it sounds weird, but I had pickle pizza out on the west side of the state. It was really good.
The hell is pickle pizza? Like pickles on pizza?
I guess. If I were knighted, I'd show up in a full suit of armor with the helmet and shield. Make the most of it. David Beckham's getting knighted. He'll be Sir David Beckham. From Logan and Pontiac, Mike Tomlin is in this predicament because quarterbacks whine and cry when you draft a quarterback. So he can never develop one with Roethlisberger's the number one, never bad enough to get a top pick. This is what you get. Mike Tomlin tolerated and managed AB for a decade. He never lasted more than 8 games for 3 separate organizations after that. I would say his superpower was managing egos, not having tolerance for them. Okay.
It might be. And look, I can't imagine there's any way that this would be acceptable in Pittsburgh without some sort of understanding. But it also seems like maybe Pittsburgh's getting a little desperate here, and that Tomlin has kind of been called into question the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's happening there. I think they were thrust into a bad situation with drafting the wrong quarterback or not giving that quarterback enough time. It didn't work out. They went other directions. Nothing's worked out, and now they're in salary cap hell, which prevents them from getting somebody else. So they're left with Aaron Rodgers, who likely comes in at a very affordable price for 1 year.
248-539-9797. Do people even watch the games? Rodgers has already saved us a few runs with his defense since he returned from the disabled list. He is also a great clubhouse guy, and he still has the power. He's an excellent backup. People are just looking for stuff to pick on. That's from Gene in Saginaw.
Well, he's the backup catcher. He's going to get limited at bats right now because Dingler is the hot hitter. And I suspect at some point there's going to be some magic in the mustache.
You think it's going to return?
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, it's not like Jake Rogers was a great hitter beforehand. He shows occasional power, and when it shows up, it seems to be in big moments. So I'm not worried about a guy who's going to play 20% of the time or 25% of the time.
No worries about Jake Rogers, a veteran catcher with above-average defensive skills. Next one. The losing streak feels like the equivalent of a bad half of football in the grand scheme of things. Stuff happens. You lose some steam. Doesn't mean it's falling apart. So let's recap the current losing streak. It's at 1.
Are you sure? It can't be true. Let's do this research on this. I don't buy that. That can't be true.
The road trip, they went 4-3.
Hang on. I need to verify this.
I'm not mad at our guy here, but I did it. I said it to you during the break. I said, there's nothing like a losing streak to bring out a lot of Tiger feedback today. And I went, wait a sec. This isn't a losing streak.
You know what? I think you're factual.
Mm-hmm.
The streak is 1, and they have lost 2 of their last 3 and 3 of their last 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. I should panic.
Guys, I hate when our coach uses his infinite baseball knowledge to win us games. It's so annoying. That's in response to the guy who hated that they used Andy Ibanez yesterday instead of Kerry Carpenter and said it was so annoying.
Well, I'll help that guy out a little bit. What that guy wants is more of an opportunity for Kerry Carpenter to prove himself against left-handed pitching.
Mm-hmm.
The only way you're going to get better hitting left-handed pitching is to get more at-bats against left-handed pitching, to get more familiar with it, to get comfortable with it, and then show that you belong there. However, A.J. Hinch has a firm grasp on what's going on with his team. So he knows what the tendencies are. He knows what the advantages are with this team. Andy Ibanez has been that guy who goes out and hits lefties. He did it really well last year. He's struggling this year to come anywhere close to that. He's hitting like .230 against lefties this year. He's trending in the wrong direction just overall as a hitter. The last 3 months of the season last year as a hitter, he hit below 200. That's not good. But the specialty is hitting lefties. You put him in those situations and hope he can thrive. It hasn't happened yet this year, so we'll see how much longer he stays getting those opportunities if he's not going to provide any kind of offense.
I will say something that rings true, I think, at every sport at almost every level, and that is fans grow tired of struggling players quicker than organizations do. Media grows tired of struggling players quicker than organizations do. Organizations sometimes move slowly, and sometimes they're rewarded for it. Ibanez last year is a prime example. He really did struggle in the second half of the season, and then they put him up at the plate in that situation in the postseason, and he came up with one of the biggest hits in that Houston series and won the Houston series. And so sometimes the patience is rewarded, and sometimes it isn't. They obviously, at this point, while Ibanez is still here, feel like the patience is going to be rewarded eventually. There's also sometimes in lieu of a better option.
Yeah.
You can cut a guy because you're mad at him or send him down because you're mad at him. But if you don't have anybody better that you think has a better chance of having success to call up, you're making yourself worse as a team because you're mad at a player. And that is counterproductive.
Well, fortunately, they have the opportunity here with plenty of time before the trade deadline to figure things out. And I think there's that Andy Ibanez is being tested, whether or not he belongs in this roster.
Yep. Here is Jeff Rieger, who is in. You're in for Mike today, is that
yes,
right?
Yes. Mike's on vacay, I think. What's up, boys? How we doing?
We're good.
Doing
How
all
are
right?
you?
All right. You breathing all right?
Yeah, why?
Well, because the air quality outside not so good.
Oh, yeah, no. My lungs are fine. I was on the golf course yesterday. Isn't it worth it to go out and play golf knowing that, the lungs might be burning a little bit?
Yes, I do almost anything to play golf, given the fact that I haven't played in a long time.
You got to rectify that, Doug.
I know. I know.
Are we blaming the Canadians for this bad air quality?
Why not?
Okay. All right.
We're blaming Cubs fans with all the hot air they're bringing to town.
Oh, yeah. No Kyle Tucker this series.
Is he out?
From my understanding, yeah. He screwed up his hand trying to dive into a base, so that's advantage Tigers. But
all the more reason.
The Cubbies are really good against left-handed pitching.
Well.
But it's Scooble.
It's not this lefty.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. It's a good lefty. It's a good lefty.
Is he good?
And he's on 5 days rest instead of 4 days rest.
LFG.
So let's go.
Yep. This feels like one that the Cubs are going to think of as if we get one tonight, we've stolen one.
I would agree. Yeah, if you look at the ESPN matchup indicator, this one, it's like 65% Tigers win this game. Tomorrow, it's in the Cubs' favor. Sunday, it's in the Tigers' favor.
Well, that's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite indicators.
I mean,
if we're going to look at one, use one that's available.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, the Michigan hearing's going on right now, and we've been reading up on it. There's no media allowed, but we have a question involving Michigan fans and what could transpire from the hearing. So what would Michigan fans rather have happen? We'll ask that question. And then at 3 o'clock, Rico and I agree on Tarek Skubal. Today is Tarek Skubal Day. We should all celebrate, but what do you do with the guy? So we both have plans. We're curious what your plan is for the Tigers Day. So get into that, too.
Have a great show. Everyone have a great weekend. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, hello, everybody. 202. Yeah, that's my fault. That's on me. I just wanted to does Mike or do you guys ever make mistakes in the crosstalk that you have to come on the air and say you're sorry for?
No.
Yeah, you're just radio professionals.
Yeah.
I read yesterday that Kyle Tucker was not expected to play in this series. He played yesterday. So I'm sorry. I apologize. Kyle Tucker's going to play today, I assume. Not a great start.
There we go.
You know, get called up to the big leagues. You take me away from Wojo, and I screwed up immediately. How you doing, Rico?
A lot better than you.
That's tough. It's pretty bad when you look at the ticket text. It's also like, dumbass, Tucker played. You're so stupid. Do you think before you speak? That's on me. I'm sorry. Kyle Tucker's okay. Big series at Comerica. Tarek Skubal on the bump, 3 o'clock. We both have Skubal plans. But, Rico, right now, it's the Committee on Infractions. NCAA versus Michigan. Connor Stallion's in the house. You see this?
I did. You know, yes, I saw it, and like, you got to make sure, is it real? Did some Buckeye fan AI him there? No, he's actually there. I can't believe it, but he's there.
He's there. I wonder if he cut a deal with the NCAA. You can still coach in college football if you turn on Michigan. You think that's what's going on?
I don't know how that man thinks. We'll get to him in this.
All right. So the Committee on Infractions, the hearing is going on right now. There's no media. There's no public. A resolution is expected by the end of summer. So we're not going to know what the punishment for Michigan is until probably the end of summer, but it is the NCAA, so who the hell knows how long it's going to take. But reading articles on this, and this is other people saying this. This is not us, Rico. Mm-hmm. These are people that are way more informed than us saying this. Apparently, the Committee on Infractions, the hearing, these are very rare. Usually schools take whatever punishment is given to them and they move on. It's over. Put it behind you. But according to a Chad Ford article, one former COI chair says this quote, unless a school wants to go full metal jacket on something, most of the time there doesn't need to be a hearing. Then the article goes on to say, hooray, Michigan is that school and this is that case. So Michigan's pissed. The NCAA is pissed. They're duking it out right now at a hearing that unfortunately the media or the public is not allowed at. So then you read a little more. There's 11 alleged NCAA violations. 6 of them are level 1 allegations. And they say the most severe will be met with the greatest sanctions.
Right. And remember, these things have been dragging on for a long time because we all thought that this was going to get settled before Ohio State last year.
That's true.
But then Connor Stalions came out with that documentary where I don't really know the point of it, where he said I wasn't involved, wink, wink type of thing. The NCAA sees this and they say, whoa, give us back that. We're adding on to this. And now Michigan gets a chance to refute some of the charges. They get a chance to appeal. That's why we're here right here in June. This was supposed to have been settled, and we would have known something back right before the Buckeye game. But last season, it was like, okay, you know what? We gotta reconvene. We'll come up with new charges based on Connor Stalions, which is why I'm thinking he's there.
Yeah, he's in a Michigan tie. Looks really dapper. Okay, so nobody cares. Like if the NCAA says we're going to fine you, fans don't care. No big deal, right? If they say there's recruiting violations or you can't recruit as much or you lose scholarships, nobody cares.
If they said you're getting a fine, Michigan's popping champagne bottles.
Right, and we probably would have already known about it, right? That sort of good news would leak. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. There's been no leaks. So here's what could happen to Michigan according to the article. Not Rico and I, but the article. As a repeat violator, being charged with failure to monitor its football program, Michigan could be looking at a multiple-year postseason ban. They could be. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but according to people that know more than we do, follow this for a living, they could be looking at a multiple-year postseason ban. Or they could be looking at a vacation of records from Michigan's undefeated 2023 national championship season. In the future, the NCAA record books may not say the Wolverines went 15-0. So you and I are looking at this. Who is that, by the way? You and I are looking at this. If you're a Michigan fan, because this conversation broke out before the show, our boss was involved. If you're a Michigan fan, knowing full well that one of these could happen to you, I'm not saying both, I'm not saying either, but one could happen, whether it's banning you from postseason upcoming or whether it's taking away some wins from that 2023 season. As a Michigan football fan, as a fan of sports, which one would you choose? Would you choose the past, meaning you'll look in the record books and in 23, you didn't go 15-0, you didn't win the national championship? Or would you choose the postseason ban, meaning in 23, your record is intact, your championship is intact, but you're not going to go to the postseason for the next couple years? As a fan of Michigan or a fan of sports in this situation, which one would you choose if you had to deal with one?
I'm going to ask David because David is the Wolverine fan, because no matter what I say, it's going to get taken out of context. Like, oh, of course you would pick that. Like, there's already people already waiting for me to pick a side here. And but of course you would say that. Me, I would let go of the past. I would let it go and say, I want to look forward to the future. You got this hotshot quarterback that you spent a lot of money on to get here. If you have a 2-year postseason ban, he's pretty much leaving. Now we'll find out. Evan put it best. You'll find out how much NIL really matters, because you're going to have to overpay to keep some people here. Because if I know I can't go anywhere, let's just say a 2-year postseason ban.
Yeah, which is a possibility, according to people that know more than us.
All your best players are going to leave, and you could end up really suffering, where it almost goes back to the days of Rich Rodriguez, where it's like, oh my goodness, it's going to take a while to dig out of this hole and do it. It took them 7 years before Harbaugh finally came here, ironically enough, and got the program back to where you wanted it to be. I would just go ahead and because you still got the memories, you still got the hats, you still got the T-shirts, you still got you got the game saved on your DVR. You watch it all the time.
Yeah, but it would drive you nuts that your rivals are going to say, what championship?
Your rivals, no. And I hate speaking for Michigan fans right now, but your rivals are already saying that. So what does it matter?
Yeah, but then it becomes real.
They don't respect you.
Yeah, I do think a lot of Michigan fans, though. And listen, I would choose the vacation of the wins too. But I do think a lot of Michigan fans would be like, no, you can't screw with my championship, my favorite team of all time. I don't want to have to deal with my rivals saying, see, it really did count.
But it doesn't matter, because Mike and I said, you guys, you cheated. Go win your title, but just know the bill's coming due. And people are going to say you cheated, and they're not going to respect it. And you have to be okay with that. So don't get mad when people are all like, hey, you cheat, because you were all with the whole bet. Oh, okay, well, guess what?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Talk for Michigan fans. I know you don't want to. What would Michigan fans say? Would they take the postseason ban, or would they take the vacation of the 23 wins?
I don't have to speak for Michigan fans.
You want them to speak for themselves?
Because we have a part-time Michigan fan here, right here, right now.
He's only part-time?
Well, Michigan fans sometimes
just like basketball?
Sometimes they don't.
All right, David, go ahead. Wins
David Hull, back.
First of all, or postseason ban?
First of all, I don't care if a rival respects me or not. I don't care at all. You're my rival. Like, you're not supposed to respect me. Vacate the wins. My memory can be taken away from me. You don't have a Men in Black memory stick. You can't take that from me. So vacate the wins. I don't care. I don't want the postseason ban because of what Rico said. I want to be able to keep the recruits that I have. I want to be able to keep the kids that I currently have. I don't want Bryce Underwood to leave and go anywhere. So I want him to stay. So give me the vacated win.
So what do you think most Michigan fans would say?
I think most Michigan fans would say the postseason ban. I really do. I truly think they'll say postseason ban.
That they'll take the postseason ban because they don't want to lose the wins.
Yes.
And by the way, I don't think you can lose the national championship, but you'll lose the wins that got you up to it. Could you lose the national title?
You could lose the national title.
You could.
Teams have had the titles taken from them. I know people
Louisville
the
did in
CFP,
13.
The CFP is made up of the team. So if you take away the 15 games, the College Football Playoff Committee is going to go in and say, okay, well, you know what? We want to adhere to this, and they're going to take that away as well. Now, David said all of that. I'm not a Michigan fan. Rieger, I'll bet you dollars to donuts. Michigan fans are going to say, give me the 2-year ban. Don't you dare touch that trophy. Don't you dare touch the best season of my life. Life was great. We beat the Buckeyes. We beat everybody.
Beat
all the way.
Alabama.
We beat the Huskies. We won the title.
Sent Saban into retirement, a loser.
They're going to say, I'll take my chances. I'll roll the dice. Postseason ban, 2 years. But you know what I have guaranteed? That title. It's no guarantee I'm going to win the title in the next 2 years. So, that one is guaranteed.
I'm with you. I think the majority of Michigan fans would take the postseason ban. We're not going to be good for a couple years. Whatever.
But
NIL, we can buy our players.
Just know,
It is what it is.
Just know, you get hit with a 2-year ban, man.
Bryce is gone.
Yeah. I got a feeling Bryce and anybody that's worth a damn out of there.
All right,
leaving.
So speak for yourself, 248-539-9797. We are not making things up. The experts believe both are a possibility. If it actually came to fruition and the NCAA popped you with either a postseason ban or having to vacate wins in the 23 season, which one would you take? Oh my. All right, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, well, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton, it's leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, so you need to head into Hamilton Chevrolet right now. Whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has an inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys and 26 Chevys. Yeah, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and budget, including the June Rico deal, a 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $299 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, 97 won the ticket. I'm Jeff in for Mike. Rico's right there. David, Paul. Talking about Michigan and the COI, the Committee on Infractions, is going on right now. Connor Stallion's in the House. And according to Pat Ford, some of the violations and some of what could happen to Michigan is postseason ban or a vacation of records from the undefeated 2023 national championship season. So if one of those happened and you're a Michigan fan, which one would you want it to be? If you had to choose, 2023 goes bye-bye. So, yeah, you won the championship, but in the record books you didn't. Or multiple-year postseason ban. Both are possible. Which one would you choose? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Now, Rico, one quick ticket text I want you to address, then we'll go to the calls. It says the following. Actually, most experts are not saying one of these scenarios is likely. That is, unless your expert is affiliated with a rival. Most say more suspension and fine.
It could be. Somebody have asked me, and I said either it's going to be nothing or it's going to be a heavy penalty. Now, I'm leaning more towards a penalty, and the person who wrote that, if it were nothing, then why would Michigan try to come out with preemptive, hey, what about this punishment at the last minute? If it's nothing, if you're Michigan, you just walk into this meeting and say, do your best. You're not going to win this thing.
Well,
but then they came out and said, hey, we'll self-impose, and, you know, Moore will miss games, 3 and 4 or 5 and 6. Whatever two games
well,
we know we're going to win.
Too. Yeah, Michigan denied that. But doesn't common logic tell you if Michigan is fighting this hard, that these COIs usually don't exist to begin with? Doesn't common wisdom tell you that it might be kind of bad? And by the way, this is the last stand for the NCAA. Everything's changing on the college football landscape. This is probably the last time they have a chance to pop a team, and it does seem like they're motivated to do so. Is that unfair?
It is. If it was any other, if it was Alabama, if it was Georgia, I think the NCAA has to set the message. If you cheat in this type of way, they have to come after you. If not, you've made it open season, every team. Let's just say it costs you $5 million. Okay, we'll set aside $5 million from the athletic budget. We'll cheat our asses off, and then we'll just go ahead and cut the check. Because that's, if you go that route, you're telling, you think NIL and the transfer portal is bad for college sports? No, that would be even worse, because now the top teams will say cheating doesn't exist.
By the way, if it's simply a fine, Michigan's not fighting this hard.
Bet.
Nordo in Brighton, you're on the ticket. Hey, Nordo, how are you, bud?
It's Nordo. Good to talk to you. So,
Good
couple
talking
things. I met Joshua, who was on the team at U of M golf course, and his license plate said Natty.
What is
going on?
Nordo, you okay?
I'm definitely with you guys. Initially, my knee-jerk reaction was, give me the 2-year suspension, and I'll keep my Natty. But David made a good point. Like we want to be available. We want to keep our recruits. But let's be honest. Our boy is good. I don't know if he's that good. And I don't know that we're going to win a Natty anyway. Let's keep the Natty.
Oh.
Give me my 2-year suspension or whatever. And then, Jeffrey, let's go play some golf, either at Majestic or at U of M. I called you a couple times.
Set it up, Nordo. I'll be there.
Come on, brother. Let's go play some golf.
Well, just don't choke on anything, man.
Give him a cough drop when you go.
My goodness. The guy's dying on the phones. So do you agree with that? I totally disagree. It's so much easier to make the college football playoff now with so many spots open. You're willing to say no to the next 2 years because you think you might not be that good as long as you get to keep your Michigan championship T-shirt? That's crazy.
But I think a lot of Michigan fans, if I had to, David, bet, I would say they'd rather keep that title. That is sacred. They made it to the promised land. And even though you could lose out on some of your top players right now, doesn't matter. You can't take away my memory and my history and my T-shirts and my hat. And I sat there with my dad and cried at the game. All right. You can have it.
Yeah.
Because I keep the memories.
It happened.
I keep the hat. I keep the memories. Oh, you're going to make fun of me? Oh, okay. Well, guess what? We're going to make fun of you regardless. So I would just move forward knowing I got a chance to win right now.
The other thing, too, is I think Michigan as an institution would say, fine, take the wins, take the title, simply because it's officially the goodbye to Jim Harbaugh. That was the Harbaugh era.
No,
We're not like that
Rieger,
anymore.
Rieger, this is the one school that values their history more than anybody else.
I get it. I'm just saying, man,
and that's
it's a
why,
new age in Ann Arbor.
That's why I would do it, but I know, and I'm not a Michigan fan, but I know Michigan, they love their history. They love bragging about we're the winningest this and we're the winningest that. And it's like, well, who'd you beat? You beat the school for the deaf. Yeah, but it still counted. Okay.
All right, let's go to Keith.
That's actually factual. Look it up, people.
Was it really the school for the deaf?
One of the victories, yes. School for
Really?
the deaf, yes.
That's what it said? Wow.
No, that's
I always thought
history
that was
book.
a joke.
No.
Okay. What about the Little Sisters of the Poor?
No,
That
but
one's not real.
Salvation Army was.
Okay. Keith and Troy.
That's true.
You're on the ticket. Hello, Keith. How are you?
Good. I would take the national title. I could care less about the next 2 years in bowl games and if Bryce Underwood leaves. Bye. We got not guaranteed anything anyways, and we watched bad football last year. I can deal with another 2 years of that and then go forward from there.
So you are essentially volunteering the next 2 years of Michigan football not to mean anything. Keith, if you don't get the postseason ban, you can still watch and hope for the best. Hell, Michigan beat Ohio State and Alabama last year. Who knows what they're doing in year 2 of Sharon Moore? Yeah, but it doesn't mean as much because you can't go to the postseason.
So what? I don't care.
It's wild.
I want the natty, and don't touch it.
Okay. I appreciate the phone call, Keith. I think a lot of Michigan fans are going to be that way. I would give it up in a heartbeat because
just be done with it too.
No, I mean because it's already tainted. Okay, let's just say what it is. It is tainted. You cheated, but it's yours. And yeah, just own it, but I would rather be able to look forward to the next couple of years because to me that's telling you don't think that Sharon Moore can get that type of success again. And you paid top dollar for this quarterback coming in, and you're just writing it off already like he could leave. Bye. Okay.
Do you remember when Michigan basketball, you probably don't, but it was years ago when they could not go to the NCAA tournament?
Was it because of NCAA or because they just weren't good?
No. It was an NCAA penalty. They were only allowed to go to the Big Ten tournament. Screw you. Anyway, I just remember, though.
That's a flag, Rico.
It really was. The guy can't help himself. I'm here as a guest. Damn it. Anyway, the point is, it sucks not knowing that you cannot participate in the biggest games of the season. And by the way, who's to say Michigan couldn't upset a couple teams this year? Who's to say they couldn't go to the postseason? I'm not saying goodbye to that opportunity. I would say take my wins, whatever. Melvin on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's the word, Melvin?
Rico, how y'all doing tonight?
Melvin, great.
Melly Mel.
Yeah, brother. All right. Hey, listen, man. Hey, so, I think Rico, I was talking to a guy. I'm down in Atlanta, but I was talking to a guy. And he was saying, the thing that Michigan fans love more than anything is that thing that you quoted, Rico, the winningest, the best, the EST of everything, right? And so for me, if they were to take the wins off the record, that's fine. But I thought at one point, Rico, you guys said that the playoffs had nothing to do with the NCAA in that regard. So if they took the wins away, that's fine, but the natty would be something totally different. Is that right?
Yes and no, Melvin, because the CFP is a totally separate entity, but it's made up of NCAA teams. So the CFP would then roll in and say, you know what, if they are 0 and whatever, we're going to go ahead and take that away as well. Now, they could separate it, but I don't see them doing that. It's like they work hand in hand with each other.
Yeah, and see, this is my thing with what I thought happened with the Fab Five, right? I thought had the Fab Five won the Natty, it would have been more difficult to actually bring penalties and take that thing away. And so because of all of that.
But hold on, Melvin, remember, it happened in Louisville.
Well, Michigan, by the way, with those Final Four banners, they took them down themselves.
Right, but Louisville won the Natty.
Right.
But the NCAA runs the tournament, though, March Madness.
Right. I'm just saying
That's
in
separate
that
from
instance.
CFP,
Right.
right?
Yes. In that instance, what he's talking about with the Fab Five, Michigan just took down the banners themselves.
Right. So, yes, I mean, if it was up to me, I mean, if they could take the wins and leave the Natty in place and split it that way, I'd take it. If not, then, hell, Bryce is going to have to go to another school because I ain't giving up the Natty.
See, and Melvin,
another one.
Melvin, because here's the thing. It could be a split like you said, but that's too easy. We're making a difficult choice today. It's going to be Sophie's choice.
Right.
You want the Natty or you want the next 2 years?
It's a brutal Friday.
Can't have both.
Thank you, Melvin. Oh, I didn't mean to hang up on him.
Rieger just hangs up on the man. He's calling from Atlanta.
Melvin, I'm sorry.
Oh, my God.
That's always my fault. By the way, very quickly, can you do some quick math? Michigan has Stop it. Michigan has 1,012 wins currently. Number one all time. Ohio State is 978. Even if you take away the 15, Michigan is still leading. Okay. That's all I got for you. All right. 97 the ticket. I hate you. moving along on a Friday, as Rico calls it. It's Michigan football Sophie's choice. Currently, the COI is meeting the hearing against Michigan. We'll know at the end of the summer what it's going to be, the punishment. But there's a real chance it could be one of two things. It could be taking away the wins from 23, that undefeated national title season, or it could be postseason bans coming up. So if you're forced to choose as a Michigan fan, as a football fan, as a sports fan, what would you choose? The postseason ban or vacating the wins? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Now, Rico, I just have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
If they do vacate the wins, does that mean Michigan cannot have a reunion of the 2023 national championship team?
No. See, that's just it. They absolutely can. Now, if will they? Probably still so. I mean, it's like, think about it. How hype was it when the Fab Five all met at Chrysler that game? It's like, yeah, it's still your event. You don't need other people to acknowledge you. You can do it yourself. You can sit there and have your own reunion.
Right, and that's why you say, vacate my wins. I want a chance to play in the postseason.
You bring JJ back, you bring everybody back. Yeah, absolutely. For the 5-year, 10-year, 15, 20, 25. Because 25 years from now, nobody's going to even care.
That's true. It's a good point. Jim Harbaugh, I'm sure, will come back with the enthusiasm unknown to mankind. Brian in Westland, you're on the ticket. What's the word, Brian?
Oh, I'm vacating the wins, brother. I'm vacating the wins. I can tell you, I don't want to see that stampede towards the portal, and it won't be the quarterback. It will be every 4- and 5-star player you got, probably that. And I don't think a 2-year ban postseason is it. I think it lasts into 3 years, maybe 4, the effects of a 2-season postseason ban.
Okay,
because
I see what you're saying, Brian.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's the domino effect. Like I said, I think it would be one of those where I don't think Michigan would go the way of SMU, but I do think that it would go back to like the days of Rich Rodriguez where you dug yourself into this hole and it took a long time to get out of it.
Right, but you do wonder, now that things are different with NIL and the ability to pay players to come to your school, if it would be that lasting. You know, maybe it would just be 2 years or 1 year, then they'd be fine and they could buy themselves a good team.
And Brian, I agree with what you're saying. Rieger, here's the thing. If everybody leaves, that means in year 3, it's a brand new team. And it takes time to gel. So it's going to take about 2 more years to get back to where you were.
I would add one thing. I was at every home game in 97 and the Rose Bowl in 97. And the minute that clock struck 0, I looked at my buddy, said, we just won the national championship. And you know what? That ain't going away. Philip Fulmer, he might have had some things to say. Nebraska, whatever, but we won it.
Scott Frost, yeah.
Right, Peyton Manning. Yeah, Brian, John Jansen
voted against us, though.
Oh.
Because of the whole Peyton Manning,
right. Charles
Woodson
Heisman,
thing. Charles Woodson thing, yeah.
Bet.
I don't think they said bet back then. Bet seems relatively new. Is that fair?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Greg on a cell. See, now you're just showing your Sparty bias.
No, I'm not.
Stop it.
Dude, your university president said bet.
He's no longer the university president.
He said bet.
He was supposed to be the Florida president.
Well,
they said no thank you.
You know, funny thing happening on the way on I-75. Go ahead and turn that car back around.
Santa bet didn't quite work out.
Go back
Losing
to the North,
bet.
Go back to the North Pole.
So it's true.
That's a flag.
So
David, you know what? A self-imposed flag on me.
So is it true that Santa's not real in Gainesville?
Oh.
You like that one?
Yeah. Okay.
I just came up with
back
that
to the
That's a good one. Greg on a cell, you're on the ticket. What's up, Greg? How are you?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Preface my answer by saying, first thing, you guys are pretty knowledgeable, so I listen to what you guys are saying, and I don't follow college football. I really kind of don't care. If a team violates, then if they get what they deserve, they get what they deserve. I'm just going to look at this logically and not with passion. 2023 already happened. Nothing you can do can ever change what already happened.
Correct.
They can put it in the record books, and 20 years down the road, if somebody's looking in the record books and they're just flipping through and they see Michigan, they're going to skip over it. Nobody cares. Nobody's going to care. Why would you guys are saying that these new recruits they got could be the real deal. What's to say you don't go undefeated next year or the year after that? If what?
Greg, that's why it's such a great question, because with the psyche of a Michigan football fan and what means so much to them, and to Rico's point, the whole winningest program ever means so much, then you take away some of those wins and that national title and something you never thought you would actually see in this day and age. That's why Michigan fans are saying, no, take it away, or we choose the postseason ban. But I agree with you. I mean, who cares?
But are you really taking it away? You're not really, because those guys that played those games, they played their hearts out. So they won it legitimately to them. They're never going to change their thoughts about it. They won.
Greg, you're right. So, it happened. I mean, you saw it. You got the hat. You got the T-shirt. You get the ticket stub or whatever they have now. The players who played in it will say, yeah, we were there. It just won't be it will only be an Ann Arbor championship. You will acknowledge it in Ann Arbor. Nobody else will. Did it happen? It did happen. It's just not going to get acknowledged. But it's already not acknowledged by a lot of people. So that's why, okay, I'm going to look at the right here and right now. If I were a Michigan fan, I'm not. I hate speaking for them. That's why we have David here, the part-time Michigan fan.
Is that the only reason you guys were looking for a Michigan fan? Like, David, you're really talented. You're really knowledgeable. You do the job great. Oh, wait, you're not a Michigan fan? Sorry. This show needs Michigan representation. I want to ask David and Rico something, because we're getting so much on the ticket text. And I'll just read one of them. Are we really seriously talking about the NCAA death sentence here? Come on.
Who said death sentence?
Yeah, it's not a death sentence.
No, but people are saying
ban is not a death
people
sentence.
are saying we're not being realistic, that there's no chance that either one of these possibilities will happen.
Guys, there is a chance for that. Nobody said death sentence. On the table is they could vacate victories from 2023. On the table, you could get hit with a postseason ban. And I just said 2 years because I'm not going to sit here and be like, it's going to be a 5-year ban. They're never going to do that.
The article said multiple years. Right. So exactly.
So I took the lowest of that. This isn't Jeff and I or David. This is the NCAA. They're holding these hearings. They've postponed this thing so many times because they're trying to get it right. So if you want to whistle past the graveyard, if you want to make Jeff and I the boogeyman, go right ahead. But we're not saying, oh, hey, Jeff, Michigan's going to get the death penalty. No, this isn't us. This is coming from the NCAA. This is coming from people in the know. These are the things that are on the table. These are the things that Michigan is fighting right now. That's why Michigan is there, because normally this process is a rubber stamp. This process has already been adjudicated, and you just have to make it official. Not today. Today, we're going to get our day in court. You've already had the last second self-imposed, hey, would this be good enough? If it were going to be a slap on the wrist, you would never even come out and say, announced. Hey, what about if Sharon doesn't coach these games? You would be like, man, bring it on. You got nothing.
Yeah, one thing you left out is you said this is media reporting this. It's impartial media reporting this. You know, there's a whole lot of Michigan media out there that doesn't report this because they don't want to report it because the readers don't want to read it.
Michigan media is telling you about Brenda Tracy. Go ahead.
Oh, I heard about that. All right, 248-539-9797. We got a football today coming up. We also will continue the conversation. 3 o'clock, get into a holiday in these parts. It's School Bowl Day. 97 on the ticket. having some fun on a Friday. Let's make it more fun. Football today.
So, yes, I know it is June, and I know not many people are thinking about these type of bets, but you probably should. So let's talk about it right now. It is the MVP for the NFL. We're going to talk about some under-the-radar candidates for MVP according to the odds, okay?
I got it. Aaron Rodgers.
No. I'm going to leave that one alone.
Because he is a Steeler.
No.
Wait, can I ask, though, are you excited about your new quarterback?
So let's get to the first candidate here.
Are you excited about your new quarterback?
No, I'm not excited about my new quarterback.
Are you guys going to buy him a jersey for Christmas?
No. Shh. No.
Oh, I gave it away. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Heard
the
it was
first
gonna be authentic
candidate
and
here
everything.
is at plus 5,000. Now, these odds are according to DraftKings. Plus 5,000. It is Saquon Barkley. Now, remember, he did rush for over 2,000 yards last year, and he's talking about doing it again this year. He scored 15 times in 2024 at plus 5,000. You would think.
I like it, David. I like it. The only problem is they should just change this award to Best Quarterback Award.
It's funny you say that because the last 12 MVPs have been quarterbacks.
I mean, you get 2,000. It used to be 2,000 yards really meant something. It meant you were standout. And heck, he hurdled somebody backwards. If he were ever going to win it, it was last year, but it's not. It goes to the quarterback. It always goes to the quarterback. So I like the plus 5,000. It's tempting. It's very tempting to put a couple bucks on that, but chances are you're a running back. Sorry, doesn't work that way. Penei Sewell probably has a better chance of winning than a running back.
Yeah, what are his odds? No, I agree with you. I mean, listen, throw $10 on it, forget about it, and if it so happens, then you're rich. But come on, you're essentially putting your money on fire.
Well, you know the team is going to be in it, so he'll be in the conversation. So you're right.
Sure.
$10, leave it alone.
Good offensive
line.
line.
If it happens, it happens.
Stud running back.
So let's get back to the quarterback position. Now, this next one here is at plus 3,500. You would have to believe in this quarterback, young quarterback, and you would have to believe in the team for this season for him to get the MVP. And it is Denver Broncos quarterback Bo Nix.
That's your guy, Rico.
Yeah, I like Bo Nix. Well, because Mike wrote him out. He's old. He's 50. By the time he got drafted, he was 55 years old, getting ready to retire. Like anything, the man has a family. He's not going to be a knucklehead. He's not going to be a police blotter. But no, David, I don't think that Denver is ready to make that turn, because in order for Bo Nix to get it, you're looking at Denver to at least make it to the AFC Championship. That means Denver probably had to knock off Kansas City not once but twice. I don't see that happening. They were close last year. Should have won the game, but they didn't. But I'm going to pass.
Plus 3,500, you said, correct?
Yes.
I would take that. He threw for almost 4,000 last year as a rookie. He had the sixth most touchdowns in football with 29. They upgraded the offense. I would take it.
But Rieger,
I'm not putting a lot of money on it, but $10 here and there.
No, but it's the thing that people are going to be looking at Jaden Daniels, is that sophomore slump. Do you fall? Do you regress? Look at C.J. Stroud. Look at Jordan Love, like when his second year.
Yeah, but he might
playing.
not. I'm just saying.
Right, but I'm saying it's one of those where history says, great rookie year, you kind of fall back to the pack.
AFC West still a pretty good division if they happen to win that division.
They would have to win the division, and he would have to make it to the title game.
I don't mind
remember what you just said about the sophomore slump, because I'm going to jump to this one. It's on FanDuel. It's another second-year quarterback here in this division. He has a new coach, offensive-minded. Ben Johnson is there. Caleb Williams at plus 3,100.
That's worse than Bo Nix.
Now, he played well last year. They didn't look good, but an increase in wins possibly this year that everyone expects, and better play by him because of your coach.
See, I could see this is one I would bet on. And the reason being, MVP is a popularity contest, and people really wanted Caleb to work out last year. That, my goodness, he was okay, but it was just like Caleb. Got his coach fired. Ben Johnson's coming in there, and contrary to what a lot of Lions fans now think, he's very creative when it comes to offensive play calling. They went out there, they got him a bunch of toys. Biggest thing they did, they upgraded that offensive line. Because it's a popularity contest, David, yes, especially if the Bears win the North. And I've said, I think the North is open. It's not the Lions fans. I'm not saying you're not going to win. I think it's open. And if Ben Johnson goes there, fires the troops up, and Caleb wins the North, he could get it.
See, before you talk, Jeff, here's a point that Paul, who's sitting back here on the phones today, he just made to me. It's a great point. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer in Chicago. So if he gets the talk, and they want him to succeed, that might be MVP talk there.
I can't believe Mitch Trubisky never threw 4,000 yards. But
you know who the best quarterback ever in Chicago still is?
McMahon.
Jay Cutler?
Jim McMahon.
Yes, Jim McMahon.
Yeah, he won a Super Bowl.
I don't
like
think
Jay
any
Cutler.
of you were even alive.
Were you alive in 85?
I was barely alive.
Paul, were you?
I was born in 85, so yeah.
Paul had to think about it. But no, I think you all make really good points. But I also think that, work with me, if Jared Goff was more mobile, do you think Ben Johnson would have done more stuff with Jared Goff?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see what Ben Johnson had Caleb Williams doing the other day at minicamp? Had him running deep routes, catching footballs. I do believe that, as you pointed out, if they somehow win the division, Caleb Williams is going to be electric. I would take that bet in a heartbeat.
And real quick, David, and then I'll let you move on. Like, Ben Johnson basically looks at this quarterback, and this is why I do like him. I'm going to find everything that you can do and what you can't do. I'm going to eliminate what you can't do. I'm going to really focus and build around the things that you can, because Goff was not mobile. It was a lot of play action pass. It was a lot of running. It was hitting the tight end. It was a trick plays. It was putting Amon-Ra in motion. With Caleb, I expect him to look a lot like he did back in college when he won the Heisman, where let's get creative. Let's see what we could do. So
I like that bet a lot. I'm going to take, I'm losing all my money. I've bet on all three so far.
This is why you have an allowance.
So let me get through the last three here.
Can you call my wife and ask for more?
Chrome man with an allowance.
At plus 2,800, Arizona Cardinals QB Kyler Murray.
You know what? I stopped believing in Kyler Murray. I thought that maybe he could go out there when Wojo kept calling him tiny and short. David, it just seems like there's a disconnect with him, and maybe it's because he's out on the West Coast and nobody really watches their games. But no, I don't see Kyler Murray as this. If your team is down and Kyler Murray has the ball with 2 minutes left, I'm just going to go ahead and chalk up the victory, because I don't see him coming back to beat you.
First one I'm not going to bet on. I just did a little quick research. The new Call of Duty 25 is expected to be released
do that
between October and November.
He doesn't do that anymore.
I don't know that I can bet on him.
He actually got better last year.
At Call of Duty or football?
No, at football, but it's just, I think it's to me, it's like Anthony Richardson. I think it's going to take a lot for people to believe in him.
It's a tough label to shake, okay?
And the last two here, Jordan Love at plus 2,500. And then Jalen Hurts at plus 1,700.
Jordan Love.
Division's wide open.
No, I'm about to say Jordan Love, I can see it's the same reason for Caleb. Because if you win the NFC North, that's going to be looked like you did something. Because I don't think you're going to see any team go 6-0 in this division. Plain and simple. At best, 4-2. I can see Love getting that. Jalen Hurts. Now, I don't think that Jalen does enough because you have Saquon.
I think do they cancel each other out?
Saquon's going to eat a lot of the votes because, contrary to popular belief, they really want to run the ball in Philly. And heck, even Jalen Hurts is a part of that running game with the brotherly shove. So I would give more to Love than I would to Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to compare the two, just which one would you bet on if you had to make one bet? I would go Love simply because he throws the ball more. I think he's more important to that offense, and he's got about 1 billion wide receivers to work with. They just drafted Matthew Golden for crying out loud. So I would go Love, no on Hurts.
Aaron Rodgers? Odds?
Oh, yeah, what is his odds?
I don't see any odds for Aaron
I
Rodgers.
heard the media
at all.
wants
Hey,
him to
Paul,
win the
can
MVP.
you find Aaron Rodgers odds? Because I don't think David really cares to do this.
And let's
Let's just say Aaron Rodgers at plus 2,000.
I looked it up.
In football
$300 for an authentic
today.
Rodgers jersey. Start a GoFundMe.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. According to Evan Petzold, the Tigers are calling up outfielder Jemai Jones, and Ibanez has been sent down to Toledo. Ibanez has scuffled so far this season, carrying an OPS of just over 694 at-bats. Jones not currently on the 40-man roster, which Petzold speculates could mean a DFA of Akil Baddoo at Toledo to make room for him. The Tigers begin their homestand with the Cubs tonight.
Really?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So he won't be in the back of anybody's car.
First pitch slated for 7:10 with the game being on Apple TV as a part of their Friday night baseball package. Rick Waltz is set to call the action tonight. It's Derek Skubal Day at the ballpark as he opposes Hunter Brown, who has a high 5s ERA. He's coming off one of his best starts of the year, though, allowing just 1 hit and no runs against Cincinnati in 6 innings. Sports Illustrated writer Pat Forty tweeted out a picture of ex-Michigan staffer Connor Stalions outside of the NCAA hearing for the sign-stealing scandal. He said, quote, perhaps Stalions cooperated with the NCAA investigation more than we've known. It would be surprising for someone who stonewalled investigators to show up at the hearing. However, if Stalions wants to coach in college again and defend Michigan, that could explain it, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock, hour number 2. I'm in for Mike. Mike back on Monday.
Hey, Jeremy, real quick, when Connor was there, was he in Central Michigan gear?
He was not. He was in a suit.
Okay.
Michigan tie.
Just question. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think there was a chance, since he's famous for sign stealing, he was there to steal documents from the court?
Oh. Was he wearing spy glasses?
I'll have to get back to you on that next update, yes. We have a bottom.
I'm going back home, guys. Have a nice one.
But there's still 3 hours left of the program. What's the problem? By the way, I just saw the Aaron Rodgers price of the jersey. It went down. So maybe you guys want to get David that. Anyway, listen, Jeremy brought it up. By the way, there was a move. Andy Ibanez down, Jahmai Jones up. I think a lot of Tiger fans are frustrated with Ibanez, especially yesterday. Couldn't hit a lefty. They lost to the White Sox. It is what it is. That's your move. However, he also said today is Derek Skubal Day. You celebrate, right?
Yes.
We all celebrate. So it's impossible, I think, to think about Derek Skubal and not think about the future. Because this is the weirdest contract thing with any athlete ever. Scott Boras is his agent. He's got 2 years of control left, including this year. You get him for 2 playoffs, and you know he wants record-breaking money. Jeff Passan from ESPN said could take $400 million. Ken Rosenthal doesn't believe that.
$400 million?
That's right. Okay. Ken Rosenthal doesn't believe the Tigers stand a chance to get him. Scott Harris has been on record saying it takes 2 sides. Odds are, unless you want to give the man a blank check, and he's going to hit free agency, so you're going to be bidding against other teams, you're not going to re-sign Derek Skubal. Odds are. Fair to say? Is that fair?
No, it's very fair to say, Reed.
All right, so he goes tonight, and I've been on record, and I want your plan, I want David's plan, Paul, I want everybody's plan, 248-539-9797. What is your Skubal plan? Like, if you just want to say, I want to enjoy this year and next year and shut the hell up, then I guess so be it. But I find it impossible. I really do, when you have a first-place team and the best pitcher in baseball, to not think about what comes after next year. So I want to give you my plan. And you tell me if you agree, disagree, what do you want to do? Here's my Skubal plan. I pitch him this year because you're a first-place team. There's no way in hell I'm trading him. You can win a World Series. I pitch him next year. Odds are you're going to be pretty good still. And you have a chance to win a World Series. After next year, I'm giving him the qualifying offer. He's going to turn it down because it's only 1 year. He wants the big money, and I'm going to take the comp pick. I'm not going to pay him what he wants. He's going to be 31 years old. He's got a history of arm injuries. He only goes 6 innings. And his last outing, he wasn't even allowed to pitch past the 90-pitch mark. And he's pitching on extra rest these days, too. I'm not paying Skubal what he wants. If he wanted to take less, he already would have signed with Detroit. He's taken a big risk because if he, God forbid, blows out his arm, he gets nothing essentially. But that's my plan. I play him this year. I play him next year. I say goodbye. I build a statue if he wins the World Series. I take my comp pick, and away we go. What's your plan?
God, I hate to say I agree with you, but I do agree with you, Rieger.
Why do you
way.
hate to say it?
Well, because you're normally wrong.
That is just mean.
It's also factual.
I doubt that.
I'm not into paying any pitcher $400 million.
Rumored, yes.
Rumored. $200 million was going to be a stretch. $400 million means you're looking at probably an 8 to 10 year contract. He's already going to be 31,
yes.
Which means you're married to him. You're stuck with him. You know, you may get a couple of good years, but then after that, it's going to be, Miguel Cabrera, pitching wise.
No, it's going to be bad.
where you're like, oh my God, how much are we paying him? Can't we just get rid of him and DFA him? No, you can't.
Like how people used to talk about Baez.
Right. I look at this as if it were going to be done, it was going to be done last year. And when it didn't get done last year, I'm like, I don't think he's here long term. Nothing about whenever he talks about the Tigers, it's always talk to my agent above my pay grade.
Right. And it's not his fault. We understand.
And I get it, but I have never gotten the sense that I want to be this Tiger for life. So I'm with you. I'm going to ride this thing till the wheels come off.
Right. Ride the horse and then say goodbye.
And then in 2 years, you're right. I'll make a token offer knowing it's going to get turned down. And I'm going to move on. I'm going to try to get everything that I can out of him for the next 2 seasons.
As you should.
If you're the Tigers, if you're smart, maybe you make a play and try to bring in and trade for another starter that can kind of take his spot once he leaves, and you can have a great 1-2 combo for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
But there is no way, especially if it's the rumored $400 million. I'm old school. Okay, we had the argument yesterday. I like the teams that bunt the ball. I can't see paying a pitcher $400 million, a guy who, let's just say, best case scenario is involved in 35 games a year. Yeah, I know he's a starting pitcher, but he's only there for an everyday player.
Like 15% of your season.
An everyday player, I can see. If you had an Aaron Judge, like, oh, man.
He'd be making more than Aaron Judge.
But not for a starting pitcher, no.
And I agree.
Can't
So
do it.
what is your Scooble plan? I know you thought about it. Now, on the off chance the Tigers are no good next year and they fall out of being good, then you trade them. And you get something back for him. A team uses them for the postseason, and then he goes on to sign his massive deal. I'm not paying him. I just can't do it. I'm just going to use them. But it's weird because if you say that, people get offended by it. Because I do think kind of like Michigan fans care so much about vacating wins and want that championship from 23. I think most Tiger fans want to give Scooble a blank check, want to lock him up for life, and doesn't care what it costs. And they will just simply cite, there's no salary cap, dumbass. So pay him whatever he wants. Make sure he's a Tiger for life. I'm not doing that because even though there's no salary cap, that to me would be an irresponsible contract.
It is, and I think the Tigers are kind of telling you without telling, but because he's on the pitch count, they don't throw him. It's about 90 pitches, and then he's out of there. And I get it. You're saving him for the postseason. You're just trying to burn him out. But I don't really. You don't hear the rumors of any type of offers, knowing that the clock is ticking.
Yeah, there's nothing. You're right.
I just think that we're going to just go ahead and we'll see what happens in 2 years. But I won't be mad at Scott Harris either because Rieger,
absolutely,
he is going to ask for the world. I'm going to let the Mets pay him. I'm going to let the Dodgers pay him. I can't see this happen. I mean, you saw different player, but I mean, Atlanta, Max Fried was like, yeah, you know what? Sorry, we're going to let the Yankees pay you. They're going to sign you for this long 10-year, I think 8-year deal. Go ahead. You can leave. We're not paying. And I think the Tigers are going to say the same thing. I can't, not on an everyday, you're not an everyday player. So therefore, I'm not for that. That's
Tigers do a great job of developing pitching specifically. They have a great pitching coach. They have a great assistant pitching coach. I think they could fill the void that a guy like Scooble would leave, and you don't want to lose him. The other thing that I can't get past, and Jim Costa had this great stat, and you can think whatever you want to think, but if you go back to 2024 and you talk about the great pitchers in baseball like Scooble, all of them have thrown more pitches than Tarek Scooble. If you go to those types of pitchers, 18, 17, 16 times they eclipse the 100 pitch mark, Scooble has done it 4 times since last season. And he had a chance on Saturday in Kansas City in a 0-0 game to go back in there at 90 pitches. I'm not saying he didn't want to, but they wouldn't let him. And he was on an extra day's rest, right? So if they treat him like that now, babying him, could you imagine if they sign him to a massive deal? What would the babying look like then? I'm not doing it, but we're curious. Where do you think this ends? What's your Scooble plan? Are you one of these people, and I see it on the ticket text, that you want to give him a blank check? You want to give Tarek whatever he wants to make him a Tiger for life? Would you dare trade him, knowing you could get a boatload for him, but it would really hurt your
playoff chances
Guys,
and
I've
your World
heard-
Series chances.
I've heard everything you've had to say. I'm going to give you my plan of what I would do with Scuba when we get back.
He's going to do it next.
Ooh, Aaron Rodgers and Tarek Skubal in Pittsburgh. All right, we get that. We'll take your calls. 97 The Ticket. Talking Tarek Skubal on Tarek Skubal Day. Scoobs against the best in the NL Cubbies later tonight, right here on the ticket. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. It's impossible to watch Skubal pitch and not think about the future. So I gave my Skubal plan. Rico gave his Skubal plan. David is about to grace us with his, and it doesn't involve Aaron Rodgers. However, just grazing or looking at the ticket text, a lot of people just simply want to give him the money. They think we're cheap. Baseball has no salary cap.
Or they don't care.
Or they don't care. So maybe I should rephrase the question. Instead of asking what your plan is, do you seriously just want to give the man a blank check to keep your star in this city until he retires? I am so against that. Rico's against that. But it does seem like most Tiger fans are like, bruh, there's no salary cap. Shut up. Pay the man. Don't be cheap. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, no, I'm against the blank check. I definitely would not do that. In fact, I would actually trade him in the offseason. And I understand where the team is currently. I get that. But if it happens with this trade, I'm willing to give up 2026 and start ready for 2027. You would get prospects that are in the majors or right there on the edge, and you will be right back in 2027. He's not going to re-sign with the Detroit Tigers. So I get what you all are saying. Use him up until he's gone, but he's not going to re-sign, and I do not want to just continue to go. I don't think they're going to win the World Series in the next 2 years.
See, David, I can't sit here and say and agree with you on that. I'm not going to trade him because his value keeps going down. If you were going to get anything for him, it was going to be last year.
And I get that.
Now, I mean, you're trading him, but you won't get as much. I'm just going to ride this thing. So long as this team is competitive, he'll be a Tiger. He'll be on the roster. He's going to pitch. Knowing when this is over, next year, he's probably gone. He'll throw his last game, and he'll then go to either New York or L.A., and pitch for one of those teams.
As sports fans are concerned, we always worry about losing a guy for nothing. People bring up Max Scherzer, who left when you thought you had him locked up. In this situation, Rico and our plan, you're not losing him for nothing. You're trying to win a World Series. Like, it's kind of rare, isn't it, to actually pay a guy and have that guy stay on your team to help you actually win the ultimate prize? And then if you do, you say goodbye. If you don't, you're probably saying goodbye regardless. I just think it's ridiculous. It's not even realistic to think that the Tigers are going to give Tarek Skubal, a guy that doesn't throw over 100 pitches, $400 million.
No.
That's crazy.
No. If anything, you were going to extend him last year, you would have got a deal. And let's just say you signed him to a 5-year deal. By the time that deal was up, Rieger, he would have been like, what, 32, 33?
Yeah, but he's not down for that, which I don't blame him.
Which
he
means
wants to get the big money.
He wants to sign that deal at 31.
Yes.
No. Yeah.
He wants free agency. He wants multiple bidders.
At that point, I'm thinking, you know what? God bless you, son. Go get your money. And if I'm the Tigers, I'm gonna ride you until the wheels come off.
Yeah. And by the way, the Tigers are treating him great. They're looking out for his arm. They want him to be ready in October. But I don't think there's any chance they re-sign him because they're not going to pay that kind of money. Rob in Farmington Hills, you're on the ticket. What's the word, Rob? How are you?
Hey guys, what's up, guys? Well,
hold on. Hey, Rob.
A couple things.
Rob, we're going to put you on hold for a second. You're kind of breaking up. Put him on hold.
Oh, shit. All right.
Okay.
All right, that was a train wreck. All right.
Let's check that line.
Did you dump that? Somebody dump that?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Fantastic. How about a couple quick ticket texts?
He was enjoying himself. You guys are so cheap. Pay Skubal. Pay him. We have no superstars on this team. Heaven forbid we keep one.
It's not. I don't think it's a fact of Rieger and I being cheap. And I'm not going to speak for you, Jeff. I look at this. First of all, this team doesn't seem like the type of this organization ain't going out there breaking the bank over anybody. And they're more concerned about paying guys way down the line. I don't see it happening. Like, this isn't like certain teams you just know they're going to spend money. They're going to go and do whatever they can. And when have we said that's the Tigers? It's been a long time. It's been, what, about over 10 years?
Yeah.
for the last time we were like, oh, the Tracer's going to go out and spin.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
The Prince Fielder
It's been a
days.
while. Yes.
Mr. I was alive. Okay? When he was alive, yes.
And that was the time to be alive when you bring up Prince Fielder, when the only reason they go get him is because of a VMAR injury.
Right.
You think, okay, VMAR's hurt, and
Well,
they go spend $300+ million to get Prince Fielder.
And you knew VMart was going to come back the next year, so
Right.
you had VMart, you had Prince. But if you remember, Dombrowski didn't want Prince. That was all Mr. I don't think, and I could be wrong, I don't think Chris Ilitch cares if Tarek comes back or not, but it's a totally different era.
Well, see, I don't
you
know
can't throw 130 pitches anymore.
I'm not going to say he doesn't care, but what
Okay,
I'm saying
I don't know
is,
if it's a top priority.
Right. I just think that he does things differently than his old man. And if you just look at it on surface, this is not the type of deal that I see the Tigers doing. It's bringing him back and locking him up. So it's not us being cheap. I just don't think they're going to do that. If they were going to make a deal, it was last year. It would have been a trade. You could have got a ton for him.
Well, that's why we did the topic over and over and over again.
But I think at this point, we're just going to be, you know what? He's 2 years and then he's gone. So let's try to win a World Series. Let's try to get as much as we can, because after that, I don't think you're going to see him starting for you game one of the 2027 season?
2027, yeah.
So why would you give Tarek Skubal a blank check? Are you in the camp where you're just willing to pay him? It doesn't matter what he does. I mean, because you do know that if you sign him to an 8-year, 9-year deal, the back half of that contract is going to be brutal. Nobody wants to be involved with that. I like it that you're getting Tarek Skubal in his prime right now. Your time is now. I know the organization loves to tout how great their minor league system is, and it is, right? The McGonagalls and Max Clarks, and I know, if Mike was here, he'd mention Wyatt Langford somehow, some way. But you got Skubal right now in his prime. He's, 28, 27 years old. You got him in his prime right now. Use it. Let's go. You got the best team in baseball despite what happened yesterday on the south side of Chicago. So where are you at? Are you willing to give Skubal a blank check? Do you care that much to lock up your ace for the foreseeable future? Or are you with Rico and I? And kind of with David, too. Use them and say goodbye. And hopefully win a championship and build a statue. 97 won the ticket.
Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. So when you walk into Planet Fitness, you can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. They got brand new machines like the hack squat and the supine benches. They also got the free weights, the cable towers, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters. You get it. They got everything at Planet Fitness except for one thing, you. You need to go ahead, head into your local Planet Fitness right now and get started. As a matter of fact, now through June 13th, $1 down gets you access to the Black Card membership. What's that? Everything I just named, plus you also get access to the hydro massage and all the other innovative amenities that they have. Plus, you can bring a free guest with you at any time. So that could be somebody to help keep you motivated. It's normally $24.99 a month, but right now, $1 down gets you access to the Black Card. Head into your local Planet Fitness. There's over 50 in the Metro Detroit area. You can go to planetfitness.com, or you can use the app, Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers are back on the field tonight at Comerica Park. Jemai Jones reportedly on his way up to the big league roster. Andy Ibanez being sent down. Hear the game at 7:10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Alex Cobb scheduled to have a rehab tonight in a Whitecaps uniform as well. It'll be his second after throwing 2 scoreless innings last week. Even though the numbers look good, Cobb was visibly uncomfortable throughout the outing. According to Gary Wolfold, the Knicks are preparing to make a, quote, tsunami-type offer, end quote, to acquire Giannis, as after reports surfaced that New York is asking Dallas for permission to interview Jason Kidd to become their next head coach. Kidd, of course, coached Giannis in Milwaukee. The NHL playoffs continue. Who gave you the controls here? The NHL playoffs continue tonight as the Oilers host the Panthers. Face off at 8 at the Corwell House Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97ontheticket.com.
So it was just told to me by Jeremy Otto. Do you realize Detroit has the worst air quality in the world right now? We're blaming the Canadians. That's why the Panthers win today.
I don't get this thing with you in Canada. It is real. Hit me last weekend.
Oh, did it?
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Oh, Friday night last week. I guess they had just started blowing. Oh, it was horrible.
Really? I played 9 holes yesterday outside. It was beautiful.
No I think it's one of those things.
I got super lungs.
Either it affects you or it doesn't. I think it affects David. Either that or David just wanted to take a couple days off and lie to us.
Yeah, he does sound bad today. Maybe that's why. So wait, do you think
this is the best stuff sound in a couple days?
David came in with the vid.
As soon as he walked in the door, you heard me cough. He was like, uh-oh.
He got the vid. Let me take the long way around.
I didn't know the vid existed anymore.
It still exists.
Oh, it does?
It just doesn't kill you.
Oh, fair enough. So I have a question. Then we'll go to the phones. Are you willing to give Scooble a blank check? That's pretty much where we are at 3:33 on a Friday as he's getting ready to pitch against the best team in the National League. But I want to ask all of you guys. So, awful air quality, Scooble on the bump. Does that mean he's only allowed to pitch to 82 pitches today?
No, but in all seriousness,
Sorry,
they may monitor that. Like I said, the air quality affects different people different ways.
Right.
Like you said, you're out there, you play golf like a madman all the time.
I do, yeah. Not well, but yes.
I went home and I'm coughing like on the way. I'm like, okay, something is wrong. Am I coming down? But I didn't feel sick, but I was all stuffed up and felt horrible. Finally, I closed all the windows, turned on the AC for a second, and ran the air purifier, and then I could breathe again.
Yeah, good as new. Let's go to Jerry. You're on the ticket. What's the word, Jerry?
Hey, Jeff and Rico, how y'all doing?
Jerry.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Scooble's had Tommy John already, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, correct. He had that ulnar nerve that Jackson Jobe is now dealing with. He had surgery on it. I don't know if it's actually called Tommy John, but yes, he's had 2 surgeries.
Okay, no thanks. 5 years, $275, take it or leave it. I like the guy. He's good for us, but no, that's it. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, and he's going to leave it, so he's going to walk.
Yeah.
And you'll get a comp pick unless you stink next year and you'll trade him. But yeah, Jerry, you're pretty much with us. And by the way, it's nothing against Scooble. We love Tarek. He's awesome. I just don't know that I think he's going to be awesome 4 years from now when you're paying him ridiculous amounts of money. And by the way, let's not lie. I know people love to say, oh, there's no salary cap. The contract doesn't matter. If you sign a bad deal to that magnitude, it will affect other deals down the road, and you probably can't bring in the people that you want to bring in or re-sign the people you want to re-sign.
Yeah, because think about it. How many times did we have to hear, well, we can't sign anything because we got Miggy's contract on the books. Wait till his contract falls off the books. We're still waiting, but that was the big thing. Well, we signed Miggy to that bad. And now it's, well, you got Javi to the bad deal. And we can't do anything until that falls off the books.
It is really an interesting time to be a Tiger fan because Tarek Scooble could have done what a lot of people done and just took the money. He could have got extended last year. It didn't matter if he got injured at that point. But he's like, no, screw it. Boris is my guy. I want record-breaking money. I want the most ever for a pitcher, and I don't blame him at all. Good for you. Do your thing. I'm just not giving it to you. Let's go to Kevin, hanging in Temperance. You're on the ticket. What's up, Kev?
Hey. So I'm actually in Detroit, but I got to temper its number. But thanks for taking the call. First time caller here. And, I think I love Tarek too. And, probably make a trade next year to see if you can get something out of him, unless, you're contending for a World Series again. And but I think something that's never talked about is, maybe a replacement is Trevor Bauer. He's tearing it up. No one seems to want to give him a chance. I don't really understand why. He's a Cy Young winner.
You don't understand why? You really don't understand why. No. He's never playing in the majors again.
No.
He's innocent.
Kevin, I get what you're saying. They did find out. Look, I'm not getting into that.
Yeah, but they're not going to give him another chance.
I think he got blacklisted.
He's been blackballed for sure.
He's sitting in the same suite with Kaepernick. Like, these are guys that'll never play again professionally.
Now, Kevin, he won his lawsuit. It seems like he's been exonerated, but there was a lot of smoke there, and I don't think any team wants to take a chance on him.
I don't think they want the protest outside, and they don't want all of that stuff. Kevin, you're right. He should be playing right now, because you would think, give him a prove-it deal and see what happens. But when like the Dodgers and teams are like, they're just like,
yeah. Kev, if he wasn't blackballed, if he legit was going to come back to Major League Baseball, he'd be here already. Somebody would have signed him for dirt cheap. As you mentioned, he was good until he went to Japan or wherever he happens to be.
Yeah, Mexico now. But I just don't understand how, he's been innocent in every facet of the court of law. And, so it's like if there was going to be a protest, well, what are you protesting? He's an innocent man. So I think it sets just a weird slippery slope for when you see guys that are convicted of, bad things and they still are in various leagues. So I just think it's something that, should get some attention. But appreciate you guys taking the call. Go Tigers.
Yeah, thanks for calling. Kevin, this is your first day in 2025.
Yeah, the owners can really
people
almost
protest
do
for
whatever
everything.
they want to, and they can not bring you in or bring you in.
David, people get angry over,
you have the wrong hot dogs.
Whether it's a hot dog or a sandwich,
right.
And they're ready to fight you over this thing. Are you kidding me? What color was the dress? I hate you now. I get what he's saying.
Is it blue or is it gold?
Dude, don't get me started on that.
Were those the options? I forget.
Those were the options.
I always saw gold.
No, it was white. It was white,
was
gold,
it white?
and blue.
Oh, I see no colors, Rico. Chris in Flint, you're on the ticket. Knew that was coming. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Hard to follow that drop, but okay.
I would agree.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So I would not give Scooble a blank check or anything near what he is expecting, and here's why. Obviously, the surgeries are the big reason that second to last caller touched on that. I don't see a whole lot of pitchers nowadays with everything that's coming out with, different kind of labs and everything. To get that kind of money. The few that I can think of would be like Paul Skeens, and right now it's Hunter Brown for Houston. That's the guy with the trajectory and his numbers that I would be okay with dropping a ton of money for. But with Scooble, his surgeries and everything like that, it's a little leery. You never want to see one of your star players walk. Detroit has a bitter taste with that with pitching. In the past, but you can't really invest that kind of money into a pitcher who's already been under the knife twice.
And Chris, I'm with you, and the fact that by the time you pay him, he's going to be 31, and chances are, if he makes allegedly the amount of money they're saying, $400 million, you're looking at about an 8-year deal.
Yeah,
in order to make that happen.
And Chris, I've said it once, I say it again. I truly believe the Tigers would love him. But just not for that price, and we all would love him. But I also think back to, and work with me for a second, I think people thought the St. Louis Cardinals were stupid for allowing Albert Pujols to walk away after they won a championship. And it turned out to be a great deal for them, and then, of course, they got him back, and he got red hot in the last 3 months of his career. But you got to do what's best for your team. And I love Tarek Skubal, but there's a lot to say. There's no way you give him a blank check.
There's no way, and especially at the position of pitching. And I'm a Tigers and a Mets fan.
All right, we lost him. Wow. Apparently the phone lines, Tigers and Mets fan, phone lines just cut him off. Oh, interesting. All right. You got a couple more ticket texts, then we're going to move on.
Yeah, I got a couple, all right.
Oh, Well,
No,
what's
I
with
just
that
got
attitude?
I got a few sending me stuff. Oh, you love Big Ben in Pittsburgh. I personally did not love him as a person in Pittsburgh. He was my quarterback, but I did not like him as a human being.
What are we talking
because
about?
of the Trevor
The whole
Bauer
Trevor
situation.
Bauer
I'm
thing.
like-
Yes.
Because of what Big
That's
Ben
good. I thought
went
like,
through.
he can love Big Ben and Aaron Rodgers at the same time. I mean, he even loved this guy.
For a second, I did. Someone says his agent wants to set the market. He isn't re-signing here. He did the same with CC Sabathia in Milwaukee to New York. Steve in downtown Detroit.
Yeah, Milwaukee had him for, 2 months as a rental. Remember, they traded for him and almost beat the Yankees, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it wasn't the Yankees, but yeah. Yeah, he went to the Yankees. But yeah, they had him and they knew they were going to lose him. It's kind of like, I think, what the Cubs are doing with Kyle Tucker right now. They traded for him. He's a rental, is he not? And he's not going to sign long-term with them right now, and they might lose him for a comp pick, but oh well, they're going for it.
I wouldn't pay him at all. I would actually trade him. He hasn't done anything yet. Look at his failures in the playoffs from last year. Trade him today.
That's harsh.
I don't think you're going to get much. And next year,
I disagree. You trade him right now, you get a ton. You get him
at the deadline. Yes, you get more than you would at the offseason, like I said.
I think you would have got more last year because you would have had a couple years of control.
I agree. But if you trade him right now to a team for 2 playoff appearances, you would get a ton. The problem is you got to be a moron to trade him right now. You're trying to win a World Series. I think people forget the goal is to win it all.
And right now, the Tigers have the 3rd best odds, according to FanDuel, to win the World Series. So you're probably not going to move him.
And you got some injuries to starters, so you kind of need Derek.
But I would just ride him till the wheels come off.
All right.
That's where I'm at.
All right. We do a little blitz coming up next. By the way, 4 o'clock. I'm very excited for 4 o'clock. I am going to kick everybody's ass at who said it. I knew I was doing the show today. I've listened to this station all week. I will not be stumped. I listen to every show. Nobody cares. 97 on the ticket.
We really don't.
Rico.
Yes, sir.
Let's do some football today.
So this conversation happens every year in the NFL. Who's going to go from worst to first?
Pittsburgh Steelers got Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh to win the Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers MVP.
Well, they weren't the worst team in the AFC.
Wait, they weren't the worst?
Are you sure about
Are you
that,
sure? They
David?
kind of seem like the worst.
They weren't.
Worst team in the playoffs.
Actually, let's start with the team that was worst in the AFC North. Going from, who has the best chance here.
Okay.
We all know number 8, Cleveland Browns. They have no shot to go from worst to first.
No, when you have 5 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. That in and of itself is going to be a fun circus to watch because it's truly going to be spin the wheel. No clear-cut person. And it's going to be the day, the build-up, when they finally just say, Shador's starting for us this Sunday, and let the spectacle begin.
Yeah, they have a 2.7% chance of winning the division, 9.8% chance of making the playoffs, would make them 16th in the AFC.
Oh, it wasn't too long ago they were a playoff team and they had a winning record. So maybe they revert back to that. But I would agree with you. Train wreck. And by the way, Myles Garrett, buddy, pal, enjoy that contract.
And the problem is, they actually have the defense to get it done. You just got to score points. And I don't think that they're going to stick with who's the veteran on the team, the quarterback?
Joe Flacco?
The Flacco that actually took him to playoffs.
Yeah, a couple years ago.
They won't stick with him long enough because the pressure is on Shador. You got to play him.
And did you hear his quote? They asked him about, teaching the young quarterbacks and stuff like that. And he basically said, no, I'm trying to get a job. I'm not here to teach anybody, basically.
So he was like.
Exactly. To that
Do you know who I am? By the way, 2 years ago, 11-6. Why not the Browns?
Next on the list, with the better chance than the Browns, but not overall a great chance, would be the New York Giants at number 7 here. 3.3% chance of winning the division, 10.1% chance of making the playoffs.
You know what? He's not here, but this is what he would say.
It's no shot, right? No shot.
Once again, who's your quarterback? You don't have one. So, look, I think Russell is better than what Cleveland has, but you play in a division where you got 2 really good teams and 1 okay team.
Yes.
They're going to feast on you. You're their homecoming game.
Yeah, especially a team like Dallas that you speak about that's the good team that's trying to come up.
No, they're just the okay team.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to come up, so they're going to step on the Giants to come up.
Right.
I just like their quarterback room. I mean, it's only a matter of time before Jameis Winston's going to be the starter, and that's going to be fun. And then Tommy DeVito is still in the mix.
Tommy DeVito
and Jackson Dart, the rookie, he has to learn from all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I actually think the Browns will be better and have better odds or have a better chance to make the playoffs than the Giants do.
Okay, next on the list would be the Las Vegas Raiders. They were 4-13 last year, have a 7% chance of winning the division, 23.9% chance of making the playoffs.
I'm going to say no. I know Pete Carroll's coming in there, and he's pedal to.
Geno Smith is there.
Pedal to the ground. He is going to.
Ashton Gentry.
He's trying to come out there because he's not on a 5-year plan. He's about trying to win right now. But in that division, you got the Kansas City Chiefs. Even though they're faltering, I don't think that the Raiders have enough to overcome the Chiefs.
Yeah, that one's just speaking of, we just talked about the NFC East being competitive, 3 teams that are there. Same thing, right? The Chiefs are at the top.
The Chiefs are at the top.
The Broncos and the Chargers are fighting there.
The Broncos
and
Fighters, they're good. They're not great, but I think the Chiefs are just that much better that they could win, I think, 11 games and still win their division.
How long until Max Crosby, how many weeks, says, what the hell was I thinking?
I don't think.
I really want to leave. I don't want to be
It
a
ain't
Raider for
happen
life.
when he looks at that
Bruh.
bank account.
I mean, that's fair. He could have got that in a lot of places.
I
though.
think he's going to be a part of Raiders management, so he can live with it.
You know, he went to Eastern Michigan.
No.
Yeah. Lions fan growing
Let's get to the next team here before I say something that I regret. Tennessee Titans in the AFC South went 3-14 last year with a rookie quarterback. They have a 14% chance of making the playoffs.
AFC
Worst to
South.
first. AFC South.
I'll take this one.
Anthony Richardson already has an injury with the Indianapolis Colts.
So that means Daniel Jones.
CJ Stroud is dealing with a shoulder issue in Houston.
Go ahead.
You said the Titans, right?
Yeah.
I did.
They should have the worst odds.
Why is that?
They're pathetic. I would take the Browns over the Titans.
No, see, here's why. Because last couple of years,
yes,
rookie
break
quarterback,
it down, Rico.
Rookie quarterback comes in, takes team to playoff that nobody saw.
Do you think Cam Ward's that guy and the Titans is that team?
I think if there's a quarterback in this draft, it would be Cam Ward. I mean, think about it. We didn't think that Jaden Daniels was going to do what he did last year.
Tyler Lockett is about 85 years old. Kelvin Ridley, not as good as he used to. Come on, I can't see. I actually think the Titans will be the worst team in football again.
Okay, you just said it was going to be the Giants.
I changed my mind. I forgot about the Titans.
No. David,
I actually said the Giants would be worse than the Browns.
David, this is one that I could see only because Houston gave up their entire offensive line. They may not be as good as we think that they are. Anthony Richardson, you tapped out of a game, son. I can't look past that.
So remember what Jeff just said, that he said it was going to be the Giants as the worst team.
No, right.
The Titans as the worst team. He might be saying this next team.
No,
as the
hold on a
worst
second.
team.
To be fair, I said I thought the Browns had a better chance than the Giants.
Okay, well,
I'm just telling you the Titans are worse than them both.
You may say this team is worse than those.
All right, let's go. This is
the
exciting.
New Orleans Saints.
I forgot about them too. They're pretty bad.
Derek Carr retired. They have a rookie, and then they have a rookie. I mean, what do they have?
Was it Tyler Shuck?
Yeah. Spencer Rattler's there.
Okay, here's the thing. This will be the worst team.
Okay, this team.
No, this is. And it's going to set up for the ultimate story. Arch Manning goes to the team where his grandfather played. Archie Manning.
Okay, I could see that.
This is it. Like, if you're New Orleans, the season ticket slogan, we're not trying this year. I'm just going to let you know, we're not even trying. That's it.
Don't you
The
feel bad
march to Arch.
Right.
That's genius.
That was not mine. That was all Paul.
Of course, Paul is brilliant with the one-liners.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get the little jazz band going down the street. Yeah.
Yes, Paul is brilliant with the one-liners and Chris
come on.
Bosio history. I just feel bad for Alvin Kamara. There, go.
Next on the list will be the New England Patriots. Of the AFC East, everyone expects them to take a jump and a leap this year, but do they go from worst to first?
No, they'll take a jump. They may finish second, but I don't think they have enough to overcome the Bills.
I would agree with you. I don't think they overtake the Bills, but I actually think they're better than all the other awful teams you just named. So they're number 2 in my
I don't
pecking
think you
order.
understand the assignment today. Go ahead.
And then you have the Bears.
I don't think they're going worst to first.
The Bears at number 2, who have a 14% chance of winning the division. And then you have the 49ers at number 1, who on this have a 35% chance of winning the division.
The Bears, I think, could happen. I would give it a little better chance than that because right now I got every team in the NFC North at 25%. I do. So I would give them better odds.
Everything's even. I like that.
The Niners, yes. I do think if Christian McCaffrey is healthy, they could overcome the Rams and they could go back.
It's a big if.
That's not that big of an if.
No, I think it's a good point by Rico. I do. I think it's the more winnable division for the Niners as the Bears got to overtake the Vikings and the Lions.
They got to take over everyone.
Yeah, so I would probably say the Niners as well. Not to mention they got to rebuild with a nice draft pick.
Very true.
I'd probably go the Niners, number 1, your team.
Yeah, I wouldn't go the Niners. I would go the Bears.
Saints are really
bad.
That
is your football today.
Titans too.
97-1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers have made the move of Jahmai Jones to the big leagues official. Andy Ibanez heads to Toledo while Akil Baddoo has been DFA'd to make room on the 40-man roster. Tigers lineup is also in. Here's who A.J. Hinch is sending out there. Parker Meadows will lead off and play center field. Gleyber Torres bats second at second. Gary Carpenter hits third and right field. Riley Green starts the beginning in the middle of the order in left. Spencer Torkelson will hit fifth at first. Colt Keith will DH today and bat sixth. Dingler, McKinstry, and Javi Baez rounding it out with the ace, Tarek Skubal on the mound. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:10. According to the team's latest injury report as well, Matt Vierling received an injection yesterday and is expected to resume baseball activities this weekend. Reese Olson also expected to throw a bullpen tomorrow. Toronto is becoming a pipeline for ex-Red Wings coaches. Derek Lalonde is joining their staff as an assistant. The Leafs announced it by sharing a post on X. The Dallas Stars have also parted ways with their head coach Peter DeBoer after their third year in a row with a loss in the Western Conference Finals. DeBoer had 1 year left on his deal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
.403, which means it's Who Said It time. Love this game. All righty, you know how the game works. I listen all the time in my car. I play along at home. I believe Mike usually says our coworkers say zany things, and we have to guess who said it. So who's eligible?
All right. So I want you to listen to this very closely. Anyone from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Oh.
But remember what we had this week, some unusual news this week. We had a retirement from Ragnow, remember? So from 6 to 6, anyone that spoke on the air from 6 to 6.
Oh, and by the way,
so this could mean like callers?
No callers. No callers.
Yeah, but you and I did about 25 minutes of radio yesterday before 6 o'clock.
I think I know what he's hinting at, by the way.
Okay.
It's because the morning show had, I don't know if I should give you guys hints.
Oh, TJ?
TJ and Mike Tirico, too.
So anyone
it could be one of those
that
people
spoke on 97.1 with hosts, except callers, from 6 to 6.
Why you got to leave out Wojo and I?
Wasn't worth it this week.
Feels like discrimination.
Let's go. Number 1. I want Glasgow to play center. I just think for a ton of reasons, you want a guy who can a center, a QB exchange, little things like that.
So that has Gator written all over it. That wouldn't be Tirico. That wouldn't be TJ Lang. I go Gator. Scott the Gator Anderson. Talking about would you rather have Glasgow or the new rookie?
That's tough. I'm gonna go with
Ooh, that does actually sound like a Tom opinion.
I was actually gonna go with
Pretty
Tom.
good.
I think it's Tom Milligan.
Okay. We got a Gator, we got a Tom.
I'm going to go with Jansen because Jansen was big on the whole quarterback center exchange.
Yeah, but don't you think Jansen would be like, yeah, whatever they decide? Would he say, I want?
Yeah, because he was harping on that like, man, it's new guy and quarterback exchange. I'm going to go John Jansen.
This is exciting. David, who said it? Oh, my God, Paul's good. Did you hear that?
I didn't. I was just a guess.
Now, I thought for sure when Rico pressed that drop that was going to be his guess. And he didn't.
No.
He didn't go with it.
I just like playing.
It is pretty funny.
This game is always so much harder when you get in this chair. So easy in the car.
Number 2. If you're going to be the protector of the year, the new offensive line award, then you're going to have to block all these guys one-on-one.
Did you know about the Protector of the Year? Is that like the
I
road age
did.
relief man?
Yeah, it's the new award this year.
It's to honor offensive linemen because they don't get nominated for anything.
Good for them.
Glad you work at the
So disingenuous. Good for them.
Right. Rieger, it's radio.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. You guys can speak as well, for crying out loud. Why do I have to go first?
You're the one that looked like you were contemplating.
I can't wait for this show. We're letting you go first.
Yeah, I'm going to go Gator again. Gator would bring up the award. I go Gator. I'm going to keep going Gator till he uses them.
And he's already opted out of the game. Okay.
No, I have not.
I'm going to go with Doug.
It's been a while. Could you read it again, David? It's been a minute.
Sure can. If you're going to be the protector of the year, the new offensive line award, then you're going to have to block all these guys one-on-one.
Actually, I changed my mind. It's got to be Jansen. He would know about the protector of the year.
I'm thinking Jansen. This may be one where it's either Jansen or TJ.
Oh, that's a good point. Former offensive lineman.
Yeah, they stick up with each other. But you know what? Screw it. Let's go Jansen.
Okay.
Wait, did you say Jansen?
I changed my mind to Jansen. Yes.
Then I'm going to say TJ.
So we're all locked in.
All right.
TJ, yeah.
Come on, baby. Yes.
Oh,
there it is. There it is. Late audible. I knew he would know all about the. Jansen probably wishes there was a protector of the year when he was playing.
He wouldn't have won.
I'm just saying.
Wow. That actually was a good audible, Jeffrey. That was a really good audible.
Thank you. I'm 1 for 2. That's a 500 batting average. This was baseball. I'd be in the Hall of Fame.
He wouldn't have won it. Wow. Okay.
I mean, no,
I didn't
saying
say
at the
that.
time
Rico
there were
said
better
that.
old linemen. I mean, better tackles.
Look at him backpedal.
It's not backpedaling.
Well, he was
it's
just a second rounder, so. I'm joking, John, if you hear that out. I'm joking. I was a no-rounder, so whatever. Right.
You don't have experience.
Number 3. Kind of another setback, guys, for a team that's lost its offensive coordinator, its defensive coordinator, now a key part of their offensive line. The 2025 season's either going to be really, really good or really, really not so good.
Wow. It's going out on a limb. It's not going to be mediocre. Okay, I get King vibes from that cut. I feel like it would be Doug commenting and then Gator commenting and then Doug in Doug's voice. King, what do you think? I think King would say that. I go King.
So I think this is one of the things where David prefaced anybody from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. because I think this might have been an update person.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure which one though.
Luke Sloan.
Okay, that's just cruel.
It's not an update. No, I think he's talking
Nobody
like
listens to
Tirico or
Luke
TJ
Sloan.
Lang. Look at the smile on David's face. Right, this is pissing me off.
I'm gonna go.
He thinks he has us.
So I'll go with the person that's here right now. I'm going to go with Jeremy Otto.
You know what? I'm just going to give you all update people. We'll just make it the field. If that's the case, you win.
Fair. I think that's fair.
I'm going to go with Doug. Very long statement.
Okay, but the end of Doug, the last part, it's either going to be good or not so good. I feel Doug would be more complex.
It's either going to be good or not so good.
Okay. All right.
Shuffles his paper and then takes him to break respectfully.
Okay, we're all locked in. What do we got? Give me King.
So before I play it.
Oh, crap.
We had a day of big news. And we had not an official update guy at that time, but because of the big news, he came across and spoke after the update.
Tony Ortiz.
That is bogus. Why was he on the air here?
I'm claiming it because I said it before he did. Tony Ortiz.
He joined them for an update because he wanted to help them out because they were on remote, needed an update guy. He did it, and then they asked him a question afterward.
No, I said Paul gets the fields. He said
okay, so
update
Paul
guy.
actually gets that right?
I got it. I
oh, you
claimed
both
it.
get it. I don't get it right. I had King. He's kind of an update guy. That's crap. Why do you wait until I'm on the show for nonsense like that? You know how much I respect this game.
But that was fun. I enjoyed that one.
You got one more?
Yeah, I sure
okay,
do.
one more.
We're not mad that we have Aiden. We love that we have Aiden. We want more.
Okay. Talking about getting another edge. That's Costa.
Yeah, that's Costa.
That's Cookies.
That's the first thing that popped in my head was Costa.
I mean, it's not Doug. It's not Gator.
We're not mad that we have Aiden.
It's not Mike. It's not you.
We're not mad that we have Aiden. We love that we have Aiden. We want more.
See, I think that was Mike. because he was kind of saying a jab at Brad Holmes, saying, you don't need any more. You got Aiden, so be happy with that.
Oh, you took it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go cookies. There was smarm in there, I feel.
Yeah, I think it was Costa.
All right, Costa. Who said it?
Wow.
Well, you do work with the guy.
Rico, your co-host. You're exactly right. That was the conversation. It was about what Brad Holmes said on these airways in the morning, and then he went back to that.
See, because unlike him, I actually listen to what Mike is. When I'm speaking.
Wait, who doesn't listen to Mike? Unlike who?
No, I said I listen to Mike.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Is that it? That was unfair.
I have one more if you want.
Yeah, go real quick. Go ahead.
They can play with anybody. They can absolutely play with anybody. As we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, I full confidence that they'll add to this team to make them even better.
Tiger baseball, obviously. Man, could he go Jansen twice?
I'm going to go cookies.
I'm going to go Doug.
I'm going to go Gator.
Who said it?
Oh, come on!
Look at that.
I hate this game.
I thought you were probably going to guess Gator right.
Jeez, Rieger.
I went away from Gator and he used Gator.
I love stumping Jeff. That is who said it.
I went 1 of 5.
Horrible at this.
Like Baez quality.
Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It means it's officially moving season, a time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is make sure that your Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes you to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment with Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite shows and movies while somebody else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
All right. Paul just left the studio. He was in a good mood. He's like, I can't believe it did so well. Who said it? Meanwhile, I talked a lot of smack, and as usual, I sucked. Speaking of sucking, yesterday, if you're an OKC fan, game 1 of the NBA Finals had to suck. Rico, yesterday, I get home from doing a show. I got off at 10 o'clock, and I'm lying in bed. I turn on the end of game 1. OKC was up by like 13. There's like 2 minutes left. I'm like, this game's over. I'm going to stream something. Then I look at 3 in the morning when I happen to wake back up, and the Pacers win the basketball game. This is twice now. Always game 1 that they come back from these ridiculous deficits, and they did it again. And, of course, last night, Tyrese Halliburton was the guy. And every time you hear Tyrese Halliburton, you think?
Killian Hayes.
The guy the Pistons got instead of Tyrese Halliburton. And we do this all the time. Like, you can't help but to think Killian Hayes, who is no longer in basketball. I mean, that was such a bad draft pick. So awful. They claim they drafted him because he could shoot, and of course he could not. So Killian Hayes is playing in a lifetime somewhere, while Tyrese Halliburton is playing in the NBA Finals. Is that the worst draft miss of our lifetime?
And that's not just basketball. I'm talking all sports. It's up there, but I think we have to wait to see what Halliburton does. Now, I do think it's going to be one where you're just going to be like, man, long term, it's going to sting. It's going to hurt.
He's unreal.
It is.
And why the hell did the Kings give up on him, too? Like, they're probably doing the same topic in Sacramento.
Was that Paul George, right?
No. That was a Sabonis deal.
It was.
Indiana traded Sabonis to get Halliburton.
Yes.
It's a good trade. Very good trade. Despite the fact Sabonis is pretty good. So what would it be if it's not Killian Hayes and missing out on Tyrese Halliburton? What was the biggest draft miss of our lifetime? And I say we go around the room because everybody in this room or these two rooms have really good ones. Rico, you want to start us off? Go ahead.
I still think the biggest draft miss in Detroit history.
Yes, Detroit history.
Detroit history.
History of Detroit.
The Lions took Terry Fair and passed on Randy Moss.
Big number 84.
One, first ballot Hall of Famer. The other one probably stuffs the ballot when he goes to elections.
Yeah, so. I mean, Terry Fair wasn't awful playing in the Lions secondary.
He actually was.
It wasn't awful, but then he got that injury against the Vikings.
All-pro.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you.
When you're only known because they took you instead of the other guy.
Or the injury that ended your career, right?
Yeah, that means you didn't do too much.
All right, listen, I think it's fair. Can we do better than missing on Randy Moss? David, go ahead.
So I'm going to go with the guy that I think this is the biggest whiff of all time.
Okay.
They took Eric Ebron over the best defensive player of his generation, Aaron Donald.
That's a great
You knew
one.
Sue was going to leave. Apparently, they didn't believe he was going to leave, even though he kept hinting all year he was going to leave. And they missed out on replacing him with a player actually better than him and a guy that led his team to a Super Bowl.
Paul, I hate to say you may be right, but both first ballot Hall of Famers.
Okay. I would agree. Both really good ones. Hard to beat. David, what do you got?
Then I raise you, Paul, and the Detroit Pistons drafted Darko Milicic over 3 straight NBA Hall of Famers, Pro Basketball Hall of Famers, and Carmelo Anthony could have gotten, Chris Bosh, or Dwayne Wade. Come on now. 3 of them. You could have just picked one of the 3.
See, David, I like where you're at, but I'm going to say either me or Paul because those were generational players.
Understood.
Aaron Donald, generational player. Randy Moss, I mean, you got mossed.
You're right.
He's
Everyone
an adjective.
in the neighborhood said that.
He's an adjective. You got mossed. Like, he was Calvin before Calvin. He was always open. Plain and simple. But I like where you're going with that. But, yeah, who was the miss that – because when you think – at least me, I'm watching Tyrese Halliburton, I'm thinking, Sure would look good in red, white, and blue uniform, but we got Killian Hayes instead. And I was told, hey, you didn't see his workouts.
Well, you can't get past it. Every time you see Halliburton, and if you remember our very own, Will Birchfield, I think, did a story how Halliburton wanted to be in Detroit, if I'm not mistaken.
He's still angry.
Yes. All right, I got two.
Somebody else is still angry, too, that's out there. I'm not going to steal it, but there's another NBA draft pick person that he's pretty good in the league, and he still hates Detroit.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm going to name that one. I actually, can I ask for permission? Can I give an honorable mention that nobody will say, but I think it was a kick in the you-know-what?
One.
I get one?
Yes.
All right.
Leave it. Just leave it. If it doesn't get eventually,
I'll give
you
it
can
later.
name it. Yeah.
My one is Donovan Mitchell.
And
You
there it
took
is.
Luke Kennard. Luke Kennard from Duke. Why? I don't know. Guy stunk. He was fine. But Donovan Mitchell is a superstar. You could have had him on your team. I go Donovan Mitchell.
That's fair.
All right,
like
so
that.
we got 4 good ones.
Yeah.
Beat it. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. The Halliburton one does sting. It really does because he's so good. He does everything well, and he was a hero on the biggest stage yesterday. But what is the biggest draft miss in Detroit sports history? Want to go to some calls?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Bob in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What do you say, Bobby?
I say, how do you do, guys? Great show.
How do you do?
But besides that, I could be off on this, but I'm almost positive that we had a chance to get the Pistons. Moses Malone instead took Marvin Bad News Barnes.
Is that right? I don't know that. Look that up, somebody.
I'm not positive, but it sticks in my mind. So could someone check that out? Also, when they were asking for words to describe the Tigers, I thought matchup would have been a good 2-word thing for them, because that's all we do is match up late in the game.
Okay. Appreciate the call. Yeah, appreciate the call, Bob.
By the way, Moses Malone was drafted in the 1974 ABA draft.
Yeah, I was about to say he went in the ABA, so maybe he just opted not to play in the NBA. That I don't know.
Yes, fair enough. Let's go to Rico. Not this Rico, but the Rico on the phone. He's on the ticket. What's up, Rico?
Yeah, hey, I turned my radio down. Biggest draft mix, and I'm old. I'm old as dirt. How about this? The Lions had an opportunity to draft Dan Marino and passed him by. I'm going to hang up and listen to your response.
Who'd they take?
I think they took a fullback. They took a fullback in that draft. Hold on, let me look. 83 draft.
I think you're right about that. Yeah, they did take a fullback.
Was it James Jones?
Yes.
They took James Jones, fullback, in that draft. Passed on Marino. So, yeah.
Wow.
248-539-9797.
They also passed on Jim Kelly, who was the very next pick after the James Jones selection.
Oh, my God. This is disgusting. You're right.
Who is that draft pick that you look back and like, man, the Detroit team really passed over this guy? Because for me,
Darryl Green, technically, they passed on him, too, in that same draft.
They did. They could have had Willie Gault, same draft. Darryl Green was in the 83 draft.
Yeah. But
that dude played forever.
But hey, I still say it was taking Terry Fair. You passed on Randy Moss. It's one of the best wide receivers of all time because they just didn't think that he had good character.
All right, we'll take more of your calls. Which one is it? The biggest Detroit sports draft whiff of all time? 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Former Yankee Jemai Jones, who's been with Toledo all season, is getting a call to the big leagues as Andy Ibanez heads the other way. Hear the game versus the Cubs tonight, right here on the ticket at 7:10. Tigers number 3 overall prospect Bryce Rayner was injured, sliding back into first base on a Flying Tigers game earlier this week. Minor league writer Emily Walden is hearing he's getting a second opinion, and the recovery is expected to be extensive. Michigan has their hearing with the NCAA. Connor Stallions was seen outside wearing a suit. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All righty, you heard Jeremy Otto mention Connor Stallions was wearing a suit at the Michigan NCAA hearing going on right now. No media allowed, but we talked about it in the first hour. There's a chance Michigan might have to vacate wins. There's a chance they might get a postseason ban. If you were forced to choose, which one would it be? Go back on the Odyssey Rewind and check it out. We did it for an hour.
We did.
People were all fired up. But right now we're talking
about...
Rieger
was mean to me during the break.
So. No, you were mean to me. You were very mean to me. It is my understanding that what is said over the break does not go on the air. So just drop it.
I just said you were mean.
No, you were very mean to me.
You were a bleepo. Go ahead.
You done?
Yeah.
How does Mike work with this guy? Anyway, so we're asking the question because, of course, Halliburton was great yesterday for the Pacers. Every time you watch him play, you automatically think Killian Hayes. Of course, the guy the Pistons drafted that year instead of Tyrese Halliburton. So who is the biggest Detroit draft whiff of all time? You said Randy Moss.
Yeah.
I said Donovan Mitchell. You want to take some calls?
Let's take some calls.
Paul had a great one. Ebron over Donald. David had a great one. Kevin Zimico. You're on the ticket. Hey, Kev, how are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Kev.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Wyatt Langford. No, I'm just kidding.
That is Mike Valeni somewhere.
You're right. No, Paul stole my thunder. It's without a doubt the consensus has to be Aaron Donald. I mean, think about the Lions when they just drafted Penei Sewell. He changed the culture of the entire team, and if they would have took Aaron Donald, I mean, look at this guy. I understand they had some good weapons and Matt Stafford and that, but Matt Stafford didn't win them the Super Bowl. Aaron Donald won them the Super Bowl. I just think
True.
He's going to go down as a top 5, maybe top 3 best ever to play the game, and I remember seeing something, and the news came out about a year or two ago, where one guy in the Lions war room wanted Ebron, and then the other guy was pushing to get Donald, but obviously the Ebron guy won.
Kevin, the worst part about it was Ndamukong Suh pretty much told everybody, I'm out of here. I'm not coming back. I don't want to be here. You know, it was the worst kept secret.
Yeah, his sister asked the first question, how long until I can hit free agency or until my brother can hit free agency? Right. Like, everybody knew he was going to go, even though he did cry at the podium after his last game as a Lion.
Right, but that season, we all knew, he's not coming back. You had a chance. Nah, let's go get Eric Ebron, who I'll never understand was not good at North Carolina. Yeah. He dropped passes there. So you can't make catches in college. What makes you think he's going to be this viable tight end?
He was a fun follow on social media. That's what I remember.
Well, you know what? Well, good for him.
Very, very quickly, before we go back to the phones, does this count? Because now people are kind of piling on. I've seen this on the ticket text. I want to ask you, does the Greek Freak count? 2013, he goes 15th. Meanwhile, the Pistons at 8 took KCP. Does that count as a big draft miss?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it should, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is KCP going to the Hall of Fame?
No.
Is Giannis going to the Hall of Fame?
No. Where's Giannis playing this year?
Won't be Detroit.
Yeah, probably
Won't
not.
be here.
That'd be nice if it was.
That's a miss. That's a swing and a miss.
All right, that's a good one. That's a very good one. I just never think the Greek Freak because I didn't think anybody thought he was going to pan out to the extent that he did, but it's fair. It's the draft. I get it. I should. It's on me. Brad on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's up, Brad?
Hey, how you guys doing? So I'm going to go with a team that everybody's bashing right now, the Red Wings. Ken Holland passed up Quinn Hughes to draft Philip Zadina.
That's right. Yeah. Hughes went the next pick. the defenseman from
very
Vancouver.
next
It's a good one.
Yep. Can
Yeah,
you
and
imagine
Brad-
Hughes and Sider as your defensive pairing?
Brad, what was Zadina's quote when he got drafted? Do you remember this?
Yeah, I'm going to fill your net with pucks.
That's right. All the teams that passed on him,
yeah,
I'm going to fill your net with pucks. And then, is he still in the league? I don't even know. He was a Shark last time I saw.
No, he's playing over in Europe.
Oh, poor guy. Thank you, Brad. That's a great one. I was going to use that one as my honorable mention. That's a very good one.
Okay.
All right. How about Jake in Franklin? You're on the ticket. What do you say, Jake? How are you?
Hello there. 2009, the Detroit Tigers select Jacob Turner. The 25th pick in the draft, the LA Angels select Mike Trout. We could have had Mike Trout in his glory, in our glory days, at his peak for how many years?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Jake's rising up the list with this one.
Jake, that's a fantastic one, but I ask, and I'm just trying to be fair here. Major League Baseball draft is like the most impossible thing to get right. And so many teams passed on Mike Trout. Are we really going to take that as a knock against the Tigers?
Well, I don't know where the cutoff is about where you should know who to pick and other drafts.
I say
like
it
the Donald
counts.
thing where it was
It counts.
Okay. All right. Jake, it counts according to Hatchet. It's a good one. It's a very good one. I'm looking at it, 25th overall, and I'm looking at some of the other people that went above him, like Kyle Gibson and Randall Grichuk, Matt Perk. I don't know who that is. Number one pick of that draft was Steven Strasburg. Worked out. Dustin Ackley went too. No idea who that is. That's a good one.
Yeah, it is a really
I feel we're getting educated.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, you like that one, don't you?
I do.
All right. Let's go to Bill in Utica. You're on the ticket. What do you say, Billy boy?
Thanks for taking my call. My pick goes with the Red Wings. They take Keith Primo and pass on Jaromir Jagr.
Wow.
Whew.
That's a brutal pick.
I mean, what did Jagr actually do? No.
Yeah, what did he do?
Won 2 Stanley Cups.
But here's okay, Bill, I feel that wouldn't be such a draft miss if Jaromir Jagr was actually a Red Wing at some point in his life. Like, I feel every year we predicted Jagr was going to be a Red Wing, and then one year he actually said he was going to be, and then he went on vacation, and the deal fell through. But yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Wonderful day.
You too. Wow, there is a lot of them.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, I have one here on the ticket text says, it was when the Tigers passed on Wyatt Langford, signed Mike Valenti.
Yeah, it's amazing that Mike's listening. It's so nice of him.
Who'd they take instead?
What does Mike say? Here, let me be Mike for a second. Hey, one guy just hit a walk-off homer for the Texas Rangers, while the other guy is walking off an injury and going to Starbucks in Double-A.
Kenny, that one's for you.
By the way,
That's
Jaromir
what you
Jagr,
have to add at the end, yes.
By the way, Jaromir Jagr, 766 career goals, a plus 322, 1,921 points. That's pretty good.
Now, I know we're doing Detroit's worst misses.
That's pretty good.
I think the all-time miss of all time.
Can I guess it?
Yeah.
Is it going to be Mandarich over?
No.
Okay.
No. Because they had 2 picks.
Oh.
Minnesota Timberwolves.
Oh, over they didn't get Steph.
They took 2 guards. They took 2 different
Dario
guards.
Saric.
They took Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn.
Oh, Johnny Flynn, okay.
And the very next pick was Steph Curry. They took not 1, but 2 back-to-back picks and still missed out on Steph Curry.
What about Greg Oden over KD?
Yeah, everybody just knew that was.
Greg Oden was like 21, but he looked 75.
Greg Oden was 156. he was there with Moses back in the day.
I mean, we know the ultimate one though is
Sam Bowie.
Sam Bowie.
Yeah, Sam Bowie. So,
all right, well, take your calls 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. The biggest draft miss in Detroit sports. People are interested. And by the way, Rico was trashing my topic and said this topic, since it's his, is the best. It really hurt my feelings at the break. I just aired your dirty laundry. I'm the guest. You're supposed to be nice to me.
It's actually David's topic. Get it right. This is where your credibility goes out the window, Rieger. You can't even lie correctly.
Wait, you're saying at one point I had credibility? Did you know me then?
Never
I hate you. 97.1 The Ticket. Well, we all watched last night, game one of the NBA Final. What a great game. Tyrese Halliburton bringing the Pacers back from the dead to take game one against OKC, who led by 15, I feel, like the entirety of the game.
Another game-winning shot in this playoffs.
Yes. Fantastic. So every time you watch Halliburton, you automatically think Killian Hayes. You think Troy Weaver. You think, oh, man, you could have had Halliburton. Right. But instead, you took Killian Hayes, who's no longer in the league.
Halliburton, game-winning shot. Killian Hayes trying to bring back GameStop.
By the way, that was Troy Weaver's first draft as the Pistons GM.
Very
first one.
That's back when we believed just a little bit. It's funny because when Troy had to get rid of Killian Hayes, he said the number one reason they got rid of him is because he could not shoot. But if you go back to what he said when they drafted him, number one reason they drafted him was because he could shoot. Didn't quite work out. So I get a text. I will get a text, and I want to know, does this count? Because I think some should not count because it's such a crapshoot anyway. But are you familiar with Nikita Kucherov? Stud for the Tampa Bay Lightning. So Kucherov was taken in 2011 in the second round. The Red Wings that year did not have a first-round pick. In the second round before Kucherov, they took Ryan Sproul, Xavier Ouellet, and Thomas Yurko. 3 players before Kucherov was selected. Does that count?
It does. So kind of like what I said about the Minnesota Timberwolves passing on Steph Curry.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a reach.
I mean, Steph was hard too with the knee injury and everything else.
It's a reach, but I'll allow it.
You'll allow it. You allow them all. All right. Let's go to Cliff in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's up, Cliff?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. How you doing today?
Hey, Cliff.
Fantastic. How are you?
I got one. He comes from just up the road, I-94 West or 14, Michigan Wolverine. Everybody passed on him. I'm talking about
multiple times.
Brady.
Yeah.
Wait, that's got to count, right? Although the Lions weren't the only team that passed on him multiple teams.
No,
I mean, even New England passed on him 5 times.
You know. But so, yeah, in terms of pass, we did have a shot at him. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Hey, Cliff, can I ask a question? This is very disrespectful to Mr. Tom Brady. I know he listens. He's Jansen's buddy, so I know he's always listening. But if Tom went anywhere but New England and with Belichick, would he have still been successful? I'm asking. I don't know. He needed a break to begin with to get playing in the first place.
He was good in Michigan. I said, yes, he would. Okay. I've got a question for you guys.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you see him on the boat when he threw a pass and knocked down that, what was it, the little flying device in the wind off the boat? Did you see that? YouTube.
Yeah. When he won in Tampa Bay.
And he threw it and knocked down this, I forget what they call them. Little flying things. Drone. He knocked the drone down. So I say that to say, first off, look at it. It's a hell of a thing. That's after he retired. So, yes, he would have been successful anyway.
Thank you, Cliff.
In my opinion.
Good stuff.
Yep.
You agree with that? What?
What? That can't count. 6th-round selection. Everyone passed on him multiple times.
I agree. See, this is at some point you got to say, like, it's a crapshoot. It's difficult.
Right. That's like years from now, like, oh, everybody passed on. Let's say Shador ends up being really good. Well, everybody, including the Browns.
I want David to do me a quick favor, if you could, David, and then we'll go back to the phones. Can you look at the very top ticket text? You see what it says? You want to read that on the air?
I sure do.
It's very offensive. Take a listen to this.
LOL. Notice how Jeff has the quick hook for African-American callers.
Oh, come on. It's not like I'm Kenny or something.
Facts are facts.
Wrong one.
It fit, though.
Oh, my God. What? Here we go.
That was the wrong one.
There we go. You know what? How do you know if a person is black or white by listening to them on the phone? You don't know. Stop it.
It is noticing something.
Oh, you're noticing it too? All right. Can we go on?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, good.
Find another caller. Here we
that
go.
wasn't awkward at all. Paul and Fraser, you're on the ticket. Hello, Paul.
Well, it's all because of that awful, terrible Negro.
See, I hung up on Paul. What the hell is going on? It's my guy DJ. Whenever I hang up on him.
Paul should probably let us hit the drop.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just let us hit the button. We don't need you to do that.
Okay, just stop. Stop. We're done. We're done. Let's go to Tommy and Warren. You're on the ticket. Hello, Tommy. How's life? Tommy,
Hello?
are you there?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was calling about, I don't remember if it was 03 or 04 when we drafted Charles Rogers, and then the next pick, I believe, was Andre Johnson.
Yes. It's a great one.
Yeah, that was.
I think Troy Polamalu was also in that first round. Not positive, though. Couple Hall of Famers for somebody who never even played.
That one I'm going to have to double check, but no, I remember Andre Johnson went the very next pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the next pick. Troy Polamalu was number 16.
I'm trying to think. Was that the Clinton Portis draft, too?
No.
Wait, it was a Miami. Who was the Miami running back that broke his leg in the championship?
That was Willis McGahee.
Willis McGahee, because that's who the Lions were going to take. They were going to take Willis McGahee, and then his leg went the other way in the championship game, and then they pivoted and took Charles Rogers instead.
That's right. I forgot about that. Oh, that was awful at the time. Holy cow. Let's go to, how about Theo in Detroit? You're on the ticket. What's up, Theo?
What's up, fellas?
How are you?
Hey.
I got James Jones getting picked before Dan Marino.
Yeah. Somebody already called for that one, but yeah, that one was one.
Me.
Yeah. Well, also Jim Kelly as well. What's the next pick?
What do you think the Lions would have done with Marino?
Wasted him.
Probably.
But you know what? Miami wasted him.
Oh, that's true. He did get to a Super Bowl.
Barry Sanders 4 years later, we might have been straight.
You're right. He would have got the running back he never wanted. So,
thank you, Theo. That's a good one.
Careful, Theo.
That's not bad. All right, we got time for, how about one more?
Got a quick hook.
Oh, will you stop? Will you stop? There's another ticket text that just came in. Says he always hits me with the quick hook, too. He says he's, I'm not going to read it. This is preposterous. I'm just happy people call. See what happens? I'm nice enough to come in and do the show, and now I'm being labeled a racist.
Well, I mean,
Let's go to another caller, and maybe it'll fix itself.
Right.
Oh, why don't you guys pick the calls? Go ahead.
Rigger, take a call. Take the
All
next
right,
call.
let's go to Mike in White Lake.
Gentlemen.
What's up, Mike?
My thunder has been stolen. I was going to say worst draft of all time was the Lions picking a fullback to block for Billy Sims with Dan Marino and Jim Kelly on the board. Still, in my view, the worst draft I can think of.
Even worse than Terry Fair and Randy Moss.
Even worse. Marino rewrote the record books, went to a Super Bowl. Kelly went to 4 Super Bowls. Now, it's true, maybe if the Lions had Marino, all they would have let him do is hand off to Billy Sims. But
you know what the funny thing, Mike, that the way you mentioned that, because neither actually won the Super Bowl, maybe they would have fit here in Detroit. So, but Detroit at least made it to the Super Bowl.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Tyrese Halliburton went off yesterday. Every time you watch him play, you think, well, you know what you think.
Killian Hayes.
Exactly. What is the biggest Detroit sports draft whiff of all time? 5 o'clock hour just around the corner, 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Former Wolverines football staffer Connor Stallions was spotted outside of Michigan's hearing with the NCAA today. We asked Michigan insider John Bacon why he would have been there. The Tigers begin their short 3-game homestand tonight at Comerica Park as they host the Cubs. Tarek Skubal heads to the mound, and A.J. Hinch will have a new piece available on his bench. Jahmai Jones has been called up to the big leagues. The 27-year-old right-handed outfielder has an .874 OPS along with 6 homers. A.J. Hinch said the message to Ibanez was to go get some at-bats and get right. Quote, "It's a tough loss for the time being, but it's in the best interest of the team and the best interest of Andy," end quote. According to Ross Dellinger, ESPN is finalizing a deal to continue their sub-license package with TNT Sports for the college football playoff semifinal. It would give them rights to the games in 26, 27, and 28. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. The Valenti and Rico Show. No Mike today. Back on Monday. 248-539-9797. Weekend just about to get going. It's going to be amazing down at Comerica Park. 3 games against the Cubbies. All damn near sold out.
Right.
About 120,000 fans plus down there in downtown Detroit.
Though I don't know. I guess you have to tell people, I guess, be careful, because I guess the air quality over Detroit is horrible.
You think that's going to stop anybody from going down?
You may want to take a mask or something with you, because if you're just going to be sitting there from the wildfires coming off of Canada, if you look outside, there's like a haze from what people are telling me. So if you're going down to the game, as silly as it sounds, maybe especially if you have sensitive sinuses,
be prepared.
Be prepared, because you're just going to be sitting out in the open air.
So I have a question. I want to get the answer, and we'll go back to the phones too, talking about the biggest Detroit draft whiffs of all time, considering Killian Hayes played yesterday, and every time you watch Killian Hayes, I'm sorry, Tyrese Halliburton played yesterday. Right. And every time Tyrese plays and does well like he did yesterday, you're aware of the fact that you took Killian Hayes instead of Halliburton. So that's out there if you want to hit on it. But I do ask. I remember years ago, it was Indians, Tigers. Both teams were really good. And I asked Jim Leland, I'm like, is this a big series? It was like early June, like this series. And he's like, propped back in his chair, had his shirt off, had his hat on, smoking a cigarette, eating his food.
I was about to say he had to be eating some Chinese food or something.
Yeah, and he's like, that's kind of a dumb question. That's kind of a dumb question. It's just 1-1 series. 162. Is this a big series, Rico? Is this a big series? It's the best in the American League versus the best in the National League. It's a team in the Cubbies that have the best run differential against the team in the Tigers that have the 4th best run differential. And it's a team like Detroit that I heard the other shows and me and Wojo yesterday too. People are kind of worrying about a little bit after only taking 2 of 4 against the White Sox.
I'm not really worried about 2 of 4 against the White Sox. I think it is a big series only because both teams happen to be good at the same time. Like, this was going to sell out anyway because everybody loves the Cubs for some reason still. But the fact that both teams are good.
Really good, yes.
You get Skubal tonight. Like, yes, as of right now, it's a big series. It's kind of like, if like the Lions have a game in week 5. It's a big game.
Right.
But it may not be a big game by the end of the year.
This feels like a big series simply because I think for a lot of people, maybe not us, but a lot of people want to see them play really good baseball after what happened in the last road trip. And the funny thing is, the road trip was still 4-3.
No, but it's also a big series because you don't see the Cubs here at
fair.
Comerica Park that often.
There's going to be a lot of Cub fans here, I got to believe.
That's what I'm saying. Or it's like Cleveland's here every year, multiple times. So, okay, if you miss them now, you'll see them later. Cubs, you probably won't see them back in Comerica Park for a few years.
If the Tigers don't win this series, and you get Skubal, you get Flaherty, and you get Montero tomorrow, if they lose this series, I think people are going to freak out on Monday. I really do. It's an off day on Monday. They're going to go on the road to Baltimore. if they lose this series, I kind of feel people are going to be like, uh-oh, other shoes dropping. Uh-oh,
No.
they're not as good as we thought. Uh-oh, they're struggling.
If they get swept, and along with getting swept, they get embarrassed. Other than that, you lose 2-1.
And I agree with you.
But now you go out there and you lose 8-0, 5-1, and then 4-0. Now people are going to start to panic, but still early. A lot of games in baseball. You're going to lose probably about 70 games. You'll be okay.
Is it a big series, like with big ramifications, or if it's just another series? 248-539-9797. Back to the phones we go. How about Charlie in Ann Arbor? He's on the ticket. What's the word, Charlie?
Hey, Rigger Rico. How you doing, guys?
Hey, Charlie.
Good, Charlie.
So you guys brought up the really highly publicized one because the Pistons had a first-round pick, I believe, in the Halliburton draft, and it led to the French debacle. But remember when we when we traded for Blake Griffin, we gave away an important first-round pick that the Clippers used to select the best player in the finals, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oh, wow.
And for me, forever, please remember how big of a trade candidate. He wasn't like a blockbuster, but we traded two coveted assets, if I believe correct. Tobias Harris for sure was one.
Yes.
And the other one was
prime.
Avery Bradley, who had some value. He was of no value, right? And that was a decision that set our organization back for a decade, maybe plus. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was the pick.
Does that count, Rico?
Would have had.
You know what? Yeah, good call, Charlie. Yeah.
That's a great one. That's a great one. Now, we are taking some weird paths to get to draft whiffs. Usually it's a guy like right below you. Usually it's a guy that, goes right after you pick. But wow, that's pretty good. How about Isaiah on a cell? What?
No, I was going to say, for a second there, it looked like it was going to be, and it still could be, Hendon Hooker. Very next pick, you know who it was? It was Tank Dell.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that David's guy?
That's David's guy.
That's David's guy.
He's out for like the next year or so, but yeah.
I heard he's coming back soon.
Tank Dell is going to be back week 1, right, David?
Yeah, I think he's back at OTAs, right?
Yeah, but it was Hendon Hooker, very next pick, Tank Dell.
I always think of Tank Dell because C.J. Stroud, I thought, hit him for a wide open touchdown, and Carlton Davis came out of nowhere to pick that ball.
Yeah.
Remember that game that the Lions probably could have lost? Goff threw 5 picks, ended up winning.
It's kind of like the Pacers last night with 25 turnovers.
Amazing.
And still won.
Isaiah on a cell has a good one. What's the word, Isaiah?
All right, hello.
Hey.
Hey, so I was going to talk about the 2015 NBA draft when the Pistons took Stanley Johnson, I think, instead of Devin Booker. He went like 3 or 4, I think, after.
Wasn't Stanley Johnson the LeBron stopper? Do you remember that? He was dubbed that in like one of the series they had?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm thinking like longevity-wise.
No, you're right. You're right. Of course you're right.
I mean, yeah, that was the only reason why I thought of that one. I mean, I looked back, had a double check, but I know a couple other guys went. I mean, they missed on like Miles Turner as well, I think. I mean, there's a couple.
No, it's funny because I think of I think about that every time people are like, oh, the Pistons should go and trade for Devin Booker. Or you could have just drafted him. That's always funny to me. Like, oh, they should go out and get this guy. Or you could have just had him if you drafted him correct.
You think Devin Booker, knowing Devin Booker, do you think he was praying and crossing his fingers that Detroit drafted him?
Man, Devin Booker is just, it's weird because he's just so pro-Detroit now. It's like, I don't think so. It's like, hey, I really wanted to go play for Michigan State. Then why'd you go to Kentucky?
I've always wondered.
He's always here with the Detroit Tiger cap. I mean,
he wears the Red Wings sweater.
I like the fact that he represents Detroit, but it's just like, all right, that's a little overboard.
Do you find it weird, though, like a professional athlete wearing maybe not other NBA gear, but wearing other cities' gear? Like, it's always weird. Like, Jared Goff, you're not going to see him wearing a Rams hat. You're not going to see him wearing, like, I don't know, a Jets hat.
Yeah,
like they all wear Detroit caps. Like even Stafford, when he was here, he always wore the Old English D. It's just weird seeing a guy from the desert, and I know he's from Grand Rapids originally, and he's always rocking Detroit gear.
He does. He's at the, he played the game, then goes over to the Lions game. So.
Yeah. Play at LCA, then go to the game. So if you had your choice, which Detroit native or Michigan native would you rather have? Crosby or Devin Booker? Go ahead.
I still take Devin Booker.
Yeah, I agree.
I still would take Devin Booker. I've said it before. It's easier, not easier, but I think you could flip a basketball team before you could flip a football team.
Let's go to Tom in St. Clair Shores. You're on the ticket. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, afternoon, guys.
Hey,
Tom.
Rieger, you might be a little too young to remember this, but I know Rico, being a senior member like me, 1987 NFL draft, the Lions drafted Reggie Rogers, and taken after him was Jerome Brown and Rod Woodson.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Reggie Rogers only played 1 year for the Lions, and the kicker is actually killed somebody in a car accident.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Tom, whatever happened to him? But yeah.
Yeah, and Rod Woodson, if I'm not mistaken, had a Hall of Fame career, and that was the guy that Barry out-juked his knee. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
On Labor Day weekend, it was Steelers-Lions, and Barry made a move on Woodson, and Woodson, it was done. I think that was his last play.
Yeah.
He came back for the Super Bowl.
Did he come back? Okay.
He came back for the Super Bowl because he begged the Steelers not to put him on the IR. And he came back and he made it. They played.
So that was a legit Aiden Hutchinson story right there.
That's what Aiden wanted. He came back because it's the infamous play. He's going up against Michael Irvin and he knocks the ball down and he starts pointing to his knee and shaking his head no, like, yeah, I'm back. So they lost the game, but the Steelers did. But yeah, he made it back. But Barry put that move on him and he popped his ACL.
Yeah, and now the Steelers have Aaron Rodgers. Did you hear that?
I did. You know, we need to ask David how he feels about that.
I really am wondering.
You know what?
He's not very talkative.
We should do that next.
97 won the ticket.
Rieger, real quick.
Yeah.
I have a question for our illustrious producer over there.
Hatchet Man.
Hatchet Man Hall, father of 5.
You got 5 kids now? Wow. Did I miss a couple?
Pastor. David, the Pittsburgh Steelers looks like they finally made it official. Aaron Rodgers, 1-year deal. Everybody wants to know, is this a good move for you? Are you happy for this move?
Well, the worst draft pick missed was Henry Ellison in 2016. Malik Beasley was picked next. Then Levert, Siakam, Murray, and Zubac.
Wow, that's actually a really good one, but you didn't answer the question, my friend.
Oh, the question. We passed Justin Jefferson for Jeff Okuda.
Did he not hear you?
He heard us. Justin Jefferson, they took...
Justin Jefferson was drafted later.
Okuda.
Jeff Okuda, is he still in the league? He was with Atlanta, and
I think he's with Houston now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well,
he's hanging around, but
could you imagine going back to Okuda very quickly, thinking that Matt Patricia and Bob Quinn, we have to save our job. Like, that was it. Remember, they had the ultimatum; they were going to get fired if they didn't have a good year, and they reacted to that by drafting Jeff Okuda.
Yeah, passing on Tua.
Pass on a quarterback. Because if you took a quarterback, that means you basically going to have a losing season.
Well, to answer your question now, because you're talking about a quarterback in a losing season.
Oh, you're going to answer. Good.
I am going to answer the question now. I was expecting a losing season. I wanted a losing season, meaning we were going to get a top 10 selection. Now with Aaron Rodgers, that means you're going to fight for a playoff spot, and you'll probably win 7, 8, maybe 9 games and put you at a 16th pick.
Aaron Rodgers to DK Metcalf, they were working out at UCLA in the offseason.
Yep.
And David, I mean, they're going to be here in Detroit late in the season.
Yeah, but will he be the quarterback, do you think?
He'll be the quarterback.
You think so?
He'll still be the quarterback, and I'm going to tell you, they're
going to keep that streak going.
I was planning to go to that game. I really had all my plans. I was talking to family members, but now that Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, I don't know if I want to go to that game
David,
now.
Rieger, hold on one second.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Let me just call this man out, okay? Man of the claw. He's going to be there.
I said I don't know if I want to be.
No, he's going to be there.
I said I don't know if I want to be.
He'll be there dressed in the black and gold, waving the terrible towel. He will be there. He kills me with that. I don't know if I'll watch this Steeler team.
I don't know if I want to be. I didn't say I won't be. I don't know if I want to be.
No, Rico, that is a lie, and you picked up on it. The second lie he told, though, is, we're not going to have a good draft pick because Aaron Rodgers is going to help us make the postseason potentially.
And then lose again.
You don't want to make the playoffs.
And then lose
Come
again?
On.
I want to win
please.
championships.
Let me get this straight. If given, there is no fan that would choose this. Before the season even starts, and we're like 3 months away, if given the choice, you make the playoffs like you have and get popped in the first round, or I'll give you a top 5 draft pick, but your season's going to be truly woeful and miserable. The games are going to be unwatchable. What are you choosing?
I want to have a season like Rico had last year, where you get a top pick.
Well, everybody gets hurt.
I'm fine with that.
I'm
fine with that.
Rico
I'm fine with that.
Chose that
because you know what? It's going to be different for you this year. You may win your division this year with real talent.
Do you realize that the football season is long and we all get older? We could be dead by next year.
David,
you can't just say, I want to see a losing season.
You know, they'll struggle this year. Let's hope they'll win maybe a couple games. The Niners will.
Oh, stop it.
David, it was not. No, it got to the point where I tapped out and was like, I can't do this.
But you knew you had talent that was just hurt or had to deal with some issues, and you had to turn over the roster a little bit, and you knew you were just going to be right back at it in 2025. There's no hope for my team. We get an old quarterback to do what? Make the playoffs and lose again, and the next year we have no quarterback again. We're going into the offseason with no quarterback again.
Yeah, because you guys always fall in that 18 to 22 range in the draft.
We've had
where you don't get a great quarterback.
We've had a new quarterback every year since Ben Roethlisberger retired.
Did you draft one this year?
We drafted in the 6th round, Will Howard.
Okay,
So
no.
No.
Okay.
I like it. Good for Pittsburgh. I can't wait to watch. I'm going to watch a lot. And by the way, David, the good thing is you're going to get a lot of national TV games, I feel. A lot will be flexed because people want to see Aaron Rodgers.
There'll be a lot of embarrassment on national TV.
Yeah, and I guess if they would have known this, it was supposedly going to be Green Bay versus Pittsburgh to start the season.
Yeah, but they moved it to Green Bay and New York at 1 o'clock. So that's the only 1 o'clock game that matters in week 1.
That would have been nice. All right, you want to go back to some calls here?
Wait, no, I thought Green Bay played Detroit week 1.
They do.
I was talking about
they switched it.
Pittsburgh and New York Jets now
Okay.
instead of Green Bay and
All right, Rob's on a cell. You're on the ticket. What do you say, Rob?
I say first-time caller, listen to you all the time. I love you guys.
Thanks, Rob.
My chirping on all this stuff is why do we think about the draft picks that we passed instead of the draft picks that we've given up? Like, how about John Smoltz for Doyle Alexander?
Well, that was a prospect, but
no,
that was a bad move. It's a bad move. I mean, but it wasn't a bad move. Alexander went 9-0.
Rob, to me,
yeah, that's true.
No, but Rob, I'll say this: it's the reason why most Tiger fans, for the longest, were gun shy about making a trade because it was the ultimate short term versus long term. Short term, Doyle Alexander comes in, helps you win the division that season. Smoltz goes on to become a Hall of Famer with the Braves.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking about. That's why I was trying to do something that nobody else did,
No, good call on that, Rob. I mean, trades, heck, Rieger, college, for you, probably a rollover accident. Could have changed your life.
True. Michigan could have had Martine.
And the Flintstones.
Oh, that would have been Huts.
The Flintstones would have all have been
Morris Peterson.
Charlie Bell.
Belly Bell was his mother that came to every
Richardson
game. Oh, yes. That means we could have had Jace.
You could have had Jace.
Oh, my goodness. That would have been nice. He would have stayed at Michigan. He went to left like he did Izzo. All right.
Right.
Very quickly. I'm getting a lot of ticket text. I'm looking at the ticket text here. And people are agreeing with David. Steeler fans texting in or just fans of teams that would rather have a high draft pick than maybe make the playoffs. That is an impossible mentality to have before the season.
Here's the thing, and I get what David was talking about because that was my only solace in last year was knowing the way the Niners were playing, they may end up with a top 10 pick. They end up with pick 11. But you'll end up with all the quarterbacks leaving. You knew they were going to take a quarterback. So you would start getting a good defensive player, which they ended up getting a good defensive player and kid from Georgia. And that's like, okay, now you can plug him in with everybody else. So yeah, a one-off type of thing. If your team is bad, look, I don't wish any ill will about the Lions, but let's just say Lions get a rash of offensive injuries, can't score points, but you know everybody's coming back next year, and you end up with like the number 6 pick overall. It's a bonus.
Sure.
It's what was supposed to happen to the Pistons when they made that trade and got Darko. Team was already good. You're just adding Darko. Or like the Spurs. You know, you got the number 2 overall pick because Wemby goes down. He's coming back. And you got the number 2 overall pick. It's one of those types of things. So I get it. I understand it when it's just a one-off type of thing. You don't want to constantly be picking that way. But it's one of those, well, if we're going to be bad, let's go get a good draft pick, and then we'll come back and be even stronger because you normally wouldn't get a pick that high.
Are they going to have ayahuasca night in Pittsburgh? Everybody's tripping because you probably have to watch the Pittsburgh Steelers this year.
I just
97 on the ticket.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet. If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction because Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be a Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, heck, even a drop-top, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand-new 2025s and 26 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So guess what? No more waiting months for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and will fit your budget, including the June Rico deal, a 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $299 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down, and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mount. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
So yes, I know it is June, and I know not many people are thinking about these type of bets, but you probably should. So let's talk about it right now. It is the MVP for the NFL. We're going to talk about some under-the-radar candidates for MVP according to the odds. Okay?
I got it. Aaron Rodgers.
No. I'm going to leave that one alone.
Because he is a Steeler.
No.
Wait, can I ask, though, are you excited about your new quarterback?
So let's get to the first candidate here.
Are you excited about your new quarterback?
No, I'm not excited about my new quarterback.
Are you guys going to buy him a jersey for Christmas?
No. Shh. No.
Oh, I gave it away. I'm sorry.
All right, so the
it was
first
be authentic
candidate
and
here
everything.
is at plus 5,000. Now, these odds are according to DraftKings. Plus 5,000. It is Saquon Barkley. Now, remember, he did rush for over 2,000 yards last year, and he's talking about doing it again This year, he scored 15 times in 2024 at plus 5,000. You would think.
I like it, David. I like it. The only problem is they should just change this award to Best Quarterback Award.
It's funny you say that because the last 12 MVPs have been quarterbacks.
I mean, you get 2,000. It used to be 2,000 yards really meant something. It meant you were standout. And heck, he hurdled somebody backwards. If he were ever going to win it, it was last year, but it's not. It goes to the quarterback. It always goes to the quarterback. So I like the plus 5,000. It's tempting. It's very tempting to put a couple bucks on that, but chances are you're a running back. Sorry, doesn't work that way. Penei Sewell probably has a better chance of winning than a running back.
Yeah, what are his odds? No, I agree with you. I mean, listen, throw $10 on it, forget about it, and if it so happens, then you're rich. But come on, you're essentially putting your money on fire.
Well, you know the team is going to be in it, so he'll be in the conversation. So you're right.
Sure.
$10, leave it alone.
Good offensive line.
If it happens, it happens.
Stud running back.
So let's get back to the quarterback position. Now, this next one here is at plus 3,500. You would have to believe in this quarterback, young quarterback, and you would have to believe in the team for this season for him to get the MVP. And it is Denver Broncos quarterback Bo Nix.
That's your guy, Rico.
Yeah, I like Bo Nix. Well, because Mike wrote him out. He's old. He's 50. By the time he got drafted, he was 55 years old, getting ready to retire. Like anything, the man has a family. He's not going to be a knucklehead. He's not going to be a police blotter. But no, David, I don't think that Denver is ready to make that turn, because in order for Bo Nix to get it, you're looking at Denver to at least make it to the AFC Championship. That means Denver probably had to knock off Kansas City not once but twice. I don't see that happening. They were close last year. Should have won the game, but they didn't. But I'm going to pass.
Plus 3,500, you said, correct?
Yes.
I would take that. He threw for almost 4,000 last year as a rookie. He had the 6th most touchdowns in football with 29. They upgraded the offense. I would take it.
But Rieger,
I'm not putting a lot of money on it, but $10 here and there.
No, but it's the thing that people are going to be looking at Jaden Daniels, just that sophomore slump. Do you fall? Do you regress? Look at C.J. Stroud. Look at Jordan Love, like when his second year.
Yeah, but he might
playing.
not. I'm just saying.
Right, but I'm saying it's one of those where history says, great rookie year, you kind of fall back to the pack.
AFC West, still a pretty good division if they happen to win that division.
They would have to win the division, and he would have to make it to the title game.
I don't mind
remember what you just said about the sophomore slump, because I'm going to jump to this one. It's on FanDuel. It's another second-year quarterback here in this division. He has a new coach, offensive-minded. Ben Johnson is there. Caleb Williams at plus 3,100.
That's worse than Bo Nix.
Now, he played well last year. They didn't look good, but an increase in wins possibly this year that everyone expects, and better play by him because of your coach.
See, I could see this is one I would bet on, and the reason being, MVP is a popularity contest, and people really wanted Caleb to work out last year. That, my goodness, he was okay, but it was just like Caleb. You know, got his coach fired. Ben Johnson's coming in there, and contrary to what a lot of Lions fans now think, he's very creative when it comes to offensive play calling. They went out there and they got him a bunch of toys. Biggest thing they did, they upgraded that offensive line. Because it's a popularity contest, David, yes, especially if the Bears win the North. And I've said, I think the North is open. It's not the Lions fans. I'm not saying you're not going to win. I think it's open. And if Ben Johnson goes there, fires the troops up, and Caleb wins the North, he could get it.
See, before you talk, Jeff, here's a point that Paul, who's sitting back here on the phones today, he just made to me. It's a great point. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer in Chicago. So if he gets that, the talk, and they want him to succeed, that might be MVP talk there.
I can't believe Mitch Trubisky never threw 4,000 yards. But
you know who the best quarterback ever in Chicago still is?
McMahon.
Jay Cutler?
Jim McMahon.
Yes, Jim McMahon.
Yeah, he won a Super Bowl.
I don't think any of you were even alive.
Were you alive in 85?
I was barely alive.
Paul, were you?
I was born in 85, so yeah.
Paul had to think about it. But no, I think you all make really good points. But I also think that, work with me, if Jared Goff was more mobile, do you think Ben Johnson would have done more stuff with Jared Goff?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see what Ben Johnson had Caleb Williams doing the other day at minicamp? Had him running deep routes, catching footballs. I do believe that, as you pointed out, if they somehow win the division, Caleb Williams is going to be electric. I would take that bet in a heartbeat.
Well, see, and real quick, David, and then I'll let you move on. Like Ben Johnson basically looks at this quarterback, and this is why I do like him. I'm going to find everything that you can do and what you can't do. I'm going to eliminate what you can't do. I'm going to really focus and build around the things that you can, because Goff was not mobile. It was a lot of play action pass. It was a lot of running. It was hitting the tight end. It was a trick plays. It was putting Amon-Ra in motion. With Caleb, I expect him to look a lot like he did back in college when he won the Heisman, where let's get creative. Let's see what we could do. So
I like that bet a lot. I'm going to take, man, I'm losing all my money. I bet on all three so far.
This is why you have an allowance.
So let me get through the last three here.
Can you call my wife and ask for more?
Chrome man with an allowance.
At plus 2,800, Arizona Cardinals QB Kyler Murray.
You know what? I stopped believing in Kyler Murray. I thought that maybe he could go out there when Wojo kept calling him tiny and short. David, it just seems like there's a disconnect with him, and maybe it's because he's out on the West Coast. Nobody really watches their games. But no, I don't see Kyler Murray as this. Like if your team is down and Kyler Murray has the ball with 2 minutes left, I'm just going to go ahead and chalk up the victory, because I don't see him coming back to beat you.
First one I'm not going to bet on. I just did a little quick research. The new Call of Duty 25 is expected to be released
do that
between October and November.
He doesn't do that anymore.
I don't know that I can bet on him.
He actually got better last year.
At Call of Duty or football?
No, at football, but it's just, I think it's to me, it's like Anthony Richardson. I think it's going to take a lot for people to believe in him.
It's a tough label to shake, okay?
And the last two here, Jordan Love at plus 2,500. And then Jalen Hurts at plus 1,700.
Jordan Love.
Division's wide open.
No, I'm about to say Jordan Love, I can see it's the same reason for Caleb. Because if you win the NFC North, that's going to be looked like you did something. Because I don't think you're going to see any team go 6-0 in this division. Plain and simple. At best, 4-2. I can see Love getting that. Jalen Hurts. Now, I don't think that Jalen does enough because you have Saquon.
I think do they cancel each other out?
Saquon's going to eat a lot of the votes because, contrary to popular belief, they really want to run the ball in Philly. And heck, even Jalen Hurts is a part of that running game with the brotherly shove. So I would give more to Love than I would to Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to compare the two, just which one would you bet on if you had to make one bet? I would go Love simply because he throws the ball more. I think he's more important to that offense, and he's got about 1 billion wide receivers to work with. They just drafted Matthew Golden, for crying out loud. So I would go Love, no on Hurts.
Aaron Rodgers? Odds?
No. Yeah, what is his odds?
I don't see any odds for Aaron Rodgers.
I heard the media wants him to win the MVP.
Can you find Aaron Rodgers odds? Because I don't think David really cares to do this.
And
let's just say Aaron Rodgers at plus 2,000.
I looked it up. $300 for an authentic Rodgers jersey. 97 won the ticket. Big series in downtown Detroit. Tigers and Cubbies, Tarek Skubal night. And I know we talked about Skubal in the 3 o'clock hour and what would you do and what's your plan for Skubal. But who cares about any of that right now? I love watching Skubal pitch. And him going against the best team in the National League, it's going to be fascinating tonight, Rico. And he's on an extra day's rest. So I got to believe all hands on deck. He's going to be able to go deep in the game. And the Cubs have success hitting left-handed pitching. So I think tonight's going to be just an awesome game. Friday night, I know they got the whole smog issue going on. Sold out Comerica Park. It's going to be bumping down there.
Yeah, I wonder if the air quality will have anything to do with his start. Will they not throw him as long? It'll be interesting to see. But, yeah, this is a game that if you bought tickets a long time ago, congratulations.
How many Cubs fans you think are going to be there?
Probably about 10,000.
I mean, they got stars on their team. Like, Tigers got stars, too. So do the Cubs. Pete Crow Armstrong, their center fielder, he's got an 869 OPS, knocking the cover off the ball. Kyle Tucker's having a good season. They're trying to sign him long-term. Dansby Swanson, you know him, the former Brave. They got Horner. They got Turner. They got Suzuki. That's a good team. If the Tigers find a way to take 2 or 3, if they do what they usually do at home, which is win, I think all the unrest will go away. But if they lose this series, which I don't think they will, Monday's going to be some interesting radio.
Yes,
you know I'm right. Even though there's no reason to panic, ebbs and flows happen in baseball. But did you see Cookie's stat?
No.
Let me read this to you. Cookies has a really good way of doing things where he's not going to make anybody angry, but he's going to get his point across. So he says the following: Tigers are a very good baseball team. But if you take splitting with the White Sox as a chance to pop open the hood, the last 2 weeks, you ready? They ranked 25th in OPS, bottom 10 in runs scored. Says coincide with facing playoff caliber pitching, plus Torque and Baez are slumping, reinforces the idea that you need to add a bat. But they have not been their best version of themselves recently.
No, they haven't.
Pretty good, though.
But I do wonder if the Tigers fell into this thing, and a lot of teams do this, Rieger. You relax when you play bad teams.
That's a great point.
You're not focused. You're not sharp. When you go up against the better teams, man, you're on point. You're there because you know we can't make a mistake. When you go up against bad teams, it's, all right, we can overcome this. If we give up this run, we can do this. I don't know. You'd like to say you treat every major league team the same, but realistically speaking, you don't. And players, once they retire, will tell you, yeah, we kind of overlooked that team. Yeah, we never really paid any attention to them. So I wonder, will all of a sudden they be locked in and focused against the Cubs, knowing better team, we got to get this thing done, home crowd, Skubal on the mound tonight. I'm not worried about that.
Neither am I.
But I understand because you just assume, well, you're going to sweep the White Sox. But a lot of times, man, how many times you win that good team – in all sports, the best team in football, and they go up against the scrubs.
Yeah, because it's their World Series.
Right.
Well, it's just another game for you. Not to mention, I mean...
And you're not even trying that hard.
The best team in baseball, despite they don't have the best record, probably the Dodgers. Is that fair to assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago, they got swept by the Angels. It happens. And then tonight, by the way, Ben Brown is on the mound for the Cubs. 3-3 with a 5.72 ERA. His last 3 starts, he's given up 14 combined runs. Now, his last start was really good, 6 innings against the Reds with 1 hit. Start before that, gave up 7 or 8 runs to the Reds. Start before that, he gave up 6 runs to the Marlins, meaning he could get rocked. And the Tigers should be the team that does that tonight.
Yeah.
So, it's a big game. Can't wait.
Yeah.
It's a big – it feels good to have a big series in early June.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Now, so we'll get Mark Ryan in the mix. I believe he's going to take over at 6 o'clock. Maybe. Maybe not.
No, he is. I think he's going to be remote.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Fair enough. Maybe he's down at the ballpark.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm excited for this series. I'm geeked for this series, and the Tigers should keep us busy until the Lions and their training camp starts in July.
You know what? The funny thing is, remember all the summers we would say, can you at least be interesting until July? Can you at least give us something to hope for? Now it's kind of fun because we got spoiled, man. Think about it. We had an entire year where teams overlap. Tigers took us all deep into the middle of the Lions season, and then the Lions, and then it was like, okay, the Pistons got good. And now here we are back at the Tigers. So there was really no time off.
Both Michigan and Michigan State played on a Friday where you guys beat Ole Miss and Michigan lost to Auburn, despite the fact they should not have. Anyway.
Did you guys lose?
Well, yeah, you guys lost to Auburn too. Yeah.
They went to
Who was that big man? What was his name?
Johnny Broom.
Yeah.
He may be a Piston.
Yeah, hurt himself, came back out, hit that big three. You just hate to see it.
Yeah.
Mark Ryan coming up next. What's up, Mark? Mark, I was listening to you last night. We did a little crosstalk. I'm driving home. I'm listening to Mark Ryan. You were pissed. You were pissed that the Tigers only won 2 of 4 against the White Sox.
Mark, as I just told Rieger, I do wonder, did they just underestimate the White Sox? Did they just say, you know what, it's the White Sox and you don't have to try as hard? And you like to think that you take everybody with respect, but you don't. Let's be real. Really?
I don't think you can judge right now. Because if you look at, and I saw Benetti flash this stat, like to go the other way, the last 3 or 4 Tiger teams that have been the first to 40 wins have all gone to the World Series. And the 84 team, of course, won the World Series. So I don't know. I just think baseball is so long that we get caught up in the moment, but we shouldn't, because things are going to be so different a month from now.
My biggest thing that I worry about with this Tigers team, are you peaking too soon? That's it.
All right. So, Mark Ryan, what do you got coming up? Alex Bregman. I kind of think it might be.
The second time around?
No, Boston is struggling. They might not make the playoffs. I mean, I think they're 4 games out of a wild card spot. Bregman is injured, but his rehab is coming, according to him, very quickly. So if hold on, work with me. If Bregman comes back, I'm telling you, Bregman comes back. He could opt out after this year. Tigers get him as a rental. He is your fill-in third baseman who had your right-handed bat that you need. Alex Bregman would be the perfect trade for the Tigers.
Even though he didn't want you the first time.
Who cares?
Okay.
If they could help me win a World Series, yes.
No.
Wait, hold on. Are you guys truly are you guys truly telling me if Bregman wanted to come here, if they traded you guys would be no because he didn't choose you the first time?
They offered to overpay him.
Well, they did counter. The Bregman and Boris camp countered, and the Tigers said, no, thank you. Maybe you guys weren't persistent enough. If they didn't accept the first time around, make them accept the second time around.
Or maybe we just don't settle in life.
You guys are crazy. You're nuts. Wait. If Alex, I just want to understand.
Hey, Rieger.
We got to go.
Rieger, I'm going to leave. You can stay here with Mark Ryan if you want.
Well, Mark Ryan's coming up next. I think you both are crazy.
Rieger's going to stay with you,
Alex
Mark.
Bregman was available and you wouldn't want him on your team.
Everybody who, like me, have a great weekend.
Good night, everybody.